Hello, hello. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Ink and Panels.
Welcome to another beautiful day of Ink and Panels.
Volume 2. Was that synced?
Two.
Was that synced? Was that
I
synced?
think it was. Even with the delay, I think I think it was.
Okay. It's giving synergy. That's good news for the day.
So yesterday was such a fun day. We got to talk about so many cool things with so many cool people, from our one-on-one with Royal Coupe in the morning to winding down to our State of Black comics, just a little bit after that. Then man, we did a lot yesterday. Oh my gosh.
Ending the day with oh my goodness. What was the last panel of the day?
Partnering with large
Partnering
brands.
That was highlight of my day. I'm not even gonna hold you. Highlight
Hey,
truly.
if you want to learn the secrets to partnering with large brands for your brand and for your personal brand, then that was actually my instrumental. I had to go back and watch some more because I missed some stuff. I was like, man, I was missing some gems in there, and Eunice, Eunice Z and Fred, they've been doing this for a long time, and they just have so much expertise, so much wisdom to share.
Truly a wealth of knowledge indeed. But before we get started, we didn't do this yesterday, so I'm going to make sure we do it today. Who are we? Who are we?
Oh my god! We're so excited. We're just so excited to get into it. Oh my gosh, I'm not even important. Not even important, actually.
We're not important at all, right?
My name is Aaron Lee, and I'm the CEO and editor-in-chief of Off Black Magazine. And I have these things on the wrong screen. Go ahead.
Gotcha. And my name is Ty. I am the Chief Creative Officer here at Off Black Magazine, as well as the event coordinator. So welcome to Ink and Panels Volume 2. As we get started, and we will finish chit-chatting in just a minute, I just want to mention to you guys that we do have a hashtag for the weekend. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yes, if you are wanting to share your experiences, your thoughts on the event, or just share some of your clips, we have the hashtag Ink and Panels Volume 2 that you can use on any social media website. Well, I mean, the ones that we're on, which is primarily Instagram, Threads, Twitter, TikTok. If you use that hashtag or if you tag us, we would love to share your experiences or see how Ink and Panels was for you through your eyes. Secondly,
send us pictures. Send us pictures
of you
watching it. If you have kids, your kids watching it. Send us pictures. All right, we want to see you guys having as fun and informative a time as we are, because we also learn a lot from these creatives. Even though we've been in this space for a good amount of time, but we still learn a lot from them just as much as you guys do. So yeah, send us y'all pictures too. Send us the day that you're having, right? And because we want to see it.
Absolutely. And then next, we want to take a moment to just talk about the experience tracks, which we really didn't get in too much yesterday, but we just want to take a moment to actually explain how the panels are kind of set up to make your viewing experience just a little bit more seamless. So first things first, we have 3 experience tracks. I will take the first one. So they're broken down into our beginner's perspective, our experience, and then our industry tracks. And for our beginner tracks, basically, if you're new, fresh-eyed, bushy-tailed to the entire creative experience, the creative industry, anything with the blue background, and give me a moment to pop that up behind us. Bam. If you see this blue background, you are in a beginner or perspective track panel. Again, that's for our bright-eyed bushy tail if you're new to the creative industry, or if you're just starting out and you're wanting to know the very beginnings, the ins and outs. These are the panels that are curated specifically for you.
You will also
go ahead.
You will also see the symbol that I just placed above Ty's head.
Oh yeah, the flower I made.
She did make that by hand. You will also see that symbol, and that will tell you that you are in a perspective panel.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to take the next one?
Am I taking the next one? I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead, take the next one.
I mean, I keep forgetting we have two later. The next one is our established, and if you're for if you know you have 1 to 2 comics out, right? You know, you might have just started your real career, you know, and you're at any type of morning, Marvel, DC, boom, whatever, small, big, whatever, and you're like, hey, I want to know how to maximize anyway my potential, maximize, like do more, you know, and so for that we have this symbol right here that you see over Ty's head. And then also all these panels will have this nice, pretty magenta, magenta
Mm.
color. And so, that's how we've kind of curated this experience, or this part of the experience, for people who are in that level. Like, you're not a beginner. You're definitely not a beginner. You know what you kind of know what you're doing, but you wouldn't consider yourself like, fully industry. You know, you're not, 4 or 5 comics deep and that kind of stuff. So, these panels are instrumental in helping you get to that next level for yourself as a creator.
And lastly, we have our industry track, which will be indicated by this lovely yellow background, as well as the stars in the top right hand corner. And basically, for the industry track, this is for our tenured creators. You've been creating for a while. You definitely are no novice by any stretch of the imagination, but you're ready to take your career to the next level. So if you're wondering how to just break into that industry even that much more, you want to know more about networking, connecting with those brands like we were talking about yesterday, or any number of things that are really specific to individuals who already have the knowledge, already have the skills, but are just looking to make it to the next level in their career, this is the path that we have curated for you.
Mm. And so, we started a little later than usual, which always happens in the morning. Neither Ty nor I are early risers, but we do this for you guys, because we can't start this at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So, so with that, we're gonna try and like very smoothly move straight into the first panel. I'm gonna briefly remind you of a couple things. Experience tracks we just talked about. You can also look for the descriptions of them in the description of this live stream.
Mhm.
Also, as you go through the day, there are certain commands that you can type in chat. I probably should have put that in the description either. So if you want to stay up to date with a lot of our stuff in our posts, you can go to our Instagram. If you type in here, it should work. The command should work. It didn't work, but I'll fix that. It didn't work. Okay. I'll fix the command.
Yay!
I will fix the command, so the command works, but you'll be able to use commands and stuff like that in chat to pull up our Instagram and stuff, and it also automatically goes out every couple minutes. There we go. Took forever, but there we go. And you can follow us on Instagram to stay up to date with like schedules and stuff like that. The schedule is also in the description. There will also be a survey floating around. We got some responses to it yesterday. We got 3 responses, and we've already instituted some of those changes in what we can do with the aesthetics and everything of the day. So please, give us feedback so we can continue making this a great event for you guys and continue growing it and giving you guys more people to talk to and more topics and more offerings. And so please do that as well. There's one more thing. There's one more thing we wanted to talk about. Do you remember?
The
Doesn't remember.
experience survey? Are we talking about the survey? Are you talking about the survey?
No, I already talked about the survey. So last thing before we get started is please stick around throughout the day. Like I said, there's a lot of amazing panels going on. We're ending the day with the Lion Forge panel with working in the animation industry, and that is probably that's okay. I'm not saying I have favorites, right? Like, these are all my children. I love all my children, but that panel
Was very good.
throughout the day, we have so much stuff from morning to night. We have so many cool things going on, and also in the middle of the day, we're going to be announcing a way that you guys can really support us so we can continue making this happen. We've been working on this for some time now, and it's something small, but it's really big to us. And we're hoping that we can latch on, like some people can latch on to that, and that so we can continue in delivering these amazing experiences to you guys, because we really care about it and we really want to grow and make this event even bigger than it is now.
Absolutely.
So I think you have anything else? Ty, anything to end the morning before we jump right in?
No, other than just be sure to support us on all of our socials. That also helps to get visibility for not just this event, for all of the other amazing experiences that we have throughout the day. Remember, it's off Black Mag everywhere. And then, I think we're pretty much ready to get this show on the road.
All right, let's hit them with a bump.
Let's hit them.
First panel today is defining your writing style. A very fun panel. I think you guys will really enjoy it.
Absolutely. Well, definitely stay tuned. After the bump, we'll go ahead and go right into our first panel of the day.
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
For me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artist as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on the page.
Certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
All right, well, hello everybody listening out there in the world. My name is Keisha. I'm from the Pink Riot Comic Show, and I'm here to moderate this amazing panel with these amazing creators. We're here to talk about writing and how you get through your writing process. I won't hold y'all. I got a lot of questions because I just started writing some things myself, and I'm noticing just how difficult this is. So before we get into that, we're going to go around. So we're going to start with Joseph, then we're going to go to White Manga, then we're going to go to TJ, and you're going to tell everybody a little bit about yourselves. So Joseph, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Keisha. My name is Joseph Village. I've been an editor and writer in comics for 33 years. I started at Milestone Media, the first Black-owned comic book publisher to have a publishing deal with an industry giant, which is DC Comics. They created many characters, among which are the beloved Static, Rocket, Icon, and Hardware. And I went from there to become the first editor of color on the Batman line of books at DC Comics. Since then, I have worked at various companies, including Valiant and Heavy Metal. I am now primarily a writer, and so I've written for DC Comics, Milestone Shadow Cabinet, and I was one of the writers on New History of the DC Universe Dakota Incident, and co-writer of the Bloodletter miniseries for Todd McFarlane Productions and Image Comics.
Dope. White Manga.
White over here. Adunze Google, if I have many names, so you can call me whatever. But I am writer and illustrator of Apple Black. Creator of Apple Black is what I write and what I create. Published and serialized within Saturday AM, where I'm also co-founder. We kind of want to be the change you want to see within the anime and manga space, where you get to see worlds and characters and heroes that are more reflective of the world around us versus just Japan. Even though there's nothing wrong with that, we're just kind of expanding what's already there with our titles like Apple Black, Clock Striker, and the list goes on. I also do some writing, illustrating, editing, art directing, all kinds of work for Sandstorm Comics out in the UAE, doing a similar thing, but it's more Abu Dhabi and Emirati based, where they're trying to enhance the voices over there a little bit more, but really everywhere. And so I do that. And I also create all kinds of tutorials teaching people how to write and illustrate, break into the comic book industry, or kind of carve your own path with my own social media content, whether it be videos, just posts in general. So I have a YouTube channel, Swipe Manga TV, and with over 500,000 subscribers now over the years. And I just kind of share my journey, documenting the ups and downs, the goods, the bads, while also sharing tutorials so that people can follow and kind of making it easier for those to do what I'm doing who come after me.
TJ?
What's up, everybody? Happy to be here. My name is TJ Sterling. I'm the CEO and creative director at Ray Media, and started as a artist, and then eventually kind of adopted some writing skills just through wanting to really be able to genuinely put my vision out there for my books. And been in business about 10 years, did some work for Marvel, DC, Aspen. Currently also a teacher at the Joe Kubert School. When I'm not making comic books, I'm teaching at the world's first comic book university, which is a lot of fun. And, you know, the mission of Ray Media, much like, you know, what White Manga and, you know, Joe's talking about with Milestone, is to create the change we want to see and have characters of color in all kinds of various different types of genres, whether it's sci-fi, fantasy, martial arts, you know, cyberpunk, whatever it is that we think is cool. We want to see people that look like us in that stuff. So that's the comics that we make. That's the type of content we make. And yeah, I'm excited to continue to serve and hang out with you guys while we're here and talk about all things cool and nerdy.
That is super dope. Y'all are all amazing, and your resumes are fantastic. Like, I guess because we have a time crunch, let's get into these questions. So my first question is, why do you write? I know you all have missions behind, you know, your companies and whatnot, but like, what inspires you to write?
Wow. You go first, White.
Very, very broad, but you know, I'm sure everybody will kind of touch on all kinds of things, and there will be a lot of overlap. But for one of the things I would say is, one, I think it's fun to, you know, have all these ideas, and it's fun to kind of think of everything as this interesting puzzle piece that you're putting together for yourself first, right? You think it's cool and all that, and then trying to carve out a way where others can consume and feel what you feel. And playing in within that realm has always been fun for me. You know, there have been many times where I might even have an idea already, and maybe I've not written it yet or done anything yet, but I'm still thinking about it. And, you know, sometimes some cool ideas pop up in the shower, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, what if this happens? And what if and, you know, I'm being clean and creative at the same time. It's like, oh, yeah. And I just being in that space is fun for me. And so writing it out and, like I said, playing with that puzzle piece, and then seeing a good plan come to fruition in the end when somebody reads what you've created and they feel exactly how you wanted them to feel. And it's perfect. You know what I mean? So there's a fun and alive feeling that I get from it, amongst other things.
Okay, well, since you said this was a broad question, let me narrow it down so that everybody else can add on to it, okay? How did you choose sequential art as your medium for writing? Because, you know, we can write in all types of mediums, but like, why sequential art then?
I like to draw.
You know, yeah. TJ, you want to go? You go. And then I'll go.
So I think personally, I feel like comic books and this particular culture chooses you. I do feel like, you know, there's so many different disciplines, you know, that you could, you know, because everything's an art form, whether you're cooking or whether you're, you know, throwing the ball to, you know, for a touchdown. Like, there's an art form to how each craft is done. And I think each art form speaks differently to people. You know, like, I had a brother who was into music and football, and I was into martial arts and drawing. Those are the things that spoke to me spiritually. And that was just something that, you know, I encourage all parents to bring their kids to a comic convention or to, you know, whatever it is you see that's sparking that brain of creativity, because that's where, you know, the soil that needs to be watered is, you know. Then when you discover that, you know, I got lucky because my mom took me to a comic shop. She said, hey, this kid likes He-Man. He likes Transformers and G.I. Joe. He's got to like comic books. I need to help him read something. I mean, my mother would give me these chores like, if you want that $30 Wolverine comic signed by Adam Kubert, then you have to read this amount of Bible scriptures from, like, you know, it just was a way to get me to exercise my reading, my vocabulary. So I think for me, comics was always a very cool medium because there was nothing like it. It to me was like, we're taking it back to the Stone Age when there's paintings on a wall, or there's carvings, on wood, or they're making masks. Like, it's an illustrative thing that is creating a narrative, and sequential narrative to me goes all the way back. There's at one point we didn't have cameras. You didn't have a cell phone. You don't even have one of these. So you had to draw everything to get the picture. So it is like an ancient form of narrative storytelling, and I think comics still holds that torch. And I think it's so attractive, exciting, beautiful, fun, and there's a lot of discovery. You can learn about yourself there. You can make things that you like and do things that you like with sequential narrative that you can't do anywhere else. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to follow up on that, and I've said this a number of times throughout my career, I do honestly feel like the comic book medium is the best storytelling medium that humanity has created, and I will die on that hill. And I think once we all embrace that, instead of considering comic books to be the back door to other mediums, that's when we're going to explode and we're going to take the world. Comic books should be leading in imagination, right? And I didn't understand the profundity of it or the nobility of writing comics until I started interning at Milestone and I experienced Dwayne McDuffie. And that's when it became like crystal clear, like how this man understood story and its purpose. And I was like, oh, this is not a hobby. This is not a game. Like, this is a meaningful medium here, right? And so, writing in this medium is also highly collaborative. It's the most collaborative medium because there are the fewer amount of participants. When you're talking about a film, a streaming show, an animated series, there are so many people involved. With comics, it comes down to basically 4 to 6 people. So number one, it's good if you all get along and you're all on the same page. But when you get together and the thing is done and it's more than the sum of its parts, that's when you know. That's when you know what's up. And that's when you're in for a penny, in for a pound. And so writing comics is a joy, but it's also a craft. And I think I think everyone thinks they're a writer. Oh, I got a cool idea. I'm a writer. It's like, no, you're not.
Very true.
Writing is a science. Under the science is magic, but you have to do enough of the science to be fortunate to touch the sorcery underneath it.
I like that you're saying that, that it being a science. Something I'm realizing with all the interviews that we've done with Pink Riot, a lot of people write differently in comics, right? Like, at least the scripts are different, right? Everyone has their own thing. Like, even some imprints have their own thing. So for y'all specifically, what does your script look like? How did you get to figure out what your personal script looks like?
I could jump on this.
Yeah.
Go.
So I learned writing as a secondary talent, and I have a lot of reverence and respect for it because it is something that I wasn't naturally gifted with, like Joe or White, manga. So I'm always kind of wanting to be the best writer I can be. I'm always trying to learn, the format of stuff. But like art, it can be very subjective. I mean, I used to study scripts online for many, many years because, there's all these different script archives. If you go to the Comics Experience website, there's a great script archive if, people want to learn about how scripts are done. But what you're going to notice is that every single script is different. Every single style in which the story is told is different. So really, it has to kind of be boiled down to what works for you. And what works for me is always the same. I create a very robust kind of like idea dump. Everything that I can think of about this concept goes into a Google Doc. And then after I've taken a day or two to kind of let that set, let my brain reset, I go back in and then I start creating a plot summary. Beginning, middle, and end of what I want to see in this book. And obviously it's going to be different if it's a 32-page book versus a 100-page book. Now I'm writing in long format for 100-page books. So I'm like, okay, I got to think of a really big story. And then when I kind of see the beginning, middle, and end, it starts to give me an idea of like what the characters are going to be, how they're going to interact, and then how to kind of pull the yarn from the beginning throughout the journey to kind of give a satisfying conclusion or maybe create a cliffhanger. And then from there, I'm like, okay, feeling good about it, feeling good about it. Like White was saying, like, we got to get somebody to review this script. We got to get somebody to look it over, check it out. So that's where my editorial team comes in, to kind of, again, pick any terribly bad grammatical errors that I love to put in there. But that's been my process this far. It's been working. But my style that I've seen kind of come into play here is like, I do a little bit of a less is more. So I like the Alan Moore writers of the world, but I also like more of the simplified writers because I want things to be a little bit more suggestive. And that comes from my art background where, again, I liked minimalistic art. Like your brain can figure out the rest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's, you know, all of that. And really, consideration of the artist is at the core of writing comic book scripts, right? It's not prose and it's a collaboration. So for me, I write full script. There's something called a Marvel style that used to be the way of the 70s where, you know, you would write page one and what happens on page one, the artist would draw it, and then you would go back and look at their pages and put in the words. I don't do that. I'm full script. But it's also a conversation, right? So the script gives the artist room to play, reinterpret. But I feel like it's important for them to see the dialogue because it's important for them to understand the drama of the scene, the context, the emotions of the players. And so that should inspire them. So, for example, when I wrote Milestone Universe, The Shadow Cabinet, which is a 4-issue miniseries, 120 pages, I wrote a 21-page outline, which was the entire story from the first scene to the last. So that way I could then go through it and be like, okay, how's the character arcs flowing? Where are the convergences? Is this moving with a sense of urgency? And so Daryl Banks and Adagun Ilhan were the artists. And so we gelled pretty well, but you know, they could reinterpret something. I would say, okay, that was better than how I had envisioned it. So that's cool. But one of the things that I found that happens during writing is you can make a plan, but there's always going to be a pivot that you didn't expect. So I was writing the 3rd issue of a script and I realized I had hit a moment where I was like, oh no, this plan of yours, this is not the most dramatic answer. This is. And then I was off to the races. So that happens too during the process. Even if you're full script, whatever your method is, when you're in the thick of it, like chaos happens and things change. Or maybe the character tells you, I wouldn't do this. You may want me to do this because it's more convenient, but this is not what I would do, right? So you have to allow for those things to happen. It's part of the process, and it's okay.
There was a lot of overlap. You know, like I said, there would be pockets here and there that make each style distinct, but there was a lot of overlap. Like with TJ, there was a lot of overlap with the way you put stuff together. It's very similar to how I do things too. And I would do it in a way where sometimes I might even take days, maybe not writing a specific chapter, but I'm just throwing all my ideas to the wall for the whole story. I'm going chapters, books, whatever, right? And all the way to the end if I get there. And I usually try to keep at the core what the purpose of this whole story is, what the point is, what the moral of the story, I guess, is. It's like, okay, after they read this, what's their takeaway? And I usually have that at the core to guide even some of the decisions I'm making. There sometimes people have writer's block, and sometimes I feel like I have the opposite, where I have too many ideas that I think will work. But in many cases, the core and that principle help guide. It tells you And in some cases, like you said, the character will sometimes tell you what the right answer is. And so I kind of lay everything out with the mindset that I'm open to change, improvement, being flexible as if it calls for it when the time comes. There are many times where I had a particular ending in mind for like 3 years, and then when we finally got there, I was like, oh, actually, and what I ended up doing, to me, I thought was far superior to whatever was there. Sometimes you question how you even thought of the doo-doo you thought of before. And so it's very, I try to stay as flexible as possible. I still try to learn and keep, ear to the ground, like how other people are working and seeing how it could work for me and how it translates to what I create. But I stay flexible. And then once I have that cool outline enough for, say, a chapter or a volume, then I go deep into that and really iron it out with the dialogue, narration, all of that. And then I'm also the artist, so I'm visually thinking about things and how all of that's going to come into play. So I'm not always it's easy for me to tweak things, because from the script that I've created, once I iron things out, I then create the storyboards. But then now I'm in the artist hat, when I have the artist hat on and I'm putting the storyboards together, there are many times where I would actually change the plan for like maybe what I feel is more visually enriching, what makes more sense, or the dialogue was saying too much, where if I just did this one action, we don't need to talk that much, and I kind of keep going back and forth with myself in that way up until the chapter is done. And sometimes even with the writing, because I know what's happening, like maybe 40 chapters away, I'm able to foreshadow things, plan things. Like I said, it's like a fun puzzle piece for the audiences, so they're really fun and engaged. And I think from a stylistic standpoint, even with film, there are a lot of people that influenced me in my style of putting things together. Guy Ritchie, M. Night. I'm a big sucker for plot twists, and like a really good one that when it hits you, that you start to think back to all the clues you were given that you didn't even know were clues, because they were interesting by themselves. So it's like it's very complex, but at the end of the day, I just stay loose and flexible and try to have fun with the writing and try to make sure it's fun to read. And it's also really cool because, like I said, I'm the artist as well, so I really kind of go back and forth, visually telling a story and just also with words.
All right. So if you all can think back to like your very first writing, like the very first writing that became a published work, what is something reading it now you're like, oh man, I wish I did this, or I wish I did these things, or you can see how you've grown over time? Let's start with TJ and then we'll go around.
Yeah, my very first published comic was Okemos number 0. I had finished my internship with Marvel around 2011, and I had took 4 years to kind of again work within the space of design and stuff, in Manhattan, and then I was just building the blocks of my story. Again, I started with just the scripting, and I think about it now, I'm like, man, there's so many things I didn't know, but was a very fun exercise in action pacing, because again, I was like, okay, I got that right, but I need to work on this dialogue and how I'm building my character arcs. And I think just any artist, when they first make something and then they like look at it years later, like, ooh, did that shit, like, you just kind of cringe at it in like a loving way, because you do know that hey, you're younger, you're in a space where you're just starting to get your reps in, and you talk about prolific writers like Joe or Brian Michael Bendis or Robert Kirkman. These guys have they've written hundreds of scripts. Like they really, one of the guys who I admire greatly is Rodney Barnes, who he's always writing something. He's always writing and like consistently pushing himself to be a better writer and flexing his muscles, doing TV, film, comics, all these different things. And, I noticed that even when you're writing a script for like comics and then you write a different type of script for something else, even like if you're writing a syllabus for a class and a lesson plan, there's a story to it, you know, what you're taking these people through journey wise, but it's really difficult to jump between disciplines. And I find like when you have done it enough, you get that seasoning that like I aspire to have, like Joe, or like White, like this seasoning that these guys have. So yeah.
And Joe?
I'm sure you have some seasoning. I'm sure you're
I was gonna say you definitely do. Yeah. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, the first published comic book I have was an issue of Shadow Cabinet from 1994 when I was at Milestone. They were generous enough to make the suicidal move to let me write a fill-in issue, which again just speaks to the kind of place that Milestone was, that it was nurturing and it would let amateurs shoot their shots. And I think when I look at that, like, it was structurally sound, but it was missing heart, right? And so in all of the writing that I do, and this speaks to something that White was mentioning, like this core of story that you have to always be cognizant of. And what that is theme, right? It's like, what is this story about, right? And not in a hammer over your head way, but at the heart of it, like, hey, what's this story about, right? And if you know that, that's always a good starting point. And so, you know, what I've really learned to do over time, and whether it's writing comics, writing columns, it's, you know, the heart of the story, right? Like, what's the human connection? Because that's like where the real action is, right? It's in you reading a story and you connecting with the protagonist. And the protagonist isn't necessarily the hero. They may be telling themselves they're the hero, but they're the villain of the story. But they're the one that is pushing the whole thing forward. And as long as you can connect to them, that's something. And so to me, it's like there's always got to be a humanity to it. And that's something that I have learned to have. And, you know, when I feel like, you know, to something that White said again, where you have so many ideas and you want to cram it all in. And sometimes I just got to pull back and say, okay, bro, what's this story about? What are the 3 acts? Right? And it's like, go back to the bones of it. And then you can go forward. Right. So you have to make sure to not get lost in all your ideas and just get out of your way and tell the story and tell the character journey.
So I did a comic back in the day, like a one shot called Candlejack. It was very, very amateurish. This is like 2010. And I like you said, TJ, you look back at it and you're like, oh, this sucks, that sucks. But at the same time, it's not from like you understand why it sucks. And so there's also a little bit of a love there because it shows you where you've been and how you've grown over the years. There was issues with the dialogue. There was issues with the characters and your motivation. There was issues all over the place. It was almost the opposite, where there was that heart because I was this young guy just trying to learn. And sometimes the way to learn is to just do it. Like, yeah. But structurally, everything was a mess, a complete mess. And so looking back, I think the real question is, what shouldn't I like? I should have there's a lot to fix. I don't even know where to begin, but I think I should have had a little bit more prep time, more take a step back and really try to understand the characters and understand that core and that theme of the story, which again was also lacking. And so just taking a step back and not going all guns blazing all the time. It's like I said, it's like a gift and a curse. It's like a pro and con to it because I did it. It was messy and I learned from it. But at the same time, if I was going to figure out what would have made it better, it would have been to take a step back, breather, and really kind of learn the fundamentals, learn that not just the 3 act and all these rules that are there, but understanding the rules well enough to even play with them in your own unique ways. And in a way, by doing those things, you're also starting. It's still starting, even though you're not actually making pages or whatever. But I was very eager to get into drawing and doing the pages and writing and everything, and it affected the story greatly. But I still look back on it and enjoyed my time doing it. And also doing it in the month, it was also good to get your reps in to hit deadlines, which is like really, really key in this industry, being able to, whether you're a writer, artist, whatever the case may be. So I was also proud of that. But just there was so much to fix. Dialogue was messy. The motivations were messy. The point, even that satisfying standalone feel of a one shot by the end of it wasn't even really present. So I still look back at it fondly because I can look at it and point to all these things, and I know not to do them again. A lot of times, even when you're learning to draw, one of the key things that, or skills that you should be able to acquire, and it will help you moving forward, is being able to spot your errors and learn from them. And I think from a writing standpoint, even though I still have, even with my next comics and next one shots and whatever, there were still other issues that I learned from, but I had a lot to learn, and that was good for me and good for the comics that I made that came after.
All right, got told I have one last question to do. So I'm gonna say, focusing on community, we understand that, I guess regardless of medium, there's a point in time in the process where writing becomes very solitary, right? How do you create and maintain community during, in that process? Like, do you have working partners that you, send your stuff to, get feedback, all that stuff outside of editors?
Yeah, have your family members look at the stuff that you make. I always send it to like my brother or like, random people that I know aren't necessarily in the business of comics, because they can give an objective look at something. And that definitely helps a lot, because they would just be the random person walking around at a con that likes the stuff but is just trying to understand what is it you're presenting. And they'll tell you like, oh, that's weird. That doesn't make any sense. What is that shit? So it's really helpful. But we're in the business of serving. And I think a lot of people forget this. So when you're making a script and you're coming up with these ideas, yes, you're serving yourself first because you want it to be cool. But at the same time, like, what, is the audience looking for? Or, what do I think they're going to like? And I think you start to figure that out when you've already made maybe your first book and you start going to cons and selling it. And then they start coming up with cool ideas. They tell you like, oh, I'd love to see a character do this. Or, as an example, like, I was a huge fan of cyberpunk, like huge fan. And there were no Black cyberpunk comics out at the time when I had made Shattered Visions with my co-creator, Newton Lillebois. Again, two different people, two different disciplines, two different companies coming together to write a script. And we were making something because we were like, our fans want something different. Newton was doing horror and I was doing, sci-fi martial arts. So we wanted to kind of stretch and do something a little different for our fan bases. And I felt like, just listening to them is the biggest part, because they will tell you. And again, we're here to serve them. We are serving ourselves when we make it. But, ultimately our job is to be there and be in the moment and absorb what they're giving us, the feedback. And I think that's probably the biggest thing for me, honestly.
Yeah, it's wild, you saying this, Keisha, because honestly, when I write scripts, I share them with no one, much to my wife's chagrin. Her feeling is I should be sharing every script with some people as kind of like a test group. One of the only times I did that was with Shadow Cabinet one. Before I sent it to the editor, I sent it to a good friend, David F. Walker. And I was like, bro, give it to me straight. Don't sugarcoat it. And he said, I would like to read the next issue of this. And I was like, okay, that's how I know I've hit on to something. But part of what I do is, number one, I never send in my first draft. I always send in my third draft, because the first draft is garbage. And it should be garbage, right? Get the garbage out and then start sculpting it, right? So the first draft I sent to my editor is the third draft that I created. And then I think part of what I also do is I also check myself. So one of the things that I've been doing is on TikTok and YouTube, I have these 60-second videos where I give people tips on writing, building stories, how to think about intellectual properties. And sometimes I just have to say to myself, hey, bro, did you do that? right? Like that thing that you said in that video, make sure that you did that with your own script, right? So I think that's the check. And in a sense, that's the community, is the same way that I'm putting things out to people, I make sure that that is in the work that I'm doing.
I'm surprised. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Wyatt.
No, I was just gonna say, I was gonna echo some of that. It's rare that I share what I've written with anybody. It kind of just stays there. There's sometimes organically, if there's like another writer in the room or somebody in the room that I think would be interested, I might want to just see how they react. But it's not from a standpoint of changing anything unless they point out something that's really glaring. But for the most part, it's really just me on my own. But I do try, like I said, I try to stay on my toes, learning from everybody, learning from even video essays on YouTube. Like I do a similar thing sometimes. Sometimes I watch my own tutorial, just like you said. Just like you said, one of the best ways to learn is to teach. And so sometimes I'll do that. Sometimes I'll even watch reaction videos where the way they react to certain things in media, if I know there's something similar to mine, it kind of gives me a little bit of an insight on how people see things. Now, I kind of already, I'm a consumer myself. I read, I enjoy this type of content. So I kind of already know. And I also know when to not listen to anybody, where I know, okay, I know I'm doing something a little bit off that nobody might like, but that's what I want to do. And so I also have those moments where I kind of don't care. So it's kind of a blend of everything.
I think that is amazing for y'all to be like, to be writing like that solitary, and y'all are fantastic. I am very much like TJ. I kind of send it to everybody. I'm like, let me know if this is right.
I need to be more of a sharer. For what everything I'm hearing, I'm not sharing enough. I need to be more of a sharer.
I just made too many damn mistakes, man. My grammar ain't there.
Editors, especially catching grammatical errors, but just editors maybe slightly different. There are times where it calls for it, but just writing it on your own to see if an idea is good or not, I rarely share that.
I like what you're talking about, though, because you're talking about protecting, something that's really important to you, and not trying to sully the vision with too many. You don't want too many cooks in the kitchen giving feedback to something, So I can see that too.
I know you said that was the last question, but I do have one more. If you're willing to let me do it, and if y'all are willing to hear it, it's up to y'all.
The Wizard of Oz says, "Cool, let's do it."
Yep. Okay. The wizard says yes.
So like I said, I've been writing more, and I won't hold you. It's a question I've lifted from the Black Women Writers at Work book, because I find it to be a phenomenal question to ask. Because a lot of the things that I enjoy in writing is like how intentional it is. All right, how intentional it is, and how we think about community and how we like try to center that. So my question to all of you, as Black men writing comics for larger communities, what determines your responsibility to the audience and to yourself when you're writing?
Wow.
Yeah, as I guess I just quickly will say the authenticity. If you're being authentic to yourself and you're expressing your opinion about something, and through the lens of story, you're always going to come off the right way. And I feel like, especially if you're because I feel like so many tropes and comics have just been like, oh, hey, how do we surprise the audience so we can make some book sales? You know what I mean? And I think that lack of inauthenticity and that more commerce forward way of thinking when generating a creative project takes the soul out of it. And that, really turns people off to wanting to buy work that is in that vein. Nobody wants to really see the gimmicks anymore. It worked in the 90s. Doesn't really work in 2026, and I don't think that's why more people are coming to independent, because we are authentically telling stories. I don't know how to write white characters. I just don't know how to do that. That's not my experience. So I write what I know. Black and brown women in in stories, in scenarios. That's what I know. And it's a flex anytime I write a character that's not what I know. So I think that's as authentic as I can be, just writing what I've seen, writing what I grew up with, writing my community. And what would it look like if we were in the cyberpunk world or in a fantasy world? And this is how my brain thinks about it, and yeah.
Yeah, I would just piggybacking off of the authenticity. That's definitely key in what I do, and I try to make sure, like I said, one of the core or one of the tenets of what I do, especially now. It wasn't always this way actually, but I would say soon after I started to make comics more and more, it became important to me, especially after Saturday AM was born, is just creating stuff where people get to see themselves in their heroes. And I understand firsthand how that affects you, even when you don't realize it, when you don't see yourself. Like there was a time I look at anime and manga and I thought part of it's a very naive take, right? I also grew up in Nigeria where things are a little different, but I thought, having a Japanese character is part of what makes it what it is. And that is so way off, right? And it also limits your originality and creativity and that authenticity that we talked about, because now, and I saw it not just in me, I saw it in a lot of people who maybe watched my content or were making stuff side by side with me, where it was trying to just copy what the Japanese were doing versus trying to create something completely fresh, right? While still being inspired by what they do. And I think in my case, the reason I thought that at all was because I didn't see myself in there. I thought, that's not it, right? When it couldn't be further from the truth, even to them. Part of why you see a lot of Japanese creators, because they're Japanese and that's what they know. You know what I mean? In fact, they're afraid sometimes to do anything outside of that, and for a host of reasons, one of which would be to maybe misrepresent things. And so that authenticity is really key, originality, and just really trying to dismantle, and I've tried to do that with my work now moving forward, to kind of dismantle that way of thinking. And I see more and more ever since then, of people doing the same thing and people having that understanding, because we've spoken up, because you have people creating works with that in mind, and now people are seeing what's possible, and because we're seeing more and more of ourselves in content. And so adding to that with my work and just staying fun and authentic as I do it.
Yeah, for me, and I'll try to be quick, and I'll probably repeat something I said before, but I always think about the humanity of the story, right? And one thing, to something that TJ said, which is the best gimmick is a good story. That's the best gimmick, right? And one of the things that you learn from that, especially from the business aspect, is if you get your comic books in stores and it's a good story, because the art brings you to the comic book, but the writing keeps you there. And if the writing is good, retailers will hand sell your book and say, you want a good comic? This is it. And that's part of what happened with the Dakota incident, right? That I co-wrote with Stephanie Williams and Morgan Hampton and Nicholas Draper Ivy. It was like people were able to say, this is a good story. And I think part of that is because separately and collectively, we were able to communicate the humanity of the story, right? So for me, that's the beginning and the end.
I love that. I want to thank y'all for being here and sharing, your advice, how your writing process works. To be honest, I have like 4 or 5 more questions. But I understand time. I don't want to hold anybody up.
I'm down. I want to come on the Pink Riot Comic Show on IG. That's what I want to do.
Seriously,
more than welcome.
There
Honestly,
you go. You can follow up with any one of us. That's right.
Because I like to nerd out on a lot of these things. And yeah, I'm very nervous right now. But I just want to thank y'all for being here, and for everyone listening. Thank y'all for being here at the Ink and Panels. Please go check out the rest of the panels. They will be phenomenal. And also this will be there will be live panels on Saturday as well, correct? I'm gonna look in the chat to see if I should be talking about that as well. But make sure you go check out the live ones on June 12th and 13th. All right. And I think I am done. And I apologize for my family being in the background.
Hello, my name is Tiana. I am the Chief Creative Officer and Event Coordinator here at Off Black Magazine, and welcome to World Wide Web Comics. So on our panel, we're going to be doing covering various topics about web comics with these two amazing creators. But before we get into the panel proper, I'm going to allow these two lovely ladies to introduce themselves. So we'll start with Lydia. Please introduce yourself to the audience. Who are you?
Hi, I'm Lydia. Online I go by Poppy Hin. I am a webtoon artist turned animator, currently turning my webtoon into a film. So the pilot came out and now working on official episode 1. And I've been drawing comics since 2021. It's like been 5 years. Yeah. 5 years of drawing comics. Well,
And Mina?
technically 4, but yes.
And
Hi,
Vita?
Hi, everyone. My name is Gilly Boo. I am a digital and watercolor artist. I have made a webtoon comic by the name of Mutual Crush, which is a rom-com. And I also have made an adult hentai series by the name of Moonlight Anniversary.
Ooh. And both of you guys' works are absolutely amazing. So, of course, at the end, we'll talk a little bit more about where people can find and read those. But let's go ahead and get into talking about webcomics, the process, the whole vibe. And I want to start with what drew you to becoming a storyteller, and why did you guys pick webcomics as the medium to tell your stories?
That one's easy for us, quite easy. I wanted to get into art, so I signed up for an art program, and one of our mentors did tell me I'm good at the technical stuff, but I'm very weak narratively. So he just suggested I make a comic, and coming up with a concept took me like 10 minutes tops. So I was like, we'll just draw what we can until like we figure out how to be storytellers. So the comic, and I picked webtoon because I've been reading webtoon since I was like a preteen, way younger than the legal limit, way younger than what they allow. So I was like a no-brainer. I thought it would be super easy. Draw what I can. Comics are actually very difficult. Draw what I can, and with no expectations until I get to a point that I'm satisfied with my art skills. And my cat's butt screams, and me just push him off. But yeah, that's basically it.
Okay.
For me, I always have enjoyed storytelling ever since I was a kid. I've always been a natural storyteller. It's just as I got older and refined my skills as a self-taught artist, I decided, hey, you know what? I want to create my own stories and mangas, whether they be romantic, adventurous, or even adult. So I was like, especially with us as Black people, we don't have any representations of ourselves that much in a lot of media. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to write my own stories. So I got in the self-adventure of doing that myself. So I've always been into reading mangas and that's always been a big inspiration for me anyway. So I was like, you know what? I want to do my own.
Absolutely. And for creating on a platform like Webtoon, as storytellers, how do you think that affects your storytelling? Is there aspects of your stories that you have to change or modify to suit readers on the platform? And I'll actually start with you, Gully.
Well, when it comes to, I guess it depends on which one it is. Like, for example, I'm on Webtoons. So, in order to have your Webtoon on there, you have to keep it, your artwork in a particular format. So, Webtoons is really for like mobile. So, you have to keep yours in a very tall, horizontal, like, format in order to have your comic. It's not like a page, like a comic page, like a book. So you have a lot more limitation in that sense. So yes, when it comes to that part, you do have to create your illustrations in a particular format in order for it to be on Webtoons as well as Tapas. I'm on Tapas as well, and it's basically the same. So you do have to do that. I know they do have ratings, grading of different types of webtoons depending on the genre that they're in. The adult, like E for everyone, or is there adult suggestions? So there are some hurdles when it comes to that, but they are not impossible.
And then for you, Lydia?
Similar. That's actually, yes, very similar. Like when in webtoons, you kind of have to stop thinking of your page, stop thinking of organizing your pages in panels and start thinking of organizing them in like Instagram formatting, Reels formatting, or TikTok formatting. So that does genuinely change how you're going to tell the story. In fact, it does influence how you become a writer in that aspect. Like I've noticed my work has shifted from more like when I was on Wattpad, I used to rely heavy because it's right. So I'd go for, I've been told I have a lyrical writing style, but after starting out webtoons, I've gone into more cinematic focus. Like now my focus has gone less on words and more on like really large pieces that are more like eye-catching pieces. So I feel like it becomes more of a visual thing rather than a story thing. And that's kind of a weird balance that you have to teach yourself to stop doing. Because like webtoon readers, genuinely speaking, if you want to build an audience, webtoon readers are the best people to start with because you will experience everything you're going to experience going forward. The very kind people, the crazy ones.
Yeah.
Like it's the best one to start with, even as you build up your art, because there's not like a limit. You can see when I was starting, I was like, today I'm going to drop 45 800 by 10,000 pixels. And I'm just that's all I'm going to do for the next weekend. Or all I have it in me is one panel, and that's what everyone's gonna get. It's
more
the better
background.
one to start with. Oh yeah, I'm not doing background.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not touch
Ironically.
that.
Oh no, the gradients. I am a gradient. I was a gradient person for like the first 7 chapters. But like webtoon, the format does change how you're going to like be an artist. And if you want to switch to print, you're going to have to like redraw the whole thing, which is annoying.
Right. I do have a tip though when it comes to that. Like for me, what I decided to do is that I've taken it does take longer, but since I'm going to be printing my mutual crush eventually, I have made it where I've assembled my comics based off of me making individual illustrations so that when I do finish the page, I can just take those and make the page correct for the format of a book rather than having to do all that crazy like conversion. You know what I'm saying?
like puzzle piecing it, taking each of the individual panels.
Like I will have the panels already set for the book, but then after that I just kind of like make it for webtoons, you know what I'm saying? So that when I print it, I'm done.
Oh, that is pretty nifty. Okay. This leads perfectly into my next question. Very smart, very big brain move. We love women in STEM. So as you guys both mentioned, when you're when you become a webtoon creator, there are very specific parameters just on uploading. Are there any other technical aspects of using the webcomic, I guess webtoon or Tapas or any other webcomic platform that you guys use that surprised you when you guys started creating on the platform?
I would have to say, there is a like loss of resolution sometimes in your when you upload. Like I try to keep the illustrations high res sometimes, at least to some degree, but then when you upload it, it's just like kind of, I don't want to say it's pixely, but it's a lower resolution. And I can understand why webtoons would do that, because they do have their servers and whatnot that they do have to do that for the readers. But I hate it. It just looks really bad.
Oh yeah.
It just looks really bad. I know that they recently also got rid of the system.
They got rid of the what system?
They had like a rating system to like, yeah.
It was like Goodreads.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, they got rid of it. I don't know how I felt about that. I don't see anything wrong with there being rating. What do you feel, Lydia, about the rating they got rid of?
I use the ratings as a warning system.
Right.
But so I was really annoyed. Like, I do understand why, because on one hand, a lot of authors are very sensitive, which is valid. Most artists are. On the other hand, it was a very good way of just being told what to steer clear of. Like,
right.
Webtoon readers will rarely give a 1 out of 5 unless it's heinous, genuinely something horrible. Now it's like Russian roulette. I have no idea what I'm clicking into, because some people make like the nicest thumbnail, and then there used to be this pranking thing. I don't know if it's still around. If they got rid of it. But there was like a time in Canvas, if you just I love Canvas. I mostly read Canvas, what they call it. It's Canvas, the independent, non-original. Yeah, there was a time there was a weird scam going on that I don't know if they fixed, where the thumbnail would be a comic page and on the inside would be, what was it? Phone numbers.
Oh.
So that's a rating system would have been ideal to stop that.
Right.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You'd be like clicking on, anime profile pic. This must be cute. And then you'd be like WhatsApp numbers and like links.
Oh no.
Right. Because you can't put links.
Right.
So that's like, no, you have to like, I refreshed. I'm one of those people who like takes a lot of pride in being an OG before a book is selected to become an original. I take a lot of pride in being like an original reader. So I don't think I read a lot of Canvas stories. You have to kind of be a no-lifer for that one. I genuinely dedicate like maybe 2 hours solid just being like, I'm going to find a book that I feel, and half the time I'm correct. So I'm usually like, half the time I'm often correct. So those smile you in the OG pic, it's probably me writing it in one of my alt accounts.
You actually bring up something interesting where you're talking about like you read through so many canvases and you pride yourself on finding that next story before it becomes big. With so many people in the platform, I know that it can feel like
it can be difficult for people to find your particular story. How do you guys navigate discoverability on a platform with so many stories on it?
I think that the best way
You
to
go
be
first on that one.
Oh,
No, you
I'm
go
sorry.
first.
Yeah, you can go. No, you're fine.
I think that the best way to become discoverable when it comes to your web comics is to promote it in ways like I have personally when it comes to making character sheets of all your characters and posting it like on your Instagram or your art page so that your following can get to know your characters as well as the storyline, more of the storyline. Get your characters involved in like little meme reels that you see that are so funny sometimes on Instagram. I've tried and I still am working on promoting my characters through those meme reels so that you can at least put your characters in those voiceovers and it could be so funny so that people can be like, oh, what's this story about? Mutual crush. What is that about? Let me discover it so they can go on your page and then find out about your story.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Yes, that one I cannot give advice on because webtoons was how I was learning these things.
Gotcha.
So like you need to put the character out there. That one I can say everything I've got from other people, I have applied it outside the comics. But I consider webtoon my safe space. I personally don't market the comic a lot. It is my this is my garden of refuge. But like if you on the OG side, like the ones that want to blow up, I can usually tell what's going to blow up about 3 chapters in. Like, oh, this will be like unknown, but it'll have a dedicated cult following. This one's going to get picked up before it reaches chapter 20. This one will be picked up once it's over. It's very easy to actually tell. Like after I've been on that platform. Okay, these days it's difficult because they have a lot of they're taking a lot from the Korean side of webtoons and translating them to English. They bring a lot of translations in. But like originally, you'd be like, I could probably figure out what's going to be picked up in a month. So I can say, as a person who reads a lot, typically, I read a lot of romance. I don't know what the action people are doing. Typically, within the first, hell yeah. Typically, within the first 5 chapters, I usually see one, it's webtoons, and so the thumbnail, your thumbnail image is the most important one. Like, I'd go with something that centers the female character. The guy character doesn't even need to be seen at all, but it can be something that like gives us the vibe. The vibe should be visible from the thumbnail, from the get-go. Chapter 1 should be more action-based, not like prologue, introduction, the girl woke up this morning. No, chapter 1 should be more like, the first few chapters should be more like immersing the reader in like the world as is. Like, let's say you're having a mafia romance. Don't start with how the girl's day started. Start with the mafia crimes. I didn't really...
Gotcha.
And then like circle back, and then circle back to how all those crimes are going to affect the reader. And if it's like going to be a cult classic, it's probably going to be under the horror or supernatural genre because they have some great stuff that they just don't pick up. What was it? There was one I followed. Okay, I think the author just got tired. Oh, sorry, I'm not even I think the author got tired, but it was my favorite one. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to give it a shout out, but I loved that story. And I hope that one day like they revisit it with time because it does take a while. But you can tell it's going to like start getting promotion when it's featured on like Canvas highlights, but it doesn't really go beyond that. And then they used to have the bannering. Sorry, right, my bad. My bad.
Sometimes webtoons. Sometimes webtoons does feature, like I ended up getting featured for Black History Month a couple years ago on webtoons, so I was really happy about that. Sometimes they have like little Valentine's Day features or Black History Month or for spring. They do things like that for Canvas. Stories. So that's really awesome. Just to jump on what you were saying, Lydia, about the comics and knowing what the story was going to be in like a couple of chapters, it's because the dang all manhwas are like basically all the same. Like they make the stories kind of repetitive. Like it's the same type of villainess, the same type of jerk guy, the same good guy, the same second male protagonist. It's all the same, really. I don't know why.
Yeah, that is genuinely an issue. That's one of my main issue I have with That's the main issue I have with the translated comics, is that I have probably read this story 6 to 7 times. And the only time I know that they're different is I have to differentiate them by hair color. See, this is the one with the pink-haired MC. This is the one with the blonde. And if the girl has like lighter hair, I will have darker hair. So like I'm always sure. Like it's exact. Genuinely speaking, I would be very surprised if I encountered 2 same colored hair NPCs, and they're so. Like I know what I'm here for. It's fast food. I'm not here for. I know what I'm there for. It's fast food. So like I know what I'm expecting. But I usually know I'm not going to be a big fan. How do I call it? How do I say it? I won't be the equivalent of a Swiftie for those comics. Yeah, I'll just be like a casual music person. But then there are some that you find that you're like, oh, I'm going to like dedicate a significant portion of my psyche to this book. And those are so hard to find these days, specifically. I'm not sure why. It used to
You
be
guys
like
actually bring up. I'm so sorry, Lydia. Continue.
Oh, sorry. I was just shrugging. I was like, it's fine. I'll find him eventually. I think I got cut off for a second there. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Both of you guys actually bring up some good points about what readers are interested in. Like, as people are creating stories, as you guys are creating stories yourselves, being strategic about how you introduce your stories and how you introduce your characters. As far as it goes, I think this is an interesting point. We only have a couple questions after this. For when you guys are creating your stories, do you kind of go off of what other creators are doing? Like you read a couple of other stories in your genre to kind of gauge what storytelling tips or tricks you might pull from other creators? Or do you guys kind of just create and just see how it fares against other people within your genre?
Well, I personally, when it comes to, for example, for me personally, when it comes to Mutual Crush, I was inspired by, oh my god, I'm so upset right now. The name of the manga just literally came out of my head. I was very inspired by like a kind of like a teen kind of rom-com. They actually just redid the anime, the second season of it. They put it on Netflix, I think. I forget what it is. I'm so sorry. But I was inspired by that story when I. What'd you say?
True Beauty? True Beauty?
No, not True Beauty. It was another one. It was an old school romance. It had the girl with the black hair, and everybody thought she was scary. But the boy in her class liked her the whole time.
I didn't think so.
Like Comey Can't Communicate?
I think so. Yes, I think that's it. She had like a bob with really long hair.
Yeah,
everybody thought she was scary. Yes, I was inspired by that when it came to the romance of the 2 male and female protagonists. But after that, I was like, you know what? I want to freestyle it where I make the boy have some insecurities where even though he might be handsome, he's insecure about his potential of being rejected. Because I know that rejection is a fear that all of us have a fear of. Especially if we really like somebody, sometimes you want to tell that person, but then you don't know about the unknown of being rejected or not. So I wanted to add that to my comic, as well as I didn't want them to be in high school very long. In my story, Mutual Crush, they're in their last year of high school, and then it goes on to adulthood. So I didn't want them to be in high school too long, because personally I don't like animes where it's just strictly kids. I like it when they grow up and age into maturity. So yes, I have been inspired by mangas, and you should be inspired by other mangas. There's nothing wrong with being inspired by someone's story and being like, wow, I really like that aspect of the story, and then wanting to put that into your own way.
Yes. I totally agree with that one. And also, like making webtoons can legitimately be a job. Like there are some people earning some doctors on that website, even as canvas people. Am I still online? Hey, so you can actually, how do I say this? How do I say this without? I don't mean plagiarism, but on the webtoon site, if you're like me, and there are two of us, and we have the same reading list, we're likely just reading the same thing. So you can actually gauge audience expectations. You can be like, oh, I love this manga. I loved this. I loved this. I won't use mafia romance again because I haven't actually read mafia romances in a minute. So what's current trend? The current trend right now is guide verse. That's going to come. I feel like that's going to hop off the BL side and come into the hetero side. But let's see. Let's say, oh, I want to write something about guides. Maybe I didn't like the aspect in this one. I'm going to twist it up a bit. You can usually expect the audience that read that one will just find yours as well in recommendations. And you can actually learn how to cater to an audience by doing that. Like, this is what the people want, and this is what I want. So you can like find a happy medium just by that's usually how I feel like drawing inspiration works, specifically for comics. Because like sometimes you're like, I'm making a story for me. I don't really care what anyone else is doing, how they feel about it. This is for me personally. And other times you're like, I really need other people to like hop on. I need like I need someone to see what I saw and what it could be. Both are great. One is that's the whole point of inspiration. But webtoons is neat because webtoons is neat because it has like a rare freedom. There's like equal opportunity. It's one of the few equal opportunities left on like social media platforms.
I do see that distinction that you made between making a comic that you want to make for yourself and then making a comic that's based off of like popular genres, where you basically like will take that popular genre and you know exactly how it starts, the conflict in it, the archetype, and you just go with that and just make it so it can blow the heck up. I can see that, but then also the personal side where you're like, I want to make a story that I like, I understand that. But, the only thing about making something that's popular is that you start losing like your drive. Like I haven't done that myself, but I can see how you can lose your ambition to want to continue it just because it's popular. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just putting that out there for artists who want to grow, that if you try to create something out of just strictly popularity, there is a high chance of you losing like your drive to want to continue it. Because you hear about artists having burnout, you hear about them going on hiatus, even when it comes to like the webtoons original artists, you hear about them going on hiatus for months, years, because of the fact that they're making these stories that are like really popular and the archetype and storyline of the story is very similar to others. You hear about them just burning out, versus when it comes to artists, and I'm not saying it's not impossible to burn out, but when you make an original story, since it's more of a storyline that you've worked really hard on to grow and make it an individual within itself, you have more passion behind it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yes. That's like, how do I say this? You're pouring out, in one hand, if you're drawing inspiration from others, you're doing two jobs in that you're collecting data and you're also pouring it out. But if it's from inside you, it's just like a constant geyser. So you can't get burnt out in both of them, but in one, you're only getting like half the labor, not like half the labor, but half the tiredness. Like, it
Mhm.
is work. It is genuine work.
It is work. But
It's
the work
really
isn't going to be seen the same as like I use myself as an example with that because back at like 2017, 2018, I used to have an art club that was very popular on Patreon. And it got to the point where I became drawing out of obligation. And I was obligated to draw for my patrons, but it was like I didn't have any freedom based off of the rules that I set for myself in the art club. They were very restricting. So it made me have extremely bad art block where I was like, I don't have the passion anymore to draw. That's why I'm saying for that artist who's doing something like for popularity's sake, you'll lose that passion where you'll be like, I can't literally come within myself to draw anymore. And I don't advise artists to get there because sometimes it can be really hard to get out of art block. Sometimes it could take a while. So that's why I said you always want to leave room where you are creating something out of your passion and something that you enjoy. You don't want to get too caught up in, I got to make it blow up. I got to make it popular. We all want to be there. I'm not lying. Okay. We all want to get there, but don't forget to nurture your soul as well. That's all I'm saying.
A bar. No, that's absolutely.
That's valid.
Yeah, so valid. You guys have dropped so many insightful thoughts and just general insights about the webtoon process. So thank you guys so much for that. As we wrap up, I do want to give you guys the opportunity to share where we can find you and where we can find your amazing work. I know that both of you guys have projects that are ongoing, so please, we'll start with Lydia. Tell us where we can find you online and if you have any projects you want to share.
Oh, okay, yes. You can find me at Poppyhin, I think, or at the Every Wish, because I use that on all my handles. That's across the board. Poppihin, because it's just a reference to popping bottles with Instagram models. No one really understands that one. So it's just Poppy. No one gets it. I learned that no one got it. I'm like, it's fine. I wrote it on, I was like a child when I made it, and I'm keeping it. So I'm working on Every Witch, and it's currently pilots out on YouTube. Comic is up on Webtoon. All can be accessed for free. So check it out before you run on next crowdfund. Check it out, and yeah, if you reach out via Instagram, I usually answer DMs. Please don't reach out via Twitter. I don't know how to answer their DMs. They added like so many passcodes. So that's me.
You can reach me by going on like my Instagram. My artist name is Gillyboo, GUILLY Boo. You can find me on Instagram. You can find me on YouTube. I have my Webtoon canvas on, of course, Webtoons. And my link is always in my bio. So go on my Instagram and you'll find everything I make.
Awesome. Well, thank you both so much for joining us again here at Ink and Panels. And thank you guys at home for tuning in thus far. We do have so much more for you throughout the weekend, depending on where you're watching. So stick around and check out the rest of the amazing panels during Ink and Panels Weekend Volume 2.
Yes.
Manga here.
White Manga here. Big shout out to Off Black, welcoming me back to Ink and Panels Volume 2. And today I'm going to share something that probably not going to get anywhere else, where I'm going to be correcting the artwork of a very new artist. A lot of you guys are aspiring artists, or at least some of you who will be interested in this, and you want to learn how to draw. And this is great to kind of get rid of some of the very early but very common mistakes. I see a lot of people making it. And I actually recognized these mistakes in myself when I was first starting out drawing. So kind of speeding the process and kind of getting them out of the way, I'm going to be taking some drawings where, using my own tutorials, he came up with a face, how to draw a face and how to draw eyes, kind of like building blocks. And you do these for a lot of the basic how to draw tutorials, and then you get into the more advanced and dynamic stuff. But either way, the principle remains in how to keep track of all these things, training your eye to spot errors and get better each time. You don't want to compare yourself to the greats already. You want to kind of compare yourself to you, making sure you're actually getting better over time. So these are the things to watch out for. And this particular artist is someone who's actually on my Patreon. Shout out to him. He's on a certain mentorship tier. So if people are interested in that, you can go check that out. It's on my Patreon. But you really have to, put the work in. And he's focusing mainly on learning to draw. And that's where this kind of came about. And you're going to be seeing, never before seen footage of me correcting this for him and letting him know all the things to watch out for. And these are very common things that I see in a lot of other artists as well, especially new artists. So these will apply to a lot of you. And it will also kind of give you a little glimpse into my mind and how I think about things when I'm putting together drawings. So the tutorials that I already have on my channel that are free, you can go watch those. Those help. But this is like in-depth homework where you kind of see me make corrections for him, and you will see that he will kind of improve over time. And hopefully you guys will find this very valuable, and maybe you spot some errors that you make that he's made, and then you kind of look forward to correcting as you move forward on your artistic journey. So without further ado, these are some of his drawings, drawing the human face. The way the videos are done, they're structured in such a way where it accommodates for art styles. So everything doesn't have to be perfect or one particular way of doing it, but there are things to watch out for, very secret, key things, foundational things, and that I'll correct here. And I think you guys will find this very valuable, as he did, as the comment suggests. So without further ado, I hope everybody at the event is having a blast, and hopefully this addition to your agenda is welcomed. It's White Manga, and I'm out. I'll probably be able to do this more in those meetings, but I just wanted to have a couple recorded ones just to see if it can help a little bit, right? If it can help you. And so here, I'm going to go through everything, and I want you to remember as much as you can. And just remember also that you should just take your time with it and really try to get it, and even experiment and try to develop things, right? So off the bat, and I'll try not to change too much of your original work. So off the bat, when you see stuff like this, you can try to imagine how much room you're leaving for the nose. Like, this might not necessarily be bad depending on the art style, right? So you might just have the nose there, and then in some ways you're kind of good, right? But what I think looks better always is to make sure that the eyebrows are kind of like an umbrella that really covers the eyes. So we pull that back. Pull this back to make sure that eyebrow covers everything. And automatically now, this to me looks better. Because if we draw a line down, the eyebrow covers the eye, like it engulfs it. And that's generally what you want to look for. look at real people, look at real faces, and most times that is the case. There are times where, there'll be some people whose eyebrows they barely have any eyebrows, so it doesn't do it. But you want to have a general standard for your style, at least for characters that are standard or traditionally attractive or whatever the case, just normal, whatever normal looks like for you. And generally, the eyebrows should cover. And the ends of the eyebrows, this part, it doesn't even need to cover that much. So it could be a little smaller there, right? But it should definitely cover here, right? Then if you watch that video, the lashes are thicker here. Then when you're drawing, the upper lashes are thicker. And then when you're drawing those lashes, if you want to add extra lashes to it, you just want to have a little bit more control as to what you're doing. And then connect the lashes over there. And then more control with the lashes. This is fine. You don't want it to be too dilated because it then can look weird. So the iris and pupil stuff, that can look a little smaller. You can have little dash lines depending on your style. So this generally is fine. You want the light source on the eyes, but you want to make sure if you have it on the left, it's on the left for both. Then underneath here, you can have a little simple line. And this is much better. Another reason why we made the eyes a little smaller, and stylistically you can add more stuff. Maybe this side has 2 lines, or the back has 2 lines here, and then you can have more lashes on the second line that's created. But another reason why you have more of this separation in the eyes, you don't want the eyes to be too close, is so that there's room for that nose, which would be around here, right? And that nose could be a dot like so, the nose could be a little triangle like so, the nose could be, however your style permits. Some people's nose is just a dot. It's really up to you, but you want to leave that room, this triangle room for a nose. So in everything we did so far, just don't forget the space in the nose, space for the nose, space for a nose, eyebrow umbrella, more connecting lines like you had with the upper lash and like a space. Now, it could be a stylistic choice, but just generally more purposeful lines. And purposeful and maybe also confident. Right? Eyebrows as well. You can think of eyebrows as 2 parts, like so. And then you kind of play with them to do the expressions. If you wanted something angry, it'll be like that. And that's where it's almost like the joint of the eyebrow over here, right? And then if you want something sad, it'll be like that. Right? You can think of it in that way. And again, there's different shapes for his eyebrows. Sometimes there's some eyebrows that only have the first part, which is still fine because you can then still do the sad, which would just be that and that. And maybe there isn't that much hair here, so it's faded for a stylistic choice. It's not, there is none of it. So we really only have that first part. And then it can have shapes of its own, whether it's a square or a circle. It's completely up to you. Another thing that you could have added was eyelids. Eyelids are not necessary all the time, but it's a choice. So just remember that is an option you have. It's question mark. So now, knowing that, let's try and see if we can have a speed run for the other characters. So same thing here. It does cover the eyes. But, you want some sense of symmetry in some cases. So if it's looking more like you just want to have it be identical a little better.
And so the style choice is okay here. Generally, I would like a little bit more. Like the shading in the eyes is not working for me, but again, maybe it works for you. That's fine. I'm just playing with it. And here, it's not identical in the sense that if one is over here, like you want it to be identical as possible. Like the eye is not doing exactly the same thing for both. That way, then you can have this here, how you can see how it's lower to the left. And so that means it's around here, meaning here and then the others here. Like the highlights need to really match. You can have a line to make sure, if you want to measure things just to see, it really needs to feel a little bit more identical than what you had. So take your time with these. Don't rush them. Sometimes you can have a little curl at the end of the lashes. And so these eyebrows do a little bit more of the umbrella thing. So it could be fine. And then you can have a nose like so. So these ones are not as bad. But again, you want it to be a little identical with the lashes for both eyes. Right? And so eyebrow, I'm just tweaking it just to show you how much freedom you actually have. But what you have here is not necessarily bad. So for instance, I could go here. Hey, there'll be hair, whatever, and so on and so forth. You can do whatever you want. These eyes, again, too close. Imagine where the nose is going to be. Remember all the stuff we said. So if I was doing those changes, when the eyes are too close, the character also looks kind of wonky and weird. So we got some unique eyes here. The expression, maybe one expression is doing one thing and the other expression is doing one thing. That's fine. The umbrella thing, it doesn't cover the whole eye. It doesn't, again, like I said, it doesn't always have to, but the parts of the eyebrows that meet, right, in this area, if you draw a line down, they should cover the eye. It's just going to make things a little better. And then you just want to make sure the eyes are spaced out enough so that you can really imagine where this nose is going to be. If the eyes are too close, it's like, where's the nose? So it already looks better there. Again, be identical and more purposeful with symmetry. It doesn't always have to connect, but at least with the lashes, try to be uniform. And I think this one's not as bad. This one's pretty good. The eye thing here, I believe this is a pupil. Pupil, iris, whatever it is. The one with the black dot in the middle. Again, right here, you kind of have it in the middle of everything. That is not correct. It should be towards the back. And if we're being super accurate, there's a slight bump in here, but you know, from a stylistic choice, you don't always have to show it. But here, and then eye here, eyelid here, right? These parts might not show. The upper is always going to be thicker, so you have lashes pop out right there. And that's it. And then sometimes we don't get to see all of the eye. Some of it is going to be cut off because maybe they have a very, very relaxed eye. Right there, line for the eyelid, and then eyebrow. Sometimes, especially from the side, it might actually be much thinner than you have here. And You have it like so. And this could be it. Here again, it's too close, but also the space from this side closer to each other is too far apart. Normally, the pupil and iris is usually the ones that are closer. Right? If you draw that line, it barely makes it, so it's kind of okay, but I just like to be in a safer, have those connect a little more. But again, like I said, it's too close. Give them a little bit more space. And keep this, just generally keep this in mind. Right? Usually the eyelid line probably gonna come back down. And that already looks better. I give a different kind of nose. Sometimes that's the nose. Or they're a dog or a cat. Whatever you want to do. So with this one, in fact, with these, I'm going to allow you fix these on your own. Then we come here. We've already kind of touched it. So you can fix these with what I talked about earlier. But I'll touch on the noses a little bit more in the sense that there are many ways you can do the nose. You can have one line and then just a dot there, dot there. You know, the lips that you have here is not that bad. But again, just try to be more symmetrical. And that's just having it be, not with the nose, but at least with the mouth, the eyes, things like that. I think you can be more symmetrical with stuff. When you separate apart, again, you want it to be more chill. And usually when you want characters kind of to look ahead, you can cut that eye thing in half. But, you know, maybe they're just really eye open. You can have it still be at the top and have some of the top be cut. You kind of did that a little bit. And so it's not that bad. Then here's what I want you to keep in mind on these ones. Again, we have that eyebrow thing. Do more. It's almost like a two-parter, right? Then the next one thing I want you to remember is sideburns. The sideburns, here the character doesn't have any sideburns, and characters will generally have sideburns, so that's where the hair kind of comes to the sides. You don't have that, right? So try to have that. The neck, they don't always do that. You know, the neck can just come straight down. They don't even have to be too long, and then that's that. The ears, there are many ways you can do ears. It's okay if this is your style for ears, but they're better. I recommend do more research for better ears. That's one. Sometimes you can have it be simpler and just like this. That's two. But these ones, the lines are just kind of too disconnected. I don't know what's going on. So you can have ears a little better. Sometimes the shape of the ears can be better, can be doing that. It's really up to you. But I'll practice a little bit more on the ears, and then you can fix those. And then the last thing I'll say, so here's the sideburns. Fixing sideburns. Your characters here were not having any sideburns. Fix the eyes and the mouth. For the most part, these are not that bad. But map out where the hair is going to come out from, and it's usually going to do these. And this is where the hair is going to come out from. And if this is the shape of the head, then you could have had more volume for the hair.
right? It can go a little higher. Don't be afraid. Overall, you know, the confidence will come, but just take your time and that can happen, right? You know, thicker lines for the upper lashes. And try to make each, again, like I said, symmetry. And these are already making it look better. Here, when you have that line, see this red line? Then that means this whole widow's peak area, it'll actually come like this. If you're doing this hairstyle. And then we see some lines for that, some lines for that. So you map out where the hair is going to grow from. And then you have these lines to just indicate hair strands. And that already improves it. Again, symmetry on that jaw, but for the most part, what you had there was not bad. Sideburns, symmetry, purposeful lines, space, you know, the mouth and all that, the position of that's not that bad. With these ones, again, too close. Too close, and the way you know you're getting too close is if it extends past these eyebrows. So if we have these eyebrows, you can even do stylized eyebrows. As long as this part of the eyebrow, you draw a line down and it's covering the eyes, then you're good. Give this a little curl. Highlights. Curl. Highlights. If you wanted a defined bridge of a nose, that's fine. For the nose, sometimes you can just go a little, you know, want it a little higher. Sometimes a smaller mouth. It's more pristine, more feminine, whatever. And then you have that. Again, no sideburns. Sometimes, unless the character literally has none, but most people do. So, again, right? You come here and you add that. Yeah, you add that. And then the ears, usually for feminine characters, the ears can be, you can do ears that are they're smaller. But it's not always, what you have there is not necessarily bad, but the lines for the ears also still need improvement. And then I'll have you fix these ones. But again, remember, you map where the hair is going to come out of, make sure there's sideburns, and then fix everything else, right? Because here it looks like his hairline is literally the same shape as his head. So I would say map where hair comes out, map the hair growth, whatever, like one of them doctors. Hairland, and then volume. Don't be afraid. You can actually add volume, hair volume. And then fix the rest with the eyes and the nose and the mouth and the ears. And the same for these. I think there's stuff you can fix. And sometimes that mapping can be different. Some hair maps will look different. There's a hair video I can actually point to that should help. But the video that you're working with right now kind of touches on all these. But again, the space of the eyes and the symmetry, for sure, that definitely needs work. And then the purposeful lines. Sometimes with the feminine characters, you can have more defined lips. You can experiment with makeup for, whatever. Low lashes is another thing. Nude designs, maybe she has one of those blushy, whatever. And then you can fix this to the necks. They can just be a little, just a little better. This character's face is very wide, and sometimes you don't want the space in between. Again, it depends on your style, so this might not necessarily be bad, but I'm a fan of pulling the mouths a little bit, just a tiny bit higher. And then also, when you map the space for where the hair comes out of, you still want to make sure there's enough space for the forehead. And so you're not mapping it too close to the eyebrows. Don't map hairline
too close to eyebrow. Right? So I think with these, you should be able to fix all of them, and then you should be able to fix these too. And I'll be curious to see what you do. Try not to make the heads so wide. Not so wide heads. I'm noticing that. When you draw that initial circle, I can see that your circle is doing a little bit too wide. Try the literal opposite, where the circle, that initial circle, is a little bit more oval. Or a perfect circle, but definitely not wide in this way like American football. And again, I still have the sideburr things, the hairline, hair. So that means the hair is, you need a little bit more volume, right? So the head overall too wide. The necks, they're not. Your necks are kind of curving like this. Sometimes that's fine, but you can, give a little bit more volume. I think it generally would be better if the head wasn't as wide. And then experiment with the mouth being just a smidge higher, and then coming up with a more uniform way you draw noses, just to start out. And then there's still all the same stuff to fix with the eyes. If we draw this line straight down from the eyebrows, it's not recovering. And then you have it, remember I have the eyebrows like this. Yours over here is doing the opposites, where that peak happening over here instead of like here. But that's okay. It could be a stylistic choice. I just want you to be aware of these things so you're more conscious about them. The line art also, I'm noticing when you draw the lines, they just kind of stop like that. Try to draw in a way where you're loose and you're just drawing strokes, right? And coming up with clean lines. I'll attach more videos that I think should help, especially when working with trying to get smooth lines in digital software. But these are the tweaks for now.
It doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
I want to get into the field, and next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively, and it just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection. And my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
it doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
I want to get into the field, and next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively, and it just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection. And my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Hey everybody, my name is Jamal Carr. I am a recent graduate of the illustrious Bowie State University in Bowie, Maryland. My bachelor's in art and science with in visual communications, digital media, and concentration animation, motion graphics. So I went to school for animation, but while I was there, I also founded Bowie State's first ever Black Nerd initiative called New Blurred Order, where it is a space for students to come be able to authentically express themselves without any fear of any fear of judgment or scrutiny, and be able to learn, take care of each other, and try to grow that family aspect on the campus. We are in a panel of what it is like working as artists, as a working artist in comics and animations. This is panel 15. You guys can introduce yourself, please. Love to know you guys who you are.
That's crazy. Hi guys, I'm Astronym, aka Astro. I'm a comic artist, a colorist, and an illustrator. I have a BFA in graphic design as well as a minor in communication, and I've been doing this drawing thing for a very, very long time. I guess I'd say my favorite things to draw are colorful, vibrant, quirky characters. I love horror. I love spacescapes, sci-fi, Afrofuturism, etc., etc. And can I say my Can we give like a favorite thing? Like, what would be the topic? Like a favorite
Yeah,
thing?
definitely.
Like, okay, so I'm inspired by movies and anime. I'm a big cinephile, and I'd have to say my top favorite anime right now. It's always hard to have a top one, so I'll give you my top three: JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Which part? You have to be specific.
Diamond is Unbreakable, of course.
All right.
That's boy right there. I'd say if I'm going old school, it's gonna be either Inuyasha or Cowboy Bebop are tied, and one more new school. It's hard because I'm really loving Witch Hat Atelier, but Free Run Beyond Journey's End are my faves right now.
Cool. I guess. Oh, then I guess I'll go. Hi, my name is Bree Novitskas, and I am a storyboard revisionist that works in the animation industry. I currently work on King of the Hill, the revival or continuation. I'm on the season 16, and I've been working in animation for almost 10 years at this point. 4 years in production management, and then as a storyboard revisionist on shows such as King of the Hill, as I mentioned, Sophia the First Royal Magic, and oh my God, why am I blanking on what I did? And Mini Botunes, Camp Mini, Pet Hotel, Jessica's Big Little World, for a little bit of freelance. And I also was a production coordinator on the Proud Family Louder and Prouder, and PA design coordinator and post coordinator on Mira Royal Detective, another Disney Junior preschool show. But in addition to working professionally in the industry, I am also a indie animation showrunner, currently producing my own indie series called The Three Tomes. It is a YA queer coming of age story about a young Black teen witch in the 2010s Midwest who gains magic powers from an ancient tome and must capture spirits, face a mysterious foe, and deal with two vampire boys that are after her heart. So it's Twilight and the Vampire Diaries meets Cardcaptor Sakura, but let's make it Black and a little more queer. And it's a love letter to all the things that I enjoyed as a millennial teen. I'm 32 years old and I have a daughter. And but I never saw myself in those types of stories. So I was like, I'm gonna just do my own thing, you know? Yeah, and I'm also an advocacy organization founder. I founded the group Black and Animated, I co-founded it with my creative partner, Wayman Singleton, but I am no longer part of it at the moment, just doing my own thing. We are doing a podcast called Keeping You Animated as well. So I've done a lot of stuff, but I'm gonna stop yapping now and let Kennedy take the floor.
No, keep yapping. It's okay. I'm invested.
No, Kennedy, hype yourself up. I love you. You're great.
Hi, my name is Kennedy Freeman, or Kenzie, if you want to call me that. I am a storyboard artist, prop designer, PA, and a studio owner. When I first got into the industry, I worked at DreamWorks as a production intern for Fright Crew. And then once I graduated from Savannah College of Art and Design, I went on to working at Disney TVA as a prop and storyboard intern for Monsters at Work and Alice's Wonderland Bakery. And then right after that, I went on to working at Titmouse as a PA for Beavis and Butthead. During that time, I had a chance to work in anime, to which I wound up working for Tonari for just a bit. And then I wound up making my own studio called Love Letter Studio, where we wound up working on animes like One Piece, Precure, Solo Leveling, a few like 50 other productions. So that's where we're at right now. We're currently making our own series as well called Towards Galaxy's End. And yeah, that's a bit about me. It just kind of sped ran that, but it's nice to meet everyone.
Cool. All right, so I think it's my turn. I don't know what Marcus Williams, aka Marcus the Visual Online. Listen, man, there's resume stuff, and y'all listen. You need to know is I love characters. I'm a character designer by heart. I've been working for over 20. I gotta say 2 decades now. Over 2 decades as just a freelancer and industry artist. I got my start working on Powerpuff Girls. Back right out of high school. That was my first job. Since then, I've just been doing freelance, and I've done comic work. I've done animation work. I was the lead character designer for Young Love on Max. That was cool. So that was my entry into animation. I've done work for Marvel, DC, comic companies. But then started working on some independent comic stuff with my partner Greg Burnham. We self-publish Tuskegee Airs, Flames of Destiny. We've been doing that since 2016. It's a lot of work. We're our own publisher, but it's I co-write that with my partner and I do the art. But yeah, it's just been doing a lot of industry and personal work. My passion is creative, like creating visual solutions. So a lot of people think that art is my passion, and it's not. I just it's the cheapest of my outlets that I can actually express myself with, and there's many more avenues that I want to take on, which include everything from film, animation, video games, and more. So hopefully, if there's questions asked, it hopefully can help someone else kind of navigate their journey moving forward. No tool on this planet can prevent somebody from being creative. AI is not stealing your creativity. It's not stealing your ability to be creative or make new things or enjoy art. So hopefully, if you guys can take me as an example, I create all the time. Nobody's stealing my creativity. I'm an original human. None of my ideas are being taken by anybody. So that's what I want to talk about.
All right, great.
Y'all kind of left me hanging on the nerdy tip. Like, ain't nobody said they favorite or nothing. So I'm feeling a little.
That's okay. That's okay.
I mean,
We got time. We got time. Oh, and it's wild work. First off, I want to say this is the last thing. Listen, it's wild work. After we get off of this, y'all didn't hear that little chick. Somebody need to change their fire alarm battery after this interview. One or more of y'all have chirping
Not
fire
mine.
alarm.
Okay, so
I want to just put that
words.
out there. If y'all ain't check y'all batteries, go check your battery. It can't be mine. Y'all can actually see mine is off. It's right in the background, right there. You see that little thing? It's disconnected, so it can't be mine. So I just want y'all to protect yourself in your house. Go change that battery. It's a C battery. All right. I hear it chirping every 30 seconds. I just want y'all to know. Y'all get used to hearing it.
It's the
and y'all
blackest
forget it's
panel
happening.
ever.
That's all. Okay. Love.
Cool. Do you want me to know? I'll definitely answer Astra's anime stuff. I'm a big Bleach fan. I've been Bleach hardcore from beginning from beginning of manga to Thousand Year Blood War manga and anime, and able to like watch the differences from when Tite Kubo did the from his manga and adaptations to anime. I just heard Bleach is getting its Hellverse arc, so I'm excited for that. I'm a very big Bleach fan. I always tell everybody that. But if we can move on to these questions, so I want to make sure. As one of you guys know, as a recent graduate in animation, I'm actually very excited because this is really up my alley. But I also dove into business administration, business management, because that's what I've been doing and on the side, which looked like my main thing when I was in school. But I definitely wanted to understand more in the industry, because unfortunately my school wasn't able to provide a bigger knowledge gap for us. Instead, it was very selective on who really knew the inner works versus how they got everybody the inner works of the industry. So I'd definitely love to learn from you all. My first question is, as artists, many of us start with a passion before understanding the business side. What was your transition from a student artist or general artist to professional artist?
Who we ask? Is general
question? This is open to everybody.
So it's asking one. You said was the transition
from just being from a regular or student artist, like you said, if you came out from school straight into working in the industry, and I just want to see where this is anybody can answer, but want to know what was your transition like.
I can throw mine in because it's quick. I could have worked for Cartoon Network longer, but the transition of when I started working on Cartoon Network, Powerpuff Girls, they gave me a character Bible, and it was this thick for real. I could probably find it one day, but they're like, this is how you draw it. There's no iterations of this. Don't change nothing. Style is this. It had to look like the cartoon. I was working on the comic pages, and that frustrated me. And I was like, yeah, but I can get more expression out of Mojo Jojo because I'm drawing them from this angle. That's not in the Bible. He was like, Marcus, no, there is no iteration. Don't change nothing. Draw it like the Bible said. I was like, but that's whack. That I can't. He's doing something that's not in the little character book. Let me it's gonna make it look. He was like, no, that's not why we hired you. Do what's in the Bible. Don't ask no questions. That's not your job. You'd have to actually be up here in the creators, sector to change it, because the creator of Powerpuff Girls drew this Bible. He gave you all the directions. Follow it. No iteration. And it frustrated me enough to say, I don't want to work for this company. I was dumb enough to not understand that's what an industry artist is supposed to do. They're hiring you not for your style or your iterations or unless you get into the character creation or character design, they're not asking you the artist at this point to make changes to the style. I didn't understand that. And I said, you know what? I don't like these rules. And then I exited, after I did my stint, I was like, nah, it's not free enough for me. And I didn't realize that I probably lost like a good car worth of money. I could have bought a car if I would have stayed there. But industry wise, that I quickly learned that is the standard. They hire you to match a style. If you go work for Pixar and you're working on a project, you don't get to draw your style while everyone is drawing the style of the movie. You have to match a style. You have to learn and grow and kind of fit into a box they set for you. Even working on Hair Love, Young Love, I'm sorry, I keep calling it Hair Love. They had a style that I had to match, even though I was the lead designer for the characters. They had 5 characters already designed. I had to match that style. If I iterated off of that style, they're like, this doesn't feel the same as the other characters. And I had to adjust. So that was my frustrating, but very, very clear cut, distinction coming from just, I get to draw what I want, how I want to. You're getting paid to draw how we tell you to. So it was frustrating, but I learned quick. And it did help me overall as a designer and a character designer and an artist to understand, once you get hired for this suit, you got to fit into the suit and push the whole project forward because everybody's doing the same thing. So
I will say for me, I started making money from my art when I was like 13. As soon as I could open a PayPal account, I was taking commissions on DeviantArt, for Affinity, personal commissions from people, et cetera, et cetera. And I kind of jumped into the deep end of having a business without actually knowing what I was doing. So in making the money early, I learned what customer service was. I learned what meeting deadlines was. I learned what timelines were. I learned how to set myself up for success pretty early, and it came with its own trial and errors. You'll get paid for something, then realize you don't want to draw, and you have to like put your ego aside to make it happen. From there, I decided, okay, I knew that early that I wanted to go into this industry professionally, and when I decided to go and get my BFA, it wasn't because I necessarily needed needed it in a technical sense, but more so because that's what I thought that the industry wanted, was for you to have a bachelor's degree. That's what all the job descriptions were saying. And unfortunately, I didn't get to go to an art school, so I just kind of had to make my way. At the same time, while I was pursuing that degree, I was on Twitter, I was on Instagram, I was on Tumblr, I was pushing my stuff. Anytime I saw a call for artists, I put whatever I worked on up, the best of my work, or even some of my sketches, giving people a variety of things to look at because I knew I wanted to be in the industry. I communicated, my first big break was actually going to E3 and on a general admissions badge and just talking to people, which became a big thing for me to get where I am, was talking to people, networking, making friends, putting myself out there. I managed to get a character design role for a mobile game that never released. So, but it was my first big break. My second one would come when I applied for Scholastic's mentorship program, where my mentor actually ended up hiring me to color the Piggy graphic novels. Piggy Permanent Detention, and is where it started. And then I ended up doing the other 3 books after that. From there, I jumped into coloring for Oni Press, which was the Incredible graphic novel written by Rodney Barnes. So those were my entries into like the publishing industry. But outside of that, I also do the indie sphere. So I'd say the transition required a lot of versatility, a lot of coming out of myself. It required having some business savviness. I have taken entrepreneurship courses to better my business sense and evolve as a freelancer. So I do recommend, if you can get into an entrepreneurship course as an artist, take it, because you learn the people skills, you learn what you need as a business, you learn some of the accounting, some of the how to be accountable for when you aren't able to deliver properly. So it does just kind of depend, but it has helped me out a lot, throwing myself into different buckets like that.
I guess for me, like the transition from like doing, because the question was like just how we like transition to like breaking in to, right? Or
Yeah.
Well, for me, like I went to college for animation from, oh God, 2000, oh God, it's a while ago, 2011, 2015. But I didn't break into professional industry like right away. I stayed in Chicago. I'm from Chicago originally. I just live in LA now because that's where all the work is. It's too expensive here. Don't move here unless you got work. It's too much. Oh God. But yeah, like I did not break in right away, and it was a little disheartening because I saw some of my peers get jobs, but then I kind of just checked myself like, no, everybody's path is different. You know, you will get things in your own time. You know, your blessings will come to you when they need to, and it did. I broke into animation in 2018 after moving to LA, and that's kind of what I had to do. I had to leave Chicago, move out to Los Angeles with 3 other people and their 2 cats in a 2-bedroom apartment. I'm allergic to cats, so I had to deal with that. So it was a lot, but we made it work for a year. And yeah, I just like worked in graphic design as well for a hot minute because that's what paid the bills. I didn't study graphic design. I just fell into it doing digital design work and also doing commercial storyboards as well, or beat boards rather, with working with copywriters and stuff. So that was my experience with that. But it took a lot of like kind of like what you were saying, Astro, like coming out of your shell and like being a bit more upfront with people about what you want to do. Because I'm an extremely shy person. I'm neurodivergent as hell. I have ADHD and anxiety disorder. So I am very shy, and I didn't really know how to talk to people very well, even though I'm yapping right now, but I'm good at masking. Haha. And my first year in LA was very much just like trying to survive and find work, and I found more graphic design work. But it wasn't until I started reaching out to people who were PAs, storyboard revisionists, production coordinators, telling them what I wanted to do, networking, and just like making genuine friendships with people, where they saw that I was committed to it, that I was serious, that they felt like they could vouch for me and share my resume and whatnot around. And I got interviews, I got some storyboard tests, and ultimately, after about a year and a half of being in LA, just working in graphic design, I finally started working at Wild Canary as a PA on Mirror Royal Detective. But going from like school to working in graphic design to animation, even though that's what I wanted to do, it was kind of tough because I had to take a $10,000 pay cut. Because working in production management, a lot of people don't know, when you work in production management, you make significantly less than your artist counterparts. I'm always transparent about wages. As a storyboard revisionist, I make about $2,000, $2,200 a week, so it's about 50 something an hour right now. But as a PA back in 2016, I was making $600 a week, $400 after taxes for take home. That's not a lot of money, but I broke into the thing that I wanted to do. So it was very much a financial leap of faith as well in order to get to where I wanted to be eventually. And then just transitioning over to the indie sphere as well, which we can probably, I'm sure we'll get into even deeper later, but doing indie work, that's also kind of been interesting, just sort of being able to take my experience working professionally and adding that to an independent professional sphere, managing people and working with a team, because some people can do indie stuff by themselves. I have a very small child and not a lot of time, so I need to delegate, need help. So that's the TLDR version of my story there.
Hard out here.
I'll also add on, I didn't that degree that I went to school for, I didn't get hired for any of those jobs that required
Oh
that
yeah,
degree. So I will
I
also
would
put out
agree.
there, like, it's gonna be tough at first. Like it is tough, but the connections that you do make are gonna be what keep you from falling into the pit, into the void,
I would also agree. The degree that I have a bachelor's in cinema arts and science.
Mhm.
That don't mean nothing. I didn't get hired from that.
Yeah. Didn't get
That
hired. Graphic design. No.
I can say, man, in the over 20 years, no job has ever said, "Oh man, we would have liked to hire you, but you don't have a degree, so we're sorry." No one has ever asked for a degree, ever. And actually, I've actually seen people that have degrees and they just got weeded out because it doesn't matter unless you can perform. So yeah, that's one of those harsh things. I just did a talk at a local university here in Georgia. And I'm just like, I want to tell them the truth, but I don't want to squash. They graduate next week. I don't want to squash their joy. I'm like,
But
good job.
I will say, though, if you are in a degree program for the industry that you want to go to, stay connected to your classmates because y'all are going to need each other.
Network across.
Yes. They like those are going to be the people that hold you up when they make it up the ladder. So stay with your people, make bonds with those people, because you never know who they'll come across. You never know who you'll come across that you could help somebody else. For me, when there's like a job or like a commission or a project that I can't do, I am usually pushing that person towards one of my friends, because why would I gatekeep an opportunity that could absolutely be somebody else's shining career breaker? So
I can definitely say that for sure. I've had situations where I'm a very social butterfly unintentionally. I just like to talk. So I just be around. Whenever we go out to as a group to like events or conventions, they just see me talk to one person and then turn around and I'm like around another corner and they're like, how did I get there so fast? But I've had a lot of situations where there was someone who was talking to me about like graphic design work, and I'm like, I know I'm not as prevalent, but I know this guy. And then I send him to that person, and then my friend comes back to me and like really appreciates me helping them with that opportunity. But I definitely understand the not wanting to gatekeep and make sure like if I find something that works for me, but I find something else that worked better with one of my friends, I make sure I pass the information along, because like you said, we have to like stay together, we got to work together, stay in touch, and never know what each person's able to find. Because I've ever been on the other end of that where someone's like sent me somebody who was definitely up my alley. Another question I want to move to, were there any misconceptions you had working in comics or animation before you entered the field? This is a general question.
Misconceptions, like just things that we wish that we like kind of perceived that weren't the reality, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, I touched upon it before about like the money thing, because that's just so important that I guess that I thought that all animation jobs were equal in terms of like pay scale, which was not the case at all. And again, working in production management, it was very much a wake-up call of like, being in production, like this job is the backbone of any type of animation production that exists. Like you can't get anything done without your production management team, and yet they make 2 times less than the artist side, which isn't super fair. And that was just sort of a wake-up call for me as a young, doe-eyed PA breaking in, and I was like just kind of very surprised by the price tag, because I was making way more as a graphic designer at a job that was kind of just soul-sucking a little bit, because I was just pixel pushing, dealing with assets like all day, making like digital banner ads for movies and stuff. It was It was very mind numbing. I hate certain movie posters with a passion now because I had to stare at them for hours. Uncle Drew, hate that movie poster. Never gonna watch that movie. Spy Who Dumped Me, never gonna watch that movie. Hate that poster. Sure, it's fine, maybe, probably, but I did no. Bohemian Rhapsody, never watching that movie. Hate that poster. But yeah, just like the pay transparency, I think, was the sort of thing that was my like kind of wake up call for animation, and also that this is still a job at the end of the day. Like working at Disney, I've had people tell me like, "Why are you so stressed? It's like the happiest place on earth." Sincerely, and I have had to say, it's still a job though. It's still a job. Like I got deadlines, I got notes that don't make sense, I got things that are going on in the job that are a little silly, but you got to do it because that's how you're getting paid. You know, it's not your vision. You know, Marcus, you brought it up about how like, you know, this is not your show, this is someone else's show, and you have to fit their vision. So even though it's frustrating, you gotta do it. You know, so it's a job, and yeah, that's sort of my experience with it. Just sort of being aware of those kind of things.
Yeah.
I can name a few. One, growing my social media would mean that I would get work. Nope, those numbers don't mean anything. You have to go and get it. You absolutely have to be cold emailing people when it comes to comics, cold emailing, putting yourself on these directories that people have for artists. Like one of them is the cartoonist. Why am I blanking on this? I'm sorry, it's early. But there's a cartoonist directory. It is also a union of people who are advocating for better treatment in the comics industry, in the cartoonist industry, etc. They do research on the pay scales and are very upfront about helping each other, as well as it's the Cartoonist Collective. One second, let me get this because I want to get this right. The Cartoonist Cooperative. Okay, yeah, the Cartoonist Cooperative. I'm sorry. So look into them. There's one for Black artists as well that was being upkept for a while, but I think that the person on Twitter stepped away from that as well. Posting your stuff on Portfolio Day, following these agents on social media, because sometimes they'll post what they're looking for, and you might be the fit for that. It's a lot of ego death. Like just because you have 100K, 200K followers on social media does not mean that you're going to get the work. And I don't even have that. So that's definitely one of the misconceptions that I had, was further growing my reach on social media would land me exactly what I wanted to do. It won't.
That's true. For me, I would say in comics, you said, right? So I assumed, especially back in the my first job, that it was gonna be this bullpen, experience, which is what I heard coming up, and everybody, in New York got to work in one building, and everybody, the inkers over there, pencils over there, directors looking over your shoulder. I thought it was gonna be like that, so I was really excited. Oddly enough, it wasn't far from it. My first comic was Hero Cats of Stellar City, and I got to work. I was freshly divorced. I had 2 kids, staying at my mom's house, and I didn't have a car. So the guy that owned the comic shop, he knew I didn't have a car at the time. He's like, "I'll just come pick you up. You can work at the comic shop." I was like, "All right, bro." But that was my only source of income at the time. I was like in between, work and all this stuff. So sure enough, it was bullpen like. The inker was there. I was the penciler of the book. The writer was there. So it felt very much like that. But soon after that project was over, I did that for like 2.5 years. Is you in front of your computer until 3 a.m. by yourself, and even if you have help, sometimes I get inkers to help on Tuskegee Airs or something, or colorists or something like that. It's still very solitude. It's you're in your own bubble. So that misconception that it's going to be a team effort and you're surrounded by a team energy saying, yeah, we're going that's a misconception that died very quickly after that project, because everything else since then is just I'm on, I'm on line art, inks, colors, word balloons, editing, writing, all of that stuff. And I'm just in my own space, in this space right here. But it's a misconception that technically doesn't have to be, because even during the pandemic, I was working on, I was working with Sony, but we had these meetings every day. So it felt social-ish, because you got to see each other's work and be like, oh, that background is dope. And that's so cool. And it was still nice to have feedback about what you're working on, which I assume the bullpen for comics would have been. But you have to do like a month worth of drawing and it's just you in your own space. I don't mind being alone, but that was my misconception about comics. I thought it had to be this group effort. It was going to form Voltron and everybody's doing the same kind of push at the same time. Technically it is, even if you're working from different spots of the world, it doesn't feel the same as that bullpen. So, but I got used to it. I don't like it. I would prefer the bullpen, but it is definitely a misconception that young people still have. They're like, oh yeah, man, why don't y'all start your own studio? Why don't y'all be like I was like, y'all think Marvel has like this big building that everybody goes into work? Like, nah, bro, that's if black folks, group together and they team up on a book. I've done covers for plenty independent artists and things, tons of black folks. And I'm like, I'm still at my house. We formed Voltron adjunctly, in different spots, but it's no one roof concept. And I was like, that would be a lot of rent and travel and gas money, and I don't want to pay that. So yeah.
Okay. I have Kennedy still. All right, cool.
Oh no, I'm here.
Okay, cool. If you have any misconceptions, definitely I would like to hear from you.
I think a misconception that I guess I had going to college was that when you get a job in the industry, you're set for life if you're at a studio, because that's something that a lot of schools do teach, where it's like, oh, you got your job at Disney, or oh, you got your job at DreamWorks. Not necessarily saying that you'll stay at that studio. You'll obviously have to keep going to different ones or bouncing around from project to project. But they teach us that like once you're there, you're set. But the reality of it is it's always going to be one fight after another, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it is something that I feel schools should let students know, that like you still have to keep I don't want to say being the best, but you have to keep making sure eyes are always on you in order for you to get those projects. You always have to keep networking to make sure that you're ahead of the game or on top of things. And it's a lot, but I don't know. That's one of the misconceptions that I feel students should know about, or people trying to break into the industry should know about.
Okay. I have questions to give for the animation side. For animation artists, what parts of the pipeline you think people underestimate the most?
Production management. I'm going to keep saying it.
Production.
People underestimate production artists.
You
because
said what part that people
underestimate
of animation pipeline?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna say my piece again, that like people underestimate production management just because like again, having worked on both sides of the pipeline, I've heard artists say like sometimes producers and production are the enemy, and it's like sometimes some people are jerks on art and production management side, but like you can't do anything without your coordinator. Like your coordinator is not your enemy. Your PA is not your enemy. They're just there to help make sure you get your stuff done on time. Because if you leave everything to artists, you're gonna noodle everything forever. That's why I didn't feature like they noodle everything like forever. It takes so long. But in TV, like you got to be a lot quicker about it. And production is there to help have those like, come to Jesus talks with you about just making sure stuff gets made and gets done. It's okay to like let it go and like move on to the next thing in the pipeline. Like you can't hold on to it as an artist. Like I know we love our art, we love our, especially and writers too, like you love your words, but you gotta keep going. You gotta make it go down the pipeline. And yeah, I don't know. I just think that like, and sometimes people treat PAs badly, being like, oh, you shouldn't be speaking up in the room, and that's not okay. So yeah, I don't know. This is been my experience over this past like almost a decade of just seeing people feel weird about production management when like they're there to help you, they're not your enemy. Again, like some producers can be kind of weird, but 9 times out of 10, your production team is there to try to just get it going,
From my experience, I would say quality control is I think underestimated, because the EPs could say they like something, the artist can get the assignment, you work on it for days, and you come back, and the EP can be like, I don't like it. Like, wait, this is what you asked for. Yeah, but I'm just not. It's not the right. Something's wrong. And then it's like there was an issue that I saw, and it really stood out to say, if the EP, executive producers, or the people running the actual vision of the show don't know how to communicate what's wrong, and they're talking to a group of people from all over the planet, different backgrounds. If you say it's just not vibing, but you don't know how to express that artistically, you don't know how to break it down, what's wrong? Is it the composition? Is it the pose? Is something kinetically not you don't like the fold in the pants? Yeah, but it's also the vibe. I was like, all right, so do you have any examples? Can you show me something? If you cannot quality control based on the language that the actual crew and the staff need to help bring that thing to the quality you're looking for, it could actually stifle the whole production. I've had one issue, and it was glasses, that took 2 weeks to approve. We had 2 separate meetings over 2 weeks saying, I like this, but I don't like this. We drew 7 different versions of it, and then she came back to the first one I drew. I was like, what about this one? I was like, that's the first one I did 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I like this one. Yeah. All right, that's good. I have that one. I can send it right now. So, but it's like it took 2 weeks of just going back and forth and not knowing how to communicate it. So I would say quality control and being able to communicate efficiently. If you don't know art terms, but you're at the top and you had a whole crew of artists that need those terms and need those breakdowns to say what's wrong, why are we missing the mark, you're going to have a stifled production, and it's going to just kind of go in circles. So that was my experience. It was frustrating too, because I had to bite my tongue a lot. It was like, is this character going to be looking that way? You mean in animation, is she going to permanently be looking to the left? No, that's just the pose. No, that's just the pose, man. That's just the pose. And I was like, I'm telling this the EP, and I'm just like, nah, bruh. She's not going to permanently be looking to the left. That's going to change in animation. She's going to look everywhere. Yeah. Okay, because I was right there. It doesn't feel like the rain. I was like, bruh, you getting paid more than me. I can't believe that's something I got to explain to an EP. But that's the reality of some of those things. So, but yeah. Thank y'all. I got to go take my daughter.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate y'all. Y'all be good. Change that battery. All right, y'all. Peace, y'all.
I know. I guess quickly in my experience for animation, I'm siding with Bree with production. Bree said everything that needed to be said for the West side of things, so I'm gonna say what's happening in the East when it comes to anime, where production is so stressed out when it comes to a lot of stuff. In Japan, at least, if you're a production assistant, typically speaking, they expect you to also do the recruiting. They expect you to micromanage the episode in full to make sure all of the shots are done. And then you have to stick through with that to the very end. And sometimes, like, you won't finish an episode until, like, usually, like, 8 hours before the episode is supposed to air in Japan. So it's it can be a lot. I've heard stories of production having to actually take an airplane to a different country to hunt down the artists to have them turn in their shots. So when I say production goes to war, production goes to war.
I feel like I've only seen that in like manga where like the artist will draw a little comic of the editor chasing them down for the manuscript.
Oh,
I
it's
didn't know that was
true.
real.
It's real.
Yeah, it is
Oh my
real.
God.
I was talking to a colleague of mine during Anime NYC last year. He was like, "Yeah, like someone didn't turn in a shot, so we flew to China and knocked on his door, and he tried to like hide, but we were like, we see you. If you don't open the door, we're gonna call the cops and think you're dead." And I'm like, "Oh."
Sheesh.
That is length. Oh my. Okay. Do you think independent creators have more opportunities now than before?
I'd say absolutely. Especially with like the advent of the fact that like so much stuff is online. There's better ways to. Oh, I am. I'm muted.
No.
No.
Oh, you just couldn't hear me for a second. Sorry. I was gonna say, yeah, I think absolutely that creators like have like better ways to go about making independent work these days, just because like there's just so much stuff available online. It's kind of like how you don't really need to go to art school these days. If you're already in it, stay in it, don't drop out. I mean it's up to you. But I also understand international students. I will put that asterisk there. International students, I know you have to go to school and do that stuff, but maybe don't come over here right now because there's a crazy man in charge. But I'm just being honest. But in terms of like being an independent creator, yeah, like you can totally like work with people who are across the world or across country. Like for my indie series for the 3 tomes, like we partnered with Kennedy's anime studio, and they did a fantastic job doing the 2 animated sequences in my pilot. And a lot of that team, you know, is global, you know, or global and also like cross country. I've got an artist who helped me out who's in South Korea. And yeah, like I just think that like being able to, because everything is so online these days and making independent work, you can reach out to people who are your peers, hire people who are like across like all over the place that believe in your vision, that want to help you, and just see that bring that to life. Yeah, I mean, I that's how I feel about it.
I think that there's more. I'd say for indie creators, this is your time. Everything's falling apart. The industry is wild right now with
Very.
you know AI and the changes and the shifts and the pay scales dropping, et cetera, et cetera. This is your time to this is the optimal time to start your own thing. We're seeing a lot of indie projects get off the ground. Indie projects are taking over award shows, like the last few game awards. For example, I know we're not talking about gaming, but indie projects have taken the awards home. A lot of the Ignatz winners in comics are indie creations. So I think this is the time to create your own lane. If you're feeling brave enough, you should be. Because if you're stepping into the art world at all, you are already brave. So I definitely think that there are a lot more opportunities, and there are people who are looking for other people to help them with their projects too. So you know, if you need a jump off point, indie especially is a good place to start.
Okay. Kennedy, you have anything?
I think, well, okay, just to avoid saying the same thing, I'm not too sure because I couldn't hear a single thing Bree said. I can hear everyone else but Bree, so that's so fun right now.
Technology.
But I do also think indie is a good jumping off point. Now, I do also want people to keep in mind when it comes to making their indie projects, start small first, and just be mindful of the scope of things. Because I know, like, from my experience, like, the projects that like I'm trying to make. A lot of it is very intense, difficult. Also, I have a dog named Astro, so you're hearing him in the background. but yeah, it's a situation where a lot of people tend to start big and then they don't finish their project. So if we can get to a point where people slowly start to make their creations, but they start small, um, figure out the ropes there, and then they can create something that would be something that could help them progress in their career in terms of making their own projects. Another thing that I feel that a lot of indie creators should be wary of is like a lot of times people do ask for volunteer work with the benefits of them saying, well, you'll get exposure. So, just kind of being careful with that as well, and what people are asking you to do and with the time frame that you can do is something that's very important in terms of like the safety and health of the artist and the team.
I agree, absolutely.
Okay. I think we have time for one more question. We'll try and make sure I keep the time stamps. But, okay. What steps? This is. I'm gonna close out. If we have, this is a lot. I'm just asking this question. Okay, cool. What steps would you give to rising artists or artists that just fresh to get out of school, whether it's high school or college? What are steps you think you would give them to try and find work in today's industry, whether as independent artists or artists are looking to go into animation companies or comic companies,
Oh, you go, Astro. I saw you open up. Yeah.
Number one, get that business card. Go get your business card. Make it cute. Make sure that your contacts are available and your links work. And then these fun cons that you like to go to, go in there and talk to people. Talk to everybody. Give everybody a business card. It doesn't even matter if they're not even in your industry. You never know. Give people your business card. Go to panels. Talk to the people after the panels. Make sure you ask questions during their panel so that they know what your face looks like. And so when you walk up to them with your business card, and it's going to be awkward. It's going to be awkward. It's going to be hard. It's going to be anxiety inducing, but you got to do this. You have to go. If you're on some guerrilla promo stuff, get you a sticker with your brand name or your artist name on it, and go put that sticker somewhere in your city that's highly visible, high traffic. Find ways to get your name out and circulating. And don't be afraid to look a little crazy trying to talk to people, because most of the time people just want to make friends. Don't use your people. Make friends. Make friends in the industry and make friends outside of your industry. And be, what's the word? Be flexible. Those aren't steps. Those sounded more like little life advices, but those that's what I got for you.
I would say like kindness, like you kind of touched on it about like, making friends, and kindness goes a long way in this industry. Now, if you're graduating like this year, I feel for you because there are no jobs. I'm going to keep it a buck that the jobs are, there are jobs, but it is very difficult in the industry right now. I can only speak to animation, and maybe a little bit of graphic design. I've heard some whispers that it's also a hot mess over there, but in terms of animation, it's hard right now, with the mergers, lots of cancellations, streaming bubble bursting, and everyone just all these studios trying to figure out what they're trying to do. If you're graduating right now from school, or if you are graduating from high school and you're like, I don't want to go to college, I just want to maybe take classes and get a job. If you do not get that animation job right away, it's not a slight on you. Your skills probably are there. They might not be, but if they are there and you're like, man, I can't get this job, like what's going on? it's not necessarily you. It's literally just because it is a hot mess right now.
Mhm.
And I would encourage anyone to continue to make art however
Yes.
you can, whether that's independent work, whether it's just doodles that you post online, working with your peers to make little projects,
Yes.
jumping on other people's projects, and but also being mindful to not be taken advantage of, kind of like how Kennedy said. Keep making artwork, because that'll bolster your portfolio, that'll improve your skills, so that when things do bounce back, you will be at the ready to apply and to make sure your work is where it's supposed to be, you know? And like, again, like Astro was saying, like, make sure you're being kind and making friends with like your peers, networking across. Like, I know network sounds kind of gross, but like it is a network of people that, you know, you are a rising tide. Like you
We are
rise.
all on the same boat, man.
Yeah, we're all in
So
the same boat. And
keep it.
we lift each other up. And you know, I'm a firm believer in extending a hand out to help people, not pulling the ladder up from behind me. I've had people do that to me, and that's not cool. And I think that, you know, we should all be helping each other as much as we can. So yeah, just do your best, keep working on your art, talking to people, being genuine, being kind, and you will get there. And it's okay if it takes a while. Like, everybody's journey is different. It's okay.
If I can add one more thing, be willing to pivot. Be willing to pivot. I know that, you know, you might have like a dream job in your head, and you know, maybe it's not that time for that dream job just yet. I have recently made a pivot into, like, I still do my comics, of course. I still do what I'm passionate about, but I've made a pivot into the tattoo industry. I'm still using my skills. It is also an industry that is not quite the easiest to break into. But like everything that I've mentioned in this panel, from entrepreneurship to networking to etc., it still uses all the skills that I have essentially put myself through a shonen training arc for. So you never know where you'll land. You know, that doesn't mean just because I decided to make that pivot doesn't mean that I still won't be the comic artist or the business owner that I want to be. It just means that I'm picking up another skill. So be willing to pivot.
I think too, because we're in such a weird state in the industry, not just for animation, but like comics as well. And honestly, any kind of industry right now is pretty messed up.
Yeah.
I do agree with like Astro was saying as well, with like being able to pivot, having your business cards, networking. I'm gonna assume Bree said all of the above as well. I can't hear you, Bree. I'm sorry, but one thing that I learned, because I graduated during the time of like COVID, like right when we were allowed to go back into school. I wound up doing a lot of networking during COVID, going to a lot of panels, going to a lot of like groups and servers and stuff. That's actually how I wound up meeting Bree in Black and Animated. And then like Leah, because I wound up doing a lot of networking just to kind of be ahead, again, going ahead of the game, just to kind of meet people while I can't do anything while I'm stuck in New York, because I'm in New York, everyone's in California, can't really do much if we're all locked down. But it's little things like that where you never know what kind of connections you can make and the friends that you can make along the way that does help you in the long run. And honestly, like I always tell Bree this, like I'm forever grateful for them giving me that chance to kind of meet new people and be a part of all these cool events and stuff, because I don't think career-wise I'd be where I am today if it wasn't for them.
All right. Before we close out, the right hand, if you guys can shout out where you can find social medias or anything we can reach out to you guys. If anyone's interested to reach out to you guys for opportunities or just learn more, get to know you, how to reach out to you all.
Sure. You can find me on Instagram at Astronym. That's ASTRONYM. If you want to see my portfolio, it's astronym.art. And for everything else, there's Walmart.
For me, oh, sorry, I was like, I'm gonna unmute real quick. For me, you can find me at Kenzy X Art, so KENZYX Art on Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, or you can find me on LinkedIn if you just want to network or communicate at Kennedy Freeman. Or you can find my studio, Love Letter Studio. That's LUVletterstudio.com. And you can see some of the projects we worked on. And, you know, if you want to inquire about anything, feel free to send us an email.
For me, you can find me at my portfolio. It's just briannanovitskis.com. I'm not going to spell that out because I know that there will be links that you all can click. And my last name sometimes is complicated for people. My husband is from Lithuania, so that's why my last name is funky the way it is. It is a European Lithuanian name. If I was not married, I would have a regular Black people last name, Williams. So that's not my name anymore. And I am also, as I mentioned, being an indie showrunner, I am working on launching the Kickstarter for the second episode of my indie series. The 3 Tomes episode 2 is coming. I'll be launching that on mid-June. I am hoping to launch it on June 19th. So hey, Juneteenth, everybody. So yeah, if you'd like to follow the Kickstarter, I guess at the time of, yeah, you can I don't know why I'm stumbling over my words right now. I apologize. You can follow the Kickstarter just by searching the 3 Tomes on Kickstarter. But again, I'm sure the links will be available to everybody in the description somewhere. And if you want to keep up with the show and learn more about, you know, a Black teen girl in the Midwest with witch powers and going on adventures and her 2 vampire boys that like her, and her group of queer friends, and also she's queer too. You can just search at the 3 Tomes on Instagram, Twitter, Blue Sky, and on Tumblr, where I have comic dubs, illustrations, and comics that sort of expand the world and the characters beyond the pilot. Yeah, if that suits your fancy. Because, you know, Black kids deserve to go to Narnia. Like, we deserve to be in fantasy, and I'm sick of disposable Black girlfriend tropes. So let's get this made together, guys.
You guys can find me Cook Too Cozy on Instagram. That's where my main stuff is. And it's links to my other pages through there. Thank you all for coming and watching the panels of what it's like to be a working artist. But stay tuned for all the other panels coming throughout the day on Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
What the dog doing?
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was just so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
For me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artist as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put them on the page.
Certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It's my mic. There we go. Hello and good morning, everyone. How is everyone doing today?
Good.
Wonderful, wonderful. And hello to all of you. My name is Ty, and I am the Chief Creative Officer and Event Coordinator here at Off Black Magazine. And welcome to our panel, The Other Side of Creativity. I've got a little razzle dazzle. I've got a little intro, and then we'll get right into it. So throughout Ink and Panels weekend, if you've been tuning in, you've heard from plenty of creatives about the process of art and storytelling, working as a creative professional, and what it looks like to share your creative works with the world. However, not every creative is suited for the other side of creativity, such as marketing, public relations, community management, and of course, navigating the ever-changing landscape of social media. With me today are four extremely talented professionals with a wealth of knowledge about the creative industry. So starting with Kosi, then moving on to Karama, then Godswill, then Dan. Please introduce yourselves to the audience. Tell us a little bit about your work and your tenure in the industry. Oh, Kosi, I can't hear you.
I'm so used to that. Karama knows I'm always on mute. I am always on mute. Let's try this again. Morning, guys. My name is Kosi Harris. I'm the founder of Kosi Harris PR. I founded it in 2014. I'm also the publicist lead for the Ianu series that's streaming on HBO Max, and now that is on Cartoon Network.
All right. And Karama?
Okay, wait, am I muted or can you hear me?
No, we can hear you.
What's up, everybody? I'm Karama, aka the Blur Girl. A lot of you know me from a lot of my journalist work, things like that. I've been a comic book writer. I have a book out with Marvel called Protectors of Wakanda. I also have been a live host, a producer, so just about everything you could possibly do in this industry. But a lot of people do not realize that my bread and butter is Thailand Creative. My it's basically a B2B marketing agency, and what I do is help clients, particularly animation houses, comic book creators, things like that, help market their work in the digital space. And I am currently the integrated marketing lead on Ianu for Lineforge.
Now on to God's will.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Great, cool. Yeah, morning. Yes, my name is Godswill. I am a community manager at Viz Media, so I do social media management work. I work with influencers. I've been there for 7 years. Been in the anime industry for 11 years now. So just mainly like on the side, trying to bring in a lot more creatives of all types to work with us, content creators of all types. Um, my job is to also make sure that people aren't mad at the company. So, just try and make sure they have pitchforks and torches. Like, hey, y'all, what's going on? Let's chill out. Um, but like trying to like really integrate a lot more creatives of all different types, especially Black people. Trying to bring in like a lot of content creators that like might not get a lot of shine, especially to talk about manga. And then on the side, I do a lot of nerd themed parties. I've done like a Cowboy Bebop jazz party. I've done like a One Piece yacht party. Right now, I'm doing a 18 plus anime convention that we're doing in SoCal. And just lots of different ideas, trying to have fun while we got time, right?
Mm-hmm. And lastly, Dan.
Hi, I'm Dan. I work for Image Comics. I am the marketing content associate. So I work on their socials. I've been a online personality. I also do a lot of things behind the scenes, uploading so much stuff to our websites, to anywhere we can preview and promote our books, as well as wearing multiple other hats, probably.
And that's typically how it works within this particular industry, isn't it? Now, on to our first question. So, when it comes to being a publicist or a social media strategist or a community manager or any of these marketing or PR roles, especially within the creative field, I find that there are endless ways to get into the profession. I'm curious to know, what pathways did you guys take to get to where you guys currently are? And I will start with Godswill.
Uh-oh, I started. How did I get here? I still am trying to figure that out. I was supposed to be a doctor. I did 2 degrees, undergrad, biology and business, and then I did my master's in healthcare administration. But like along the way, I was doing an anime club that like got really successful, got a lot of attention from at the time Funimation and Crunchyroll. And we had like a lot of like new awards because we're trying something different. I figured that people want to go to an anime club to go meet people who do anime stuff, not to go necessarily watch anime. Um, and we had like about 60 to 80 people per meeting, actually. Like it was really successful. And I would do a lot of things with the anime community, like going to conventions, interviewing people that were industry, volunteering to help out where I could. And I think I can't like say for sure this is what happened, but like I got a call from Funimation afterwards, and this was back in 2015. I always wonder if I could, get the same job today if I, didn't do all these things, or if I was trying today. But I mean, I'm really grateful to be here, and I'm trying just to get as many people in as possible. It's trying to talk to a lot of different folks, trying to go to a lot of events and just see like who is doing a great job. Like I try to pay attention to like who is talking about the titles, manga, that like the company can like really benefit from, but then also who's a fan that like I think should be put on. So I'm always like just trying to pay attention and trying to bring up more people that I think also deserve like a lot more love.
Oh, absolutely. Then we'll go to Kosi, then Dan.
Great. So I initially always wanted to do public relations. It was initially fashion when I got like a job shadowing project in high school. But I was always a geek. Like I remember like waking up very early at 5 a.m. to watch Sailor Moon on Channel 11. So I always just was always like a geek girl, you know, throughout just like college and going into working in fashion PR. And then I just ended up not liking it anymore. Like I just, you know, and that's okay. Like that's like it's okay to pivot. And I ended up working at an agency where I ended up working at like nonprofit, some hospitality, and then started doing my own stuff on the side while being, you know, going to like Geek Girl Brunch and then like meeting a lot of folks in that industry. I think that's how I met, me and Karama met through those circles, and then ended up working on projects with Jordan Dean Tees, and then promoting Blurred City Con. So I think my interests and then just like the back end of just like having that PR background just kind of molded what Kosi Harris PR is, just like social impact, working in geek consumer tech spaces. I think I'm saying it long-winded, but that's basically how I came to be. It was a little bit by accident of just like not loving something that I initially really wanted to do since I was a teenager, and then finding just ways that I wanted to promote myself and promote like other small businesses. That's just a passion of mine since COVID.
Okay. Cool. Ian?
All right. Okay. So I have a unconventional way of probably getting here to where I've been. Yeah, so always been a geek, right? And I feel like everyone's story is always going to be different. I don't think there is a correct path, or like anyone has a like, this is the strategy, this is how I did it. Dude, I was a mechanic most of my life. And then I went into private security, where I was, you know, wearing a vest to work because I didn't want to get shot or stabbed. And then I was driving Uber and everything. But in all of this, doing all of this, like while doing these other jobs, I was always a geek. I was comic books. I was collecting books. I was, you know, consuming every media that I can. Right. It wasn't until COVID that where I started making content online, and was like, oh, this is fun. You know, I found my community online. The biggest hashtag back then was like IG comic fam, or like comic book community and everything like that. So that's how I found comic books, and I just started sharing. I'm like, oh, I want to be a part of this. So yeah, I started making content, and after time, I was getting better at it, and I started connecting with brands. I started networking a lot, going to every convention that I could in Southern California. You know, trying to interview people, and just like, oh, I want people to enjoy and love the things that I'm loving, and I want to find those people as well. Like, who else likes this? Like, can we cuss?
No, we got to keep you PG for the baby.
I might slip. I'll try to catch myself. But yeah, so that's where I built everything up, was like networking and just getting in front of people as much as I can. I started working for Shortboxed as a street team member, and really that was just on a lot of online influencers, and then internship with Concrete Comics. And while I was interning with Concrete and working with Ty, and you know, us doing stuff, Image Comics had a job opening, so I applied. And that's how I got here. That's how I got to my position, is I applied.
And applying is the first part of the battle for sure.
Yeah.
And then lastly, Karama.
Yeah, so I'm gonna agree with what Dan said. Don't listen to like all of the things that we're saying. Say this is what I have to do, because especially now, since the industry has completely changed, it may be very different for you. So I'm older, and so the way I got in is a little bit different. I actually had a previous career working in as a video editor. mostly for advertising and promotional companies. I used to cut promos for like USA Network and Lifetime and things like that. And the company I work for got a contract with San Diego Comic Con, and they needed a bunch of editors to basically cut the live stage stuff all day, every day. And the boss was like, "Does anybody know anybody who knows anything about comics?" And like half the company was like, "Have you ever had a conversation with Karma? Like ever?" And so that's how I got that gig. And that was probably 2017. And then I was out there and then I ended up producing. And then I ended up doing so much work for the client at the time was Sci-Fi that then Sci-Fi hired me. And they were like, okay, well, we want you to help produce some interstitials. And I did that. And then they were like, oh, your voice is pretty good. Maybe you should do a podcast. And I used to do a podcast for Sci-Fi. And so all of that sort of got me in the room. But I think I jumped ahead before I for a reason. I started as the Blur Girl, but the Blur Girl was separate from my editing jobs. And the Blur Girl, I would literally go to conventions, but what I wanted to do was highlight a lot of Black and indie creators that just weren't getting their shine. So I set Blur Girl up to be a resource, and then I would go to conventions. I didn't have a press pass. I just acted like I did. And so I would just show up and interview people. I had the gear, I had the tech. I would just go and if there's an indie creator that has a comic book out and nobody's talking to them, they would probably talk to me. And so I started posting as if already had, those gigs. So when people started looking at my work and my YouTube channel and things like that to say, hey, she qualified, they're like, oh, yeah, she's interviewed a bunch of people. So that helped me with Sci-Fi. And then that also got me on live stages. I started doing hosting and things like that because they saw my other work with the Blur Girl. And then basically it all came to a head in 2018 because 2018 was the year that all of the Black shows happened. So at the top of the year was Black Lightning in January 2018. In the middle of the year was Black Panther, the first movie. And at the end of the year was Into the Spider-Verse, and you got to see Miles Morales. So everybody everywhere was like looking for somebody Black at that time that could comment on all of these shows coming out. So I got a lot of opportunities through that. And then I just kept the relationships going all the time, building Thai on the other side, which was the company that basically owned everything else I was doing. So Thai is over Blur Girl and everything else that I do. And what I do with Thai is I help people market things. I've worked on Kickstarter campaigns. I helped run Kickstarter campaigns for Ray Comics. I've done stuff for ChemFest. I've done things for Rosarian Publishing. And then on the side, so a lot of people don't realize that I've been behind a lot of the things that have happened in the background because it's not always about me getting the shine. Many times I didn't want to overshadow whoever my client was. And what I tend to do when I have a client is staff up and staff down with freelancers based on who, whatever the client needs. So I'm always looking for people that actually know how to be professional, but what I call professional geeks, like Dan says, like lifelong comic book creators who know how to, write a brief, that kind of thing. So, so that's kind of, I'm long-winded too. So that's kind of how I got to work together. I actually got Cozy onto Ianu because we really needed a target market PR firm, and nothing wrong with PR, getting only targeting Hollywood Reporter and stuff like that. But the average consumer does not read Hollywood Reporter, so you need people who understand us, and Cozy's great at that. So that was one of the reasons why I brought her into that. So that's a very long-winded way of telling you what I do.
No. I think it's really important that we are discussing all the different ways. I think from wanting to be a doctor or thinking you're going to be a doctor and then transitioning or starting off in fashion or being a mechanic or working a blue collar job, all of those are very valid ways. And all of you are right. There is, Dan hit the nail on the head. There is no one way to get into this business for sure. That said, I do think that because a lot of people come into this either naturally or from other industries, there isn't necessarily a good understanding maybe from the other side of what it is that we actually do or that you all actually do. So I do want to ask the question, what does it entail when we're talking about a PR role, a publicist, social media manager? What kind of projects are you guys taking on, and what does it look like when you guys are working within a creative team? And I will start with Dan.
No.
I'm sorry.
Dan, do you want me to take this one? You want me to take this one?
It's all right. I'll go.
Okay.
I'll go. Jeez, what do I do? Oh my gosh. Well, I think what we all kind of do, right, is we put others in front of ourselves, or we put them up before we put ourselves up there, right? So I am thinking about the creator and like what can we best show for them and from them, and how to promote them. And this is all going to be like, I'm very social media, Instagram, all the platforms, like that's where my mind's at. It's like how am I going to get them shared out as much as possible? So that's like a constant daily thing. Whether it's creating assets for Instagram, which for carousel posts, putting that up on preview pages, or putting the preview pages of a comic book up on Lunar or the Image Comics website. Maybe we're making a piece of content, or like I'm bugging them like, hey, can I get you on camera for something? or really just like trying to get people to send me stuff too. That's always the thing. It's like, hey, I need this, or what's the deadline on this? When can we do this? And I've had to learn patience as well, because I'm very much a go. When can we do it? And then someone doesn't have something, I'm like, oh no, and everything crumbles apart. I try to get ahead of everything too, and schedule and plan, and but that doesn't always work. I can, in my dream world, my week would be completely planned out, and I'd have everything at my disposal, and it'll be pre-scheduled, and all the assets will be, go perfectly and all this. But what you end up seeing online, that this is all happening behind the scenes of like, oh my gosh, you have no idea what it took to get that cover. You have no idea what it took to get those pages for preview, or get a high def image instead of a low res, or maybe the color was this and the color was this. And so there's a lot of things before you actually see it show up online, before you actually see those pages or their previews, or that something else that we do is Jim Viscardi, my boss, he does a podcast, and he's worrying about audio and how somebody else's mic is different and matching that. So there's all these little things and intricacies that are behind the scenes that are happening to produce content. To get that online, to get it on YouTube, to get it wherever, and that's a big part of my job. Is like I want stuff to be quality. I want it to be the best that we can produce. So that's just a little bit, I guess, of what I do. Also, community management, finding influencers to work with people, scheduling when they're going to get books. Yeah, a lot of hats being worn still. So that's a little bit, I guess, that I could explain.
Oh no, certainly. I'll move on to Karima.
Yeah, what I do is kind of similar, because I'm also over social media. But when you're integrated marketing, it means, and I think this is important for people to understand, because marketing covers a lot of things. But some people say, "Oh, I need marketing." What do you mean? Because PR is not the same as social media. Social media marketing is not the same as social media management.
Yep.
No. That's also not the same as paid media. I have a paid media guide that, in fact, I work with the Blurred team a lot. Terrell from Blurred also is an excellent, he's got a paid media company that he runs, and I use them because paid media, I can do it, but that is not my ministry. I would like to have somebody else manage that. And then I'm talking to them about where our goals are, But I think it's really important that people understand the different steps. And so what I do with Lionforge is everything from, I'm over social media, but I'm also over experiential. If we're going to do a panel, I have to not only pitch the panel to the convention, but I also have to pitch it to Lionforge. Why are we trying to be there? I have to convince them to pay for travel for a bunch of people. They want to know what their ROI, what the rate of return is going to be. Why do we need to be there? Well, because it's San Diego Comic-Con and the show's coming out in a month. It's kind of important to be there. And the things that you and I would think are normal, but in a corporate structure, it's different. So it's a lot of making bids. It's a lot of emails. It's a lot of, like Dan was saying, I would call it herding cats, where you're kind of, there's a little, I have some talent management that I had to put also in there because all of the cast of Ianu is, the majority of them are outside of this country. So it's a lot of coordinating across time zones. A lot of the animators were across time zones. So this is just marketing the show. I wasn't making it. So, so yes, best laid plans. The beginning of the quarter, you give content calendars and you give, goals and directions. And, what's that movie, or wasn't it Captain Cold that was like, we make a plan, then then we throw out the plan.
Yeah.
And then we improvise another plan. Like that's basically what we end up doing. But what it's like doing all of this in a corporate structure is there's a lot of checks and balances. Like you have to report back on a lot of things. When you're working in a smaller company that's like an animation studio or a comic book shop, there's less checks and balances, but they want to see the results. They want to see the vanity metrics. They want to see the followers. How many followers did that get us? How many books did we sell? How many, and if the books aren't selling, and as Dan will tell you, if you don't sell a comic book and it's a comic book company, the comic book shops can't make money on returns. Books get returned, but comics don't, So, and it's different when you're selling a show because as many people might not know this, but streaming services do not share their numbers. So like Netflix never tells you, we're not on Netflix, we're on HBO, but they don't tell you whether or not unless your show is number 1, they will not tell you. They'll just say, oh yeah, it's doing well, or you're in the top 10, but you don't really get numbers. So you have to really, it's the fans that are the letting you know, and that's where the community management comes into play. So the team that I have, that we do social media, but we also have to be in those comments. We also have to be, live stream. We have to explain why live streams are important to people who may never have live streamed before, So I would say my job is half of it is planning it and coordination, and the other half is admin. Like emails and documents and explaining things to stakeholders.
Absolutely. We'll move on to Kosi.
Great. So I always love saying like PR is definitely to drive more awareness for like a person, brand, project, message. I love building the strategy. Obviously, that's the first thing you have to do with clients. I know we did that with Lionforge. We have a calendar of when certain releases will be out for Ianu, whether that's like a teaser trailer or the show premiering itself. Like I write a strategy for that. It gets approved via Karama and stakeholders. And then after that is obviously writing like press releases, media alerts based on the events that we're doing. If I'm working with like a Comic-Con, reaching out to those marketing folks to seeing like who's attending and then making sure like our talent is part of those conversations is very important. And then obviously pitching, like it's a lot of pitching. I'll follow up, whether it's for publications like like or Nerdist or Comic Book Resources or Black Girl Nerds, following up with them in regards to getting talent being interviewed, whether that's via email or like audio or via Zoom is very important. And then after that, it's reporting, seeing just like what worked, what didn't, what publication didn't cover it, but maybe figure out why, and figuring out like going back to the drawing board, like seeing like, okay, like maybe we do this angle instead of that one, a formal announcement. So there's a lot of assessment as well with my job. And then after that is the reporting part, seeing like how many impressions did we get? Did we meet our goals in terms of like what type of publications we wanted to get into for this certain announcement or project? So I guess I'm saying it long-winded. I think that's basically just what I do to make sure that the project is successful.
Oh, thank you. And then lastly, Godswill.
Yeah, no, everyone's really talked, really well about, how the social media landscape goes. I'm like, what do I say? But yeah, I've been in the anime industry for 11 years, so my job has mutated a lot. Before I used to be like just, the sole guy like that just would post, make reports, do it all. But now, like at Viz, like I'm part of a bigger team, so I get to really focus like on the community management aspect. But more than that, I do more the influencer side of things for our releases and such. Um, yeah, like just as like others have explained, like the different intricacies of like what the social media landscape is like. Like where paid is different than like the strategy, than the email, than the uh we have an organic team, and before I used to have to post. Now I just focus on how does the post do, which posts are doing well. Um and then also like how can I get in there to like have uh an actual voice to the brand, so that way like it's not just AI or bots just saying, hey, thank you for buying our thing or whatever, right? Yeah.
Everybody, yeah, everybody,
Yeah.
yep.
Yeah, I love it. And my job is to try to make sure that like people are getting heard, like if there is like a complaint or like there's something wrong, that like I can actually remedy it. And luckily I would say manga fans are pretty nice. Like they're a lot more nicer than gamers and anime fans, in my opinion. Like having done work in a little bit of
Definitely
both.
nicer than Star Wars fans. Jesus.
I think it correlates. The more that you read, luckily, usually the more nice you're going to be, but it's not always the same. So like I said earlier, trying to make sure like if there's any pitchforks and torches, like I can do something about it. Let the townspeople know that they're angry, and see if I can hopefully blunt that. That's like the easiest way I talk about it. And then with the influencer side of things, content creators, like I try to like just meet like a large range of content creators. See people who are just starting out to, you know, veterans, like of skit makers and YouTubers, and just try to get the gamut. Not try to only go for famous people, but try to give like new people a chance. Try to be more creative than just talking head people all the time or cosplayers. Try to see like how can we market like different titles really well. Being part of like I guess a big company like Viz, you have to be able to know the range of titles. Like try to talk about shonen and josei and shojo and seinen, and just different type of genres and demographics that like are a part of it. So always like trying to stay like on top of like what's happening, so I can effectively talk with fans better. And then one thing I'm lucky I get to do is like I get to go to conventions and speak on the behalf of the company. So I work on like my speaking powers. I don't know if I have powers. Trying to get more acuity, like with talking to people, not being afraid of large scale events. And I like, luckily it's just like talking to friends, in my opinion, just like, hey, you like anime? I do too. Cool. Here's what my company told me to talk about, but we're gonna we're gonna have a good time.
No, for sure. And I think each of you really highlighted a really interesting aspect of working on this part of the creative industry, is that you have to be a very flexible person, and you have to be someone who is capable of wearing a lot of different hats. That said, not like I mentioned in the opening, not everyone is super suited for this kind of role. And being that each of you have, been in this business for a little while, you have tenure, I would say outside of just like flexibility and then the capability of wearing many hats, what are some other skill sets that you would say someone would need in order to be better, in order to be suited for this role? Or what kind of skills would someone need to develop in order to be suited for a role like you guys? And anyone can.
I
Go
think
ahead.
I think people need to learn how to work with more than one person. So, for instance, I might work with somebody who's done social media and knows how to blow up stuff for themselves, but they don't know how to manage other people's social media platforms. So I can't hire you to do this social media thing because you don't know how to show a like a lot of people are just posting on social media at random from their phones whenever they feel like it. They're not planning out a calendar, and they don't know how to present that calendar or talk about how that would work across multiple platforms. So knowing how to do social media for yourself is very different than doing social media for other people. Same thing with graphics and things like that. Like, I'm not a graphic designer. I know a little bit. I know my way around Canva. I can design some stuff if I have to. Like I said before, like, I don't like doing paid media. I know how to do it, but I got to know it so I can hire somebody else to do it. And I also think like there's a lot of people out there calling themselves like freelance editors. And the funny thing is, I was an actual freelance editor for like a long time, like 15, 18 years. So when I meet somebody who calls themselves a freelance editor and they don't, and I give them an edit and they can't make an edit, that says to me, you've either used AI to create this or you've used a CapCut template, which is okay. But if you don't know how to edit a CapCut template, I still can't work with you because people have changes. So I think there's a lot of, for people who want to work, especially, and there's so many talented people I meet that could freelance and get a lot of work in this business, but they don't know how to present their work. They don't know how to edit themselves. They don't know how to answer an email. And or their email is not in any of their social media, so like you can't even contact them. Or if they don't know how to like set up their own business and things like that, they like start a Fiverr account or a what's the other one? It starts with an O. I was going to say Odesk, but it's not called that anymore. But basically, you could start like a freelance outlet, of your own, even if you don't know how to, basically budget yourself, things like that. And I think the other thing is invoicing. Like three basic things you got to know. You got to know how to pitch. You need to know how to do the work on time. You need to be able to, four, sorry. The third is you got to be able to report it. And the fourth thing is you got to be able to invoice. I can't tell you how many people who are like, yeah, they never paid me, or how come I didn't get paid? And I'm like, well, okay, when did you send your invoice? Oh, huh? This is not when you're working freelance and you're working like in these type of industries, and honestly, we used to be the exception. Now we're the rule. Everybody's getting fired. So everybody is freelance. So if you want to work in this business, you're going to need to learn how to promote yourself a little bit, even if you have all these skills. I know how to write. I can be a journalist. I can do social media management. Great. How do you work in a team? How do you sell that to other people? And so I think that's one of the biggest things. I meet incredibly talented people. Oh, and also comic book creators who, and I know Dan knows what I mean by this. Comic book creators who don't know how to save their original work in layers. Because I come to you and I say I need the cover without the type on it, and you don't have it because you flattened everything. I can't put, press will not run a header that's got type on it. I don't know if anybody's noticed. If you look at a website or a blog, when they run a news article, it's not, the header doesn't have a bunch of words on it. And if you haven't saved art, also anybody who's an artist that's trying to get their work out there and market it in general, you need to be showing your progress. Save everything, record everything. All right, that's my spiel.
Anyone want to go next?
I think I'll just go next, actually. Yeah, like very well said overall. Like working with the team, like I would add, like, yeah, being professional. Like if you're trying to get into the anime industry, like a lot of people are trying to do it. It's like how professional can you be, but also how balanced showing your fandom can you be. Some people can be a little bit too like, oh, I love anime and all this, but like they don't understand like how it works in the business aspect. And that can scare off a lot of directors and up, I would say. But also like having like some awareness of like what the fandom is super important in my opinion. Especially like as now millennials are starting to take over. Like now we can all like sort of smell like if you are a fan or not. I would also say is like understanding like the intricacies of working with Japanese licensors. Like I don't think it's not very transparent. Like I wish we could be a lot more transparent about like how it is. But if you do understand the intricacies of working international business, like that's huge. And especially if you can attest to like actually like talking with Japanese licensors, understanding like how overall for anime, a lot of people want to, like think like it's our stuff, like it's American stuff. And it's like, no, it's Japanese stuff. So it has a lot of different Japanese sensibilities that we have to ally ourselves with. But I think like you also have to like, for me, when I'm looking for people that are able to work with me, like when I get to be able to bring somebody into our fold, I'm looking for somebody that is also like a little willing to like sort of break the rules in a way. Like not necessarily break the rules, but like understand what the rules are so we don't get in trouble. But be able to do something with that so it takes it further. Not just like, oh, I just type everybody, good morning. This is Don you're talking to, and like you're just gonna, like just do like a template. I don't personally want that. I am looking for somebody that like understands like what makes an anime fan and manga fan and is willing to take some risks to put it out there, like you understand that like Americans don't read books. So it's like, what can we do to like help that? It's like I need some people like who are genuine, understand like what a good risk is like, like you're willing to do something that like is a trend, or like keeps up with the times when making content, but you're not gonna get us in trouble. Like you're not gonna like it. You have good grammar. You're professional. You understand like what the company is looking for, but you're also able to turn that around and make something original and creative that like is exciting. So that's what I'm looking for, and that can be shown like whether like you do your own content, but then also you're able to work with a team, and just as you said before, like a great idea, but you're also so I'm looking for like a random type of person, I guess, that like is both business savvy but then also a fun person, someone who is a genuine fan of this content. You don't have to, and also like I think I do want to say is like you don't have to have it all. We don't have it all. No one has it all. Part of being a team, and also like I got to bring it back to One Piece. It's just like like no one in One Piece can do everything. You need to have your cook. You need to have your navigator. You need to have different niches of sorts, of all different types. But you can also work well in a team. You can change up what you do. Like you, just as we all have said, like none of us started where we thought we were going to start. We are all in different positions than what we expected of ourselves. I mean, especially me. I never thought this world was going to be real. So yeah, no. So I think we need somebody a little bit unreal. Someone who's a little willing to get out of just sort of rote. Because this world of nerd culture, we're all looking for somebody that's like a little special. Take that as you will. I don't know what type of special you're thinking, but
no, for sure. Kosi?
Yeah, I can start with that. My type of special is person I'm looking for is a person that does active listening, and that's very, very important. And there's two ways that I've like going about it. Obviously, identifying emerging trends, obviously you're following the Hollywood Reporter folks, but you're following Off Black as well. You know what I mean? You're following those publications and influencers that have their like boots on the ground. I think that's very important. And on the other side of active listening, like I love getting a lot of feedback from talent. I did that a lot when promoting Ianu, talking to Roya Coupe about like what publications does he want to see this in? Like how does he want to be positioned? I think that's also very important as well, because there's times where that happened and there's an angle that I didn't even think about until speaking to talent about it. So I think that's very important to like, active listening is extremely important for me.
Amazing.
And a thick skin. Like sometimes you will not get that placement right away. Look, there was an example, Karama knows this. We've been trying Ebony Magazine for a good year and a half, and we just got it this year. They put Ianu in the top roundup for May. So again, like we've been doing close to like a year and a half, but having that resilience and persistence and new angles gets you to the finish line. Not right away.
No, honestly, and nerd culture is very hard with a lot of the Black outlets.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna be honest. We can get a placement and deadline faster than we can, like she said, in Ebony or Essence, because it's just a different
it's just a different sensibility, and they want to see, like, I think the reason why, and this is all about Cozy. Cozy stayed on them, but also it took 2 seasons and a movie for them to go, oh, it's still here. Okay, now we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Which, and again, and I don't want to just say Black outlets are the only people that are like that, but I think a lot of people think, oh, Black show, Black outlet. It's not like that.
Nope.
No, thank you for that clarification. And yeah, Dan.
I'm going to kind of piggyback on what everyone has said, right? Definitely learn some more editing skills in different software besides Canva and besides CapCut. I don't like CapCut. I understand that there are a lot of people that use it. And I used it for a little bit, but I'm like, no, I don't like this. I started using there are other free options out there that you can use that have editing software that are, get not as close to like Adobe, but there is that software that if you're going to be doing it on your phone or anything like that, those apps are there. Learn some other software besides CapCut. Learn some edits, the school of YouTube, it's there. So one, editing. Learn how to edit. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm a little sick, but that's a big thing. Also, personal brand compared to working for a brand. Yeah, you can have a personal brand, like your personal brand voice could end up being different from working with a brand and understanding that you need to be the brand voice and what you write and what you type, what you send an email as, what you present on camera if you're being on camera, and always putting the brand there. So always be branding if you're working for a brand. And I mean, same for yourself, but that's like if you're doing a personal brand, you're showing up, you are the brand, right? So there's that part. There was something, I don't know, I was trying to remember everything that everyone was saying, but everyone's hitting the nail on the head. Like, yeah, I piggyback a little bit, but that's it. Like, everyone.
Dan, you're right, and I also want to reiterate the edit part. Like, yeah, edit, and also my show is proprietary. We had to have anybody who was editing or touching the footage to sign a whole lot of NDAs. And we've had to chase down people who've worked on the show who started posting like spoilers from the show saying, I worked on this scene. And we were like, what are you doing? Yeah. And they were like, well, it's in my contract that it's in your contract that we have to clear anything you show because you just spoiled half of season 2. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of people who are really excited. Like, I did this thing. Yes. Okay. And we want you to put that into your portfolio, but after this date, for the love of God.
Exactly.
Take that down.
If you're an influencer, if you're getting your foot into the door, if you're here, you're doing something, don't ruin someone's PR.
Yes. He's following embargo, God.
Don't do that stuff. You know, be mindful of what the brand is looking for and what they want. Don't go, oh, I'm working with a brand and woo woo woo, all this stuff, and like you spoil everything. Don't do that.
And not only do you spoil it for that company, we talk. And if somebody is like, oh, did you work for somebody? It's like, yeah, they ruined 2 campaigns.
Reputation.
Like, or if it's a kids brand and you have a whole series of posts where you're just cursing and showing body parts, please don't do that. Because there are different age groups for different things. I know it doesn't seem like that on social media, but like I think Viz Media probably has had to deal with this too. There's different manga for different age groups. And this one is supposed to be for children. That is not. This is Jose. That's different. You know?
Oh, man, I saw in chat that you had put that the business of fandom needs to be its own panel, and it does, because this topic we're just scratching the surface of what we could go over, but unfortunately we're running low on time. And I'm just soaking this up as much as being amongst you guys. You guys are extremely brilliant. But I'll finish with one last question. Are there any very short tips or advice that you would drop on the heads of anybody who is actively looking for a role within the PR, marketing, community manager, social media strategist realm? And anybody can go.
Start with your friends. Start with people you know. If you want to be in PR, the hardest thing for a comic book creator or an animator to do is talk about themselves. So if you know 3 people who have comic books and you know they're trying to get into different places, you can Google how to write a press release. You can Google how to, and I'm not saying that, like, if you're just trying to get your foot in the door and you've never had any experience, you have to show some experience. That's the hard part. So if you could start by working with the people around you, A, you'll be able to give them some free press. B, you'll get some experience, and then you might get the eye or ear of somebody who is hiring that can give you get your foot in the door.
Mm-hmm. God's will, do you have any tips or tricks you want to drop on the people before we go?
Sure, absolutely. I'm always wondering, like, how do people get hired, actually? But I feel the best, the best thing is to talk to people, like, but like I think genuinely so. Like, I'm always down to entertain people, like, that are like interested in like how to like do what I did, and like, like, I'll respond to people that are on LinkedIn that hit me up, or friends that like reach out to me. I like it when they have like a little bit of knowledge, like what I do, like to show like a little bit of like they're being serious. Like, a lot of people ask me, like, how do I become a voice actor? And I'm like, I can't help you with that. I don't know anything about that. And like, or like, if they ask me about something that I'm not like really attuned to, then I can't really help you. But if you are interested in like in doing like what I do, then I can totally help you. So I like it when people are like, oh, hey, can you tell me about what you did? What you do, how'd you get here? Like, people that are like really attentive. I think that really helps. I mean, otherwise, the best way to get into it is to be in it. But and like, I think if you are trying to get into it, start doing it. Maybe do it for like another company or a friend, or like a small group, like, and then like that gives you like some type of experience that like can allow you to talk to companies. So like, if you're interested in community management, see if you can like maybe like do some type of community management experience for yourself or for others.
Mm-hmm. Kosi?
I think for me, I just actually said this to a former intern of mine that wants to perfect her craft. I think there's such like a big emergence of like Instagram groups that are doing stuff in regards to like PR. Like, there's PR Girl Manifesto, Black Girl PR Magic. I think those mini subgroups are very important because they're doing most of it for free, like online panels. They're offering career advice, and it's a way to build community, and then also meeting some of these people like in person. I think is also important. Like, and also introducing yourself on LinkedIn, since a lot of these groups are LinkedIn based as well, and also want to help. So I think like reaching out to PR communities that are definitely targeted towards this is important.
And lastly, Dan.
I was trying to take notes as I was like thinking about this, so I can make it real quick. Embrace your voice. If you're trying to be on camera, if you're writing anything like that, embrace your voice, embrace who you are, and that will come through. Network. Join those groups. Work with people who you don't have to try to be working for DC, for Viz, for all these other places. You can start grassroots with people and friend, like you said, friends. Work with your friends. Test everything. Try all kinds of different ways of putting out content or writing or anything like that, and show your work. Ty started doing. I don't know how long you've been doing it, but it's like a quarterly report on yourself, where you're where you're showing what you're into, what you've been doing, and everything like that. Show your work, because if you don't tell people, they won't know. So there's that part, and do the work. You can't sit here going, I want this, I want to be there, I want to do that, but you're not doing anything to get to that space. So do the work. That's what I got.
No, what everyone had today was brilliant. I really cannot say how important this panel was, how much knowledge you guys dropped on everyone's heads. I truly feel like this was This was Creme de la Creme. This was Chef's Kiss. Thank you guys so much for your time. I will be contacting you later, just letting you know for my own personal needs. And of course, if you guys want to follow any of these lovely people after the live stream is posted, all of their contact or all of their professional information will be available in the description of the YouTube video. So you will find it then. At this time, thank you guys so much again for your time. And for all of you guys watching, thank you so much for checking in with Ink and Panels Volume 2. Stay tuned after the bump because we've got something else for you. And I'm going to take it to commercial. Bye.
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was just so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
So for me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artist as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on the page.
Certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
What's good, you guys? Thank you for all for watching at home and jumping into this. This is adapting Ianu to the screen. And I have some very special guests here today to talk about adapting Ianu and also adapting comics, everything to the screen, and more about the series itself. My name is Aaron. I'm the CEO and editor-in-chief of Off Black Magazine. I'm also your moderator for the next hour as we talk through this very special show and these very special individuals who have worked on a lot of amazing things. You know what? Let's start with Brandon, and we're gonna go over Brandon, Ivory, Carrie, and we'll end up with Roy. All right, but just introduce yourself, what you do, who you are, all that kind of stuff.
I'm Brandon Easton. I'm a comic book writer, screenwriter, video game writer. I served as the head writer of Ianu seasons 1 and 2.
Hey, what's up? I'm Ivory. I'm a TV writer based out of Los Angeles, and I was one of the staff writers for Ianu.
Hey everyone, my name is Carrie Grant. I am also a screenwriter, also prose writer, essayist, poems, all the writing. And I was a staff writer on Ianu.
Hello everybody, my name is Roy Okukwe, writer-director. I was creator and showrunner of the Ianu animated series.
All right. First, I want to thank Line Forge Entertainment for helping getting this all together. It wasn't a long ride, but it was a lot to get all the schedules to work and mix together. So to get this panel together, which is a lot of amazing videos that worked on a lot of amazing stuff. And so getting kind of into the first question and first discussion topic is, what's the difference between writing a show based on available source material versus writing one that is originally created for television? And I'm gonna let Carrie go first on this one.
I think having the available source material, you know, I'm sure you've heard writers say how daunting it is to face the blank page, right? So that's already comforting, just having the source material there. So Roy just had created such a rich, vibrant, vast, such a well thought out world in the graphic novels. It was really great to be able to reference it. You know, the characters were already created this really well thought out characters, a vast, rich, mythologically rich, historically rich, and beautiful world. And so I think it was just having that material already there for us was huge. Or let me speak for myself, like it's just huge having the material already there, like we can pull from and draw from. And of course it's going to change when we adapt it to the screen, but just having that source material there is just an immense source of comfort already. And I think a lot of times, like when you're writing a new series from scratch and you're starting from first season, you have it all in your head, you know, it's in multiple people's heads, but there isn't there anything for you to look at, really. You're creating everything from scratch. So having something to look at, reference, pull from, draw from, I think it only makes the work when it gets to the screen even richer.
Okay. Ivory?
Yeah, going off of what Carrie said, yeah, having the source material there, having the graphic novels right in front of us, it was really fun because you can go in and be like, okay, well, this part has to happen because this is like when Ianu does something really dope and like this has to be in the show. And then you can also look at stuff and be like, hey, can we like expand on this scene when like these two characters are fighting and like say like why they have beef with each other? Or hey, when Ikun does this, would it be okay if there was like a joke right here that you can like add in and pepper in? So it's kind of like you're getting like a recipe from this master chef, and then you can be like, okay, well, hey, I like this ingredient, let's add more of that. Or like, hey, instead of this, can we add this in there too? And also just having Roy in the room, it was really special because this is his baby. This is like something that he created all by himself. And at first it can be nerve-wracking. You want to make sure that you're like, you know, you're treating it well. But he was such a joy to work with. He was such a great collaborator, and Brandon was such a great leader. And, you know, Carrie's a genius. So like everyone in the room was amazing. It was just like a really cool experience.
Okay. Brandon?
I mean, going back to your original question, there are considerations in place from when you're working in somebody else's universe versus something that's like created by a network or something you created yourself. So like both Carrie and Ivory said, having source material to dive into for world building saves you the weeks and months of world building you have to do when you're starting a new show, whether you're talking about something like Scandal or talking about, you know, Darth Maul, you know, Shadow, you know, whatever the hell that's called, Shadow Lord, you know, it depends on, you know, what you have. If you're starting something from scratch, there are considerations and boundaries that you have to start creating. But we already kind of had those. So the best part about it was we knew where our walls were, no pun intended. We knew where we could stop. We knew where we couldn't go already. So that made the development process a lot faster and cleaner than you would if it was like something completely from scratch. And either way, though, budgetary concerns come into place. So there's only so far you can go anywhere anyway. So that's something you got to think about. But yeah, having source material definitely streamlines the development process.
And so Roy, so like kind of going off of what, you know, everyone else has said, you know, as with the source material, you know, you're like you're a traditional comic book writer, right? You like this is your first show that you've done, you know, writing for animation. You know, how was it, you know, transforming what that script for, we have a few panels today on intro to script writing. We have one on an editor who's talking about their POV of editing script, stuff like that. Was there a different process for you when it came to script writing the comics versus for the show? And then also, this is a side question, were there parts of the writing process you're like, man, I really want this in there, but due to budgetary or due to certain the way the adaptation where you're like, we can't make it in or something like. So 2-part question, but
I mean, I'll start with the second one because Brandon was our budget police in the room. If it was up to me, we would have blown the budget in episode 1, and that would have all been fired within a few weeks. But no, there were a lot of things that, I mean, I know I'm joking about it, but there are a lot of things that we all wanted to do to really, you want to push it as far as you can. But obviously with animation, there's so many limitations. And, it's something that Ivory said about Brandon leading the writer's room. I think it starts with the person that's leading, right? There's a tone that is set in the room that allows everybody to feel comfortable, first of all, to be able to swing for the fences. So the problem was never, don't be ambitious. It was, let's start with ambition and then let's try and work our way back to reality. That was one of the hardest things for me to come to terms with, not because I couldn't do it, but, like you said, coming from the comic book space where you can do almost anything, not literally anything. Even with comics, you have to be very careful with the amount of characters and explosions and different things. But with animation, it's exponential, right? You can't have an army of 200 people, in every scene. Whereas in a comic, there's ways that you can do that. So that was something that I had to learn very quickly and adapt to. But in terms of the differences, I mean, to me, writing is writing, right? Like at the end of the day, you have to, characters are characters, and you want to write characters that are compelling to people, that people can relate to, people can see themselves with. You want to write heroes that people can aspire to. You want to write villains that people are tempted to empathize with, right? Because, they have a position that seems valid enough for them to commit a certain atrocity. So to me, the medium wasn't really a problem because I, as a storyteller, I've always just wanted to create stories from African culture, but for a global audience. And when you're reaching out to a global audience, like there's certain things that you need to do in your character, regardless of where the character is from or what the character looks like or whatever race the character is from. There's certain things that a character needs to have, like what does the character want? What are they doing to achieve that? What are the forces that are opposing that? Like, what are their friendship structures? Like these things carry over. At least for me, it was easy to carry that over to the animation world. But I mean, the last thing I'll say is that I think your team also matters. I've learned so much from everybody here. These are people that have started off as colleagues and co-workers and ended up being friends. And that's not a typical thing. Not to say that writers' rooms are typically hell, but sometimes, like in the writers' room, you can feel like a gun for hire. You go from one thing to another. But we were in a situation where, even though yes, we're being paid to do a job, we very quickly formed a bond that I think, we were the original team chosen in the writers' room, and I think a lot of those characteristics ended up showing up on screen. And just personally, I don't know if I've ever said this, Brandon is one of the most intelligent and brilliant people I've ever met. Like you'll be in a room and then you say something and Brandon is like, well, in 1975 X, Y, and Z. I'm like, dude, how do you keep all this in your head?
Brandon's an encyclopedia.
Yeah, I'm just like, what the heck? Like, Brandon is like, I mean, everybody talking about AI now. He's like, he was like the chat GPT in the room because just anything about any era and he knew it. So just the way we're laughing now, this was what our writers' room was like. There was a lot of joy in it, and I think that just made it easy for me personally.
Okay, and that makes sense. You can see a lot of in our reviews and everything, and in the watching, you can see a lot of that passion shown on screen. Especially when you go from season 1 to the movie to season 2. Like you can see the passion and the love for the series, and also in the writing of it also. So I I would we're gonna go around the room again and end up back at Roy with this next question. I'm actually gonna jump ahead to another one first. With that, talking about brand media encyclopedia, all that, how would you say your experience in working on other animations helped with the process of adapting Ianu? And let's say with Ivory first.
Let's see. I would say for me, my instinct in other rooms, it's like, okay, let's come up with some jokes. Whether it's a show that's for like 6 to 11 kids or a show that's like for preschool, I'm always trying to like slide in jokes whenever I can. So when it came to Ianu, it was really fun because it would be like, okay, the kids are on Ekun's back. They're walking through this valley. They're surrounded by monsters. And I'd be like, okay, cool, awesome. I think we could put like a fart joke right here. I think it might play. I don't know if like the network will let us do it, but I think we can like wedge it in right here. So that was something. And also on other shows I've worked on, whether they've been based on a previous IP or something from scratch, a lot of it was going into like the background of the characters and like how they interact with each other, like what's their history with each other. For example, one thing I pitched was with Kanfo and Jaja. There's a scene in the comic where the two of them like fight each other, and in the comic, it's a good fight, and it's also like there's not too much dialogue between them. And I was like, okay, well, what if we like expand that lore a little bit? What if we have like a little bit of a backstory where this where Jaja has beef with Kanfo and the soldiers and the from Elu, the Esho, because his son was killed by the Esho like in a battle because he brought him into the front lines when he just wasn't ready. And now Kanfo's kind of repeating that same cycle with Toye. And none of this was a bit in the book, and I pitched it in the room, and everyone was like, yeah, let's go for it. So that was something that's really fun. Taking those things I learned from other shows of like, hey, adding more lore, more backstory, and more interactions with characters, and applying it to Ianu.
Okay. Brandon?
I mean, for me, it was learning how to write to a younger audience without condescension or needless expositionary dumps, which I can't stand, but they're necessary sometimes. You know, because most of my sensibilities and most of the shows I've worked on skewed up, and I meant more toward 18. Like you're talking about Transformers War for Cybertron, even the 2011 Thundercats. The youngest show I ever worked on was Transformers Rescue Bots, which was for like a under 10 audience, which is great. But you can't do Evangelion type stuff on a show like
here it is. Here is the Evangelion reference.
Get in the robot, Optimus. Get in the robot.
Get in the robot, right? So the trick is that you had to figure out a way to engage 4 quadrants in a way that that's not my sensibility usually. I mean, for me, stuff like even Interstellar or the new Dune trilogy, that's where my sensibilities lie. But you can't do that on Ianu. And you can do it, but you have to do it in a way that doesn't alienate 95% of the audience. So the trick was for me figuring out ways to not lose sophistication, but also not alienate younger people, because one of the best and biggest array of responses that I've gotten personally, like people talking to me out in the world, is that people who are 30, 40, 50 are watching it with their grandchildren or their children or their younger cousins. And these young people are not on social media, which is why we're not seeing the social media, type of response you would see on TikTok, blah, blah, blah. But these kids who are like 5 to like 10 are loving the show. So knowing that that's out there in the world, knowing that they responded to what we all did collectively, because we all have different sensibilities, but working with the people I worked with across the board, Carrie, Ivory, Roy, Matt, Wayne, other folks who had more experience with younger audiences, definitely helped me figure out a way to talk to people without talking down to them. because this is why a lot of American animation has suffered versus anime, because you'll have 8-year-olds watching One Piece and understanding it because One Piece doesn't condescend. And to a lesser extent, Dragon Ball, whatever, doesn't.
Here you go.
Right? So I just feel that my past experience was not necessarily congruent with Ayanu, but I had to learn because of Ayanu how to talk and commiserate and build with that younger audience. So that was like the greatest thing that I got out of it, a very, very, very valuable skill and life lesson. So I cherish that.
It's funny you say you're talking about like the kids that aren't on social media. Our reviewer, she when she reviews the season and everything, she watched it with her little cousin. And so like her little cousin, like they watched it together, and that's how like when like in her review, I believe for the movie, she has some quotes from her little cousin that what she said about the movie also. And so like that's that's the truth, it's and that's what word of mouth comes in, and that's where talking about it and everyone talking about it is really important, because the 5 to 10-year-olds, some of them they shouldn't be, but some of them are on social media, but a lot of that it gets funneled down from the parent watching it or seeing it in the Facebook group or seeing it somebody, oh, my kid needs to watch this, right? And so that's really important. And I guess out of all of you, I think Carrie, you've worked on most of says a long last name, but Carrie, you worked on most you Dr. Stuffins, right? Yep, and you've worked on, so like for you, same question, but like how was that position?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting because I'm coming at it from the opposite end of the spectrum as branding.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
yeah. So like most of the shows I've worked on have been for a much younger audience, where things have to be on the nose, and you need a tad bit more explanation for certain things. But I also think that preschool writing is you have to be so precise and so specific. Because you don't want to talk down to kids either. You know what I mean? Like you understand that the kids are young, right? They're really little, but you also there's a sense of aspiration that you always want to write, that I always strive to write. Like, I think people have different philosophies around writing for kids, for young kids, but I think that kids always want to know. They always want to know what they don't know. They always want to learn what they don't know. They don't mind. I think it's boring for kids if they just kind of know everything already that you've written, you know what I mean? So for me, it was taking that experience of just being in the writer's room, having to write in a really precise way, which I think was really applicable here also, because the show is serialized. There was already the source material. We kind of knew where we wanted to go and what we wanted to hit, and we needed to be in lockstep about that. And so, and then also to sort of piggyback on something Ivory said, it's helpful to know, like, none of us are one-dimensional. We're all multidimensional, but it's also helpful to know like what your strengths are in the room, So if you're like great at pitching jokes, everyone pitches jokes, but if like that's your thing, great. If you're like a structure person, great. Also, like I think there's a puzzle. It's like fitting puzzle pieces together, right? So we all have our strengths in the room. I think we worked really well together in that regard. All of our strengths coming together to make the show. But I also think of something I heard Denzel Washington say one time in an interview, which is you get good at what you practice. So simply the unsexy answer of having done it over and over and over again is really helpful. And you learn really early on about, for instance, like everyone is trying to make the story as great as possible, right? So we want to like poke holes where there are holes and like highlight the problems, but you also want to come with a solution. And those are things that you learn. That's, for example, one thing I learned early on in my process in being in a writer's room. And then I think because we had a schedule we had to hit, like we knew we had to be in sync in many respects regarding the story, where it was going. you know, we each had to know each other's scripts really intimately. So every writer's room also operates in a totally different way, but there are certain things that kind of remain standard. Like I said, knowing what your strengths are in the room, and if you even and even stuff like pitching jokes and them not landing, you know what I mean? It's like a rite of passage everyone has to go through. And you just keep going, and you keep, because everyone wants to do the show, right? So that's my answer.
You know, and that actually leads me to two questions for Rory. One I've written down, one I don't. But you know, Brandon, Ivory, and Carrie also spoke on an aspect of writing. You know, that adaptation of, you know, Ivory adding in that joke. You know, at some point, you know, Brandon having to adjust the way he, you know, was written and in the past for that audience, and then, you know, Carrie using her experience and all that, like they all that aspect of, yeah, they had to change what you wrote a little bit. Right, not in specifically, but, you know, as a comic book writer, you know, that's not usually, you know, there are some people who write in duos or write together, but that's not usually, you know, it's you in your room with your computer and you're writing by yourself, and then you have an editor, and then, you know, editor says something, you say, no, I'm keeping it anyway, right? But that's not, you know, the writer's room process is different, right? So I like, I guess the first part is like, coming from their experience, like, what was it like, you know, being in a writer's room for that first time and having to, you know, feed your ideas, you know, and honestly, you know, having to hear that no sometimes, or having to hear that I want to add this, you're like, well, no, you know, what was that experience like?
Yeah, I think, you know, I have a very unique take on this, because my circumstance, as it has always been in my entire career, I've never done things like in the normal way, right? Like either going to film school, learn how to write there, taking an internship somewhere, then getting your like these opportunities never they never manifested for me. First of all, I came into the US as an immigrant. I studied computer science. So for me, I've always accepted that my path is one of, you know, it's going to be unorthodox. So getting into this writer's room, I had 10 years to prepare for this, because obviously I've been writing comics, but I'd also been writing scripts, and I've been rejected by almost every platform, every publisher, every streamer, whatever. Like I've experienced all of that, right? So I have a very I have a wealth of it. When I go into the writer's room, I didn't have credits in terms of experience, but, you know, I had enough experience of knowing what people responded to and what people didn't respond to. But when I got into this particular room, and it's going to look, I'm probably going to say this a couple of times in my answers. Again, having someone like Brandon, one of the things that Brandon said to us early on in the writer's room was, and Brandon, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was something along, I'm paraphrasing, that there isn't anything that cannot be resolved with a mature conversation. Like that was the mandate, that look, we're not here to be talking around people's backs. We're not here to, you know, be acting like high school children and kids. You know, if you have a problem with somebody, come out and say it. Brandon was very quick to set the tone that there was no room for ego. Like, we're all equals here. Even though I'm the captain of the ship, there's still, this is a democracy where it's like, we want the best ideas to come to the surface. It's not about because Roy wrote the graphic novel, because Roy is the creator, or because Brandon is the head writer, or because Ivory is the funniest person, or because Carrie is an Emmy award-winning writer, you know, or because Matt has been working longer than all of us combined in the animating industry, right? So like Carrie said, everybody had something immense they were bringing to the table, right? But I think very quickly, and Brandon is also very smart, because when we first got together in the writers' room for a week, we were all in LA. He fed us every day. I think that goes a long way. So, like, every single day, Brandon was going to have lunch. We're going to have like a 90-minute lunch. We're all going to go and eat and talk. And as I love, these things help, like, because it allows you to build camaraderie with people. It allows you to get to know people outside of the room, outside of the work. And, you know, I always say that, you know, there are a lot of bad people in this world, but most people are just trying to figure things out. And the more you get to know people, even the quirks that you don't necessarily quote unquote like, you get to see where they come from. Either somebody had, certain things in their childhood that they believed, or they had this, like, once you start to bond with people, you start to understand them on a deeper level, and it allows you in a working environment like a writer's room to gain respect, and very, very quickly. So I think for me, coming into it, this wasn't very difficult because of the tone that Brandon set. And, Brandon, very early on in the writer's room, he was also a mentor for me. So I came into the room to learn from all of these people. And I think I came out not just a better writer, but a better person after the writer's room. And a lot of credit has to go to all of the people that you see here today, and obviously Matt, who is in here with us. That I have to give a lot of credit to them as well.
That's beautiful. I think collaborative writing can be a very difficult process.
It's not easy. It's not. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Actually, I'm saying all this like it's it's a better. It's not like this is writing comes from a place of you're bringing your own persona into whatever world that you're working on, right? So automatically that brings a sense of you want to protect yourself because you're putting yourself out there. So pitching ideas, like Carrie said, isn't easy because when you get a rejection, right? If you're not careful and if you're not mature enough, you see that as an indictment of your person. Whereas it's not that. It's just that that's not the best idea for now. As a matter of fact, some ideas that we pitched in the writer's room that got rejected were brought back for future episodes as well too. So yeah, it's not an easy process, but it's easier when you have mature people that actually care about human beings. This is something that I have to be very, very specific on. When you have people that care about other people outside of just extracting work from them, it's easier the process is much easier.
Okay. And I think that's a beautiful part about writing for shows and stuff like that, right? It's this process that brings about the best idea, right? It's everyone's spitballing, and the cream rises to the top, right? It's not where one person's the dictator, and I think
but there are writers' rooms like that. There's Brandon who can give you a lot of horror stories, and anybody else here. There are rooms
they probably
like
have that story.
Actually, there are rooms like that where it's like, it's really a dictatorship, and unfortunately, it works out for some people. Where they do that, they get a good show, but I feel like the cost, which is almost always, hurting somebody or scarring somebody in a way where you give somebody a traumatic experience that lives with them for the rest of their life. Like the cost to me is not worth that type of process.
It kind of doesn't necessarily lead into my next question, but it kind of talks into it where adapting isn't always the easiest thing, right? It's fun, we have the source material, awesome like that, but what would you guys say was like the most difficult aspect of getting Iyanu from the comic to the television? What was the most difficult part of that?
That's a really good question.
Let's go to Carrie first.
I feel like we should go to Brandon and Roy first.
Okay, my fault. Let's go to Brandon
because they laid the foundation. They sort of took
that is a good point.
Yeah.
Let's go to Brandon first. Then.
I was just time. That's it. Time. It was we always pressed for time. And time is the one thing you don't get back. There's nothing. I mean, you can talk quantum physics all day, but time, you don't get it back. And in Star Trek Generations, where he said, "Time is the fire in which we burn." There were a lot of things we wanted to do that we couldn't do. Yeah. There were a lot of things that we hit against because of budget and time. I mean, this is all a formula, but. There were a lot of things that had to be truncated, things that had to be changed. There were a lot of challenges, particularly in the second season, which weren't bad challenges, they were just real ones, So I would say the hardest part was just figuring out, especially since this was my first time as a head writer of a writer's room, learning the best way to mitigate time management, especially during a pandemic. or the latter
Mhm.
stage that we got, time is all, nebulous, looking back on it. But the bottom line was that there was a lot we wanted to do that we couldn't do because of time, and then time equals budget, and
Yep.
then that balancing that formula was like spinning a bunch of plates that were on fire, So I would just say time, because if we had more time, I think some things would have been different and cleaner. Not that I have any complaints, but it's just things we wanted to do as a team that time didn't allow us to do. So that was the hardest part. But we got it done, but we just had to figure out how to use the time that we had, because it was stands in the hourglass, man.
These are the days of our lives.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add to that too, because the source material is so, like I said, rich, vast. So many characters are created. It was such a wide world that choosing is extremely difficult. And I have issues with choosing because I'm on the cusp of Libra. That's a whole other conversation. But but like, choosing what to include, what to exclude, what to expand upon, what to truncate. It's like a double-edged sword, because on the one hand, like I said, having the source material was so great and so comforting, and it wasn't the blank page. We already had a world to play inside of. But then the flip side of that is it's so much that you then have to choose like what's best for the screen, what works for the specific story that we're telling in every episode and in every season. So I would say that's also a challenge in adapting the source material to screen.
Yeah, and
Roy?
kind of going off of.
Oh no, Ivory, my fault. My fault.
sorry.
No, go ahead. I didn't hear you start talking. I heard a pause.
It's come from all sides. Yeah, going off of what Carrie said. Yeah, I think also we added characters who weren't in the source material. For example, we have like these two soldiers in the Esho, Teju and Siju, who are just like rookies, who are just like fresh out of boot camp, and it's kind of like we use them to see like, hey, here's like what all this madness looks like from like, from the ground floor. And they're not in the source material at all. And we loved writing for them, but at the same time, if you put these two characters in, that means less space for everyone else. And we got to the point where you could literally have an origin story for like every single character in the show and devote an episode to every single character. Like, oh, this person on the council. Oh, like what's Oba's backstory? What's like we can spend on B and Ikun, but there's just not enough time. There's not enough space. So just kind of picking and choosing which characters to focus on and where, while also making sure we're not diluting from Iyanu herself, because she is the star of the show. So if we have like a cajillion characters and we forget about Iyanu, then we've kind of like lost the plot there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with everybody. Time, but like I think time equals, to me, the biggest frustration was the budget. Not that, I'm complaining, because, a show is a show, right? Like, to even be able to say that you have 2 seasons of anything, to be honest with you, is a monumental achievement. I was telling somebody in another interview that having your own personal graphic novel or IP adapted into an animated series is literally a 1 in a million thing. Like if you look at the millions of creators out there with their own IP who want to create a show, it's like musical chairs, right? There's so few slots. There is a finite amount of space where these type of shows of this type of quality, at least for now, can go. So I want to make sure that I preface this comment in a way that doesn't sound like I'm complaining about that, but there's so many things we wanted to do. As a matter of fact, a lot of people don't know that in season 1 specifically, we cut a lot out of the scripts. There's a lot of stuff that we wrote that didn't make it into the final picture. Even I can say for season 1, episode 1 and episode 2 specifically, dramatically had maybe 40% cut from each episode. So yes, there's a lot of things that time, like not just time for us, but time literally in the actual episode, the 22-minute time space we had didn't allow us to fit in terms of storytelling, because you have to understand this world is massive. This one of the things that I gave to, and I'm sure Brandon and everybody else, they cursed me when I sent it to them. The world of Vienna, I had a document that was almost like 50 pages long. And this is the story that happens before episode 1. So like this is all the stuff over 1,000 years that has happened. So this world is very vast, very deep. But I think that discipline also allowed us to tell a better story, to be honest with you. Looking at it in hindsight, it allowed you, like Ivory said, to focus on the things that, okay, what is really important here? Iyana on a journey, right, to discovering who she is and doing that with her friends. And figuring out that empathy is literally the key to save everybody, not just herself, right? That's essentially is what Iana's story is about. So we're able to focus. But yeah, it was in the moment, it was really frustrating, honestly, the fact that we didn't have literally enough time to write and enough time in the episodes to actually get everything that we wanted to see out there. I can't really say who they are, but there are these 2 fascinating characters I wanted to add in season 2. That Brandon, I don't know if you remember, it just ended up ripping them out. Like literally, they were in every episode of.
I had to write everything without
Brandon. Brandon went on this retreat for Brandon was like, guys, just leave me alone for 2 weeks. I'll come back to you guys. And he literally went. I don't know whether he went to Mecca or some mountain in LA. We never heard from him for 2 weeks. And Brandon just came back and was like, this is what we're doing for season 2. These 2 characters are dead to me. So this is what we're doing. But it ended up working out. Weird. I know, right? It was the funniest thing. We didn't hear from him for 2 weeks. For 2 weeks, we didn't hear from Brandon. Literally, it was like, guys, just let me go and I'll come back, because there were a lot of things we had to fix.
Yeah.
The talking about the backstory and like how much you could write, right? And a couple of our panels today, we have a couple of other comic book writers and stuff like that. One who I've talked to a lot, his name is White Manga. He writes a comic. I forget what it's called off the top of my head right now. But and he talks about his process, and he's the same way. He's like, when I first start writing, I start from -1. I don't start from 0. I start from -1. He's writing, pages and pages of the backstories of every single character. Stuff that you may not know. It's like I always think it's a funny thing you see in social media from a lot of these pages. They're like, happy birthday to this one character from this one anime or comic that I'm like, I didn't even know they had a birthday. I've been reading, I didn't know they had a birthday, right? And so like that lore, right? And so one thing that I've heard a lot when talk about writing in general is that sometimes some people write with the idea that they have that movie in their head. Like, this is going to be this, it's going to be that, right? So talking about adapting it, when creating Iyanu, did you have that idea in your head, like, oh, this is going to be an anime series, this is going to be a movie or something like that? Did you imagine that you'd be at this part?
Yeah, I mean, to me, the intent was to, first of all, write a fantastic graphic novel. And this is the mistake some people make sometimes, where they use the comic book space as a stepping stone to something else. And look, I'm not here to tell people how to create their own worlds, but for me, I had to respect the medium. Even though I wanted Iyana to be an animated series, when I was working on a graphic novel, I was working on it like, this is the only place that Iyana is ever going to exist. Because I think readers are smart enough to know when your heart is not in something, and very quickly they will drop your book. So yeah, even though there was always the ambition to have this be an animated series, the moment I started working on the graphic novel with Godwin Akpan, who is also the art director on the show, he illustrated the first volume. We were very committed to creating the best graphic novel, as possible. So yeah, that was my focus. And luckily for me, I was one of the few that had the opportunity to go from page to screen. And I think a lot of that is also due to the support that the graphic novel itself got. Like, it started on Kickstarter. I believe I had 1,000 backers on the graphic for the first graphic novel. I think that was the first signal to the world that this is something that people are very interested in. As a matter of fact, after that Kickstarter, that was when the show got picked up for development, not necessarily green light. It was off the success on Kickstarter. So yeah, I mean, I think a lot of credit has to go to, a lot of times we complain that, you know, Black people don't support Black things. I can't say that because I literally have receipts. If you go to my Kickstarter backers, you can see that the entire community of not just Black people, obviously, but a lot of people from the African diaspora, you know, the Black diaspora, here in the US, UK, Africa, all over the place came to support Iyanu, and that is a big reason why it is what it is today. And a lot of times I think that we complain about, like, we need to see more of this on the screen. Well, go and support the graphic novels that you love right now, because that's, or the YouTube series, you know, that's on there, like, that people are saying, or like or even like with Iyanu right now, like, you know, a lot of people want to see more of this. We need the show to do well. Or when, like, for someone like Brandon, when he's, you know, he co-wrote a movie now, you know, that's in the theaters, like, supporting things like this allows people like us to continue doing what we're doing. And I want to be very, very direct about the correlation between what you support and where it ends up being. Because a lot of times people just think that, oh yeah, you just met this person, you pitched your thing. No, people go online and look how many people bought this, how many people watch this, how many people follow you, how many people are sharing, how many people are talking, how many people are commenting. They look at I guarantee you, if you don't think Netflix and all they look at every single thing, right? So it matters. Like, even just sharing somebody else's post goes a long way. So if you have people that you root for and you like their storytelling, or you just like them as people, just go ahead and just support them in any way you can, because it leads to stuff like this.
I agree 100%. It's a great way to end that part. And it's great to end that part because it's all truth. That's all truthful. Kind of want to talk a little bit about Iyanu before we close up, right? Season 2 is concluded, right? Now we're in anticipation for the War of the Twin Princes, right? And I have a curious question kind of for myself, and then kind of a fun question, I think. And it's, how do you decide how many chapters of Iyanu you want to adapt per season? I'm not sure who's better. Brand's probably the best person to answer that question. And then the second part of the question is for everybody. It's like, and in season 2 specifically, were there any chapters that you guys were just like excited to have animated? Like, was it like a certain part? Like, was it like, what was the most exciting part that you were waiting to get animated for season 2? First part of the question, I think it's Brandon. Brandon probably best person to answer that question. I would think, Brandon.
That's a tough one, because we did veer a bit away from the graphic novels, because it's not a one-to-one translation or adaptation, excuse me. And there were things that we mainly, because I spoke to Roy early on, and then we started laying it all out. What did he want to see, and the story that he wanted to tell that was leading to, because basically each season, without spoilers, leads up to a film that kind of explains everything that's going on. So we had to make sure that every breadcrumb, or whatever it is you call it, that we dropped led to something that had a payoff. So that's closer to what we were dealing with, more so than deciding what chapters to use. It was more about what thematic elements had to be in episodes. And particularly in season 2, even though now it's over, I know that I wanted, and the rest of our team wanted, to explore a little bit more about people and why they do what they do. And there's a great episode where one of the bullies from season 1 shows up in season 2, who is on his own redemption tour, because he was realizing he didn't know who he was because of his family, and he needed to throw off the shackles almost of being a part of a dynasty, and then figuring out what altruism really was, without that kind of, patting on the back that people do when they do charity. He wanted to find out who he was. And like stuff like that was part of the greater tapestry of empathy that we were building, even from season 1. But season 2, heavy theme was, what is empathy? What is the power of empathy? how does caring about other people also enrich yourself without selfishness? You know, so we weren't really looking at, you know, graphic novel issues or chapters as much as we were trying to figure out how to make it all one giant tapestry that every episode built toward. So that's really a lot of where I was going, where we were going, where Roy wanted to go, and so we were following that setup, and that's basically where it went. And I think we achieved it very well.
And to add to that, just to provide context, so Iyanu season 1 covers roughly volume 1 to the end, towards the end of volume 4, and then season 2 is volumes 4, 5, and potentially 6. Like that. That's how it's structured. But when we were in the writers' room, Iyanu volumes 1 to 3 were the only things that were complete. I was literally writing volumes 4, 5, and 6 during the production of Iyanu as well. So what I did was I spoke to Brandon. I think I shared this with the entirety in writers' room. I had like a bullet list of, this is where volume 3 ends. Here's the rest of, this is where the story is going, and this is where potentially season 2 would end based on what I'm doing in the graphic novel. So they didn't have the luxury of seeing what was going on in the comic books be after volume 3. I still saw it because I was working directly with the artist. So I just wanted to add that caveat there as well.
That gives you so many more questions that we don't have time for. We don't have time for that. So many questions we don't have time for. But Ivory, Carrie, favorite part, what was that part you were looking forward to seeing animated in season 2? Sorry, Ivory.
For me, it was Iyanu meeting Adura. That was the moment. I was very happy I got to write that episode where they actually meet face to face, because it's the energy of it. I really wanted it to be where it's like, okay, because they're both teenagers. So these are two kids meeting in the parking lot of their high school, like after school, and they have beef with each other. Exactly. And one of them's trying to be really nice, and the other one's like, yeah, whatever, like completely ignoring her. And so having those two meet up, because I really do love Adura, because she's a great villain in that. We do explore like why she is the way she is. Like Brandon was, Roy was talking about the document they sent to all of us, where it explains like, hey, this is like the chosen, this is like the corrupted and the people of the deep. And I remember I was getting my car washed, and I'm like waiting for my car, and I'm like reading about the people of the deep, and I'm like, oh man, that's messed up. Oh yeah, I'll be right there, sir. Oh wow, that's crazy. And so seeing someone who grew up in with this horrible, tragic backstory, and now she's kind of face to face with the person who represents everything that went wrong with her life. That was really exciting, and that was like the really a big highlight for me for season 2, just seeing those two characters talk to each other, and then they fight. Yeah.
My screen is frozen, but I hope you guys can still hear me. I don't know why it's frozen.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, it's frozen on a very funny face for some reason. I don't know why it's frozen, but go ahead, Carrie.
Yeah, I was gonna say Ivory stole my answer. Adura.
Swish.
But
didn't you guys co-wrote that episode? Right?
We did. We co-wrote that episode,
yeah.
And then the this episode where they just fight each other, which was really fun to write. Because I like to say, the kind of piggyback on what everyone has already said. I had a writing teacher once who used to say, the key to writing a good villain isn't good versus evil, it's perceived good versus perceived good. So someone looking at something from the flip side of the same coin, and I think that that's most of life. And also kind of connected to something Roy said earlier about us as personally in the writer's room, getting to know each other and understanding each other's quirks, and how getting to know someone and understanding them, talking to them really allows you to understand where they're coming from. It softens you to them, and also you can see yourself in them. No one is all good, no one is all bad. So we all have the spectrum. We're all on the spectrum of good to bad. Like I was reading something or listening to something once where they were talking about how Mother Teresa was so allegedly so good because she was trying to stave off the Hitler within herself. You know,
Wow.
that's really heavy, but we all have the capacity to be great, and we all have the capacity to be not great. And
Absolutely.
so that's something that I think we really reveled in exploring. And then so animating those amazing fight scenes, which is such a great part of the show tapestry, you know, showing the different fighting styles in the different regions. And then showing the different regions, like the deep is incredible. It's just the different parts of the world are so beautiful in their own distinct ways. Just so much thought just went into every element of this show. So yeah, just looking forward to expanding the world more in season 2. Our 3 main characters becoming even better friends, and then them figuring out their own roles together and how that all works together. And you know, Toye and Bee discovering their own powers. Team Chosen coming together. The whole thing, I mean, I know that kind of veers off your original question, but yeah, those were some of the things I was looking forward to for season 2 for sure.
Still a great answer. Roy, do you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think there's a theme here around Adura, right? I think it's a character we're all very proud of for season 2. It's such an amazing, very complex, extremely layered character. And I don't know if I've told Brandon this or anybody, like I had a cheat code in the writer's room. I always picked the 9th episode of each season. And for me, the reason why was that it gave me the opportunity. By the time you get to episode 9, all the characters, they're all established, right? You know exactly what they want, their quirks, and their voice is super clear. For me, episode 9 in season 2 was one of the favorite things I've ever written, because I got to play with Adura, and both Adura and Iyanu at the height of their power, not just physically but emotionally as well. You get to see both spectrums of that of both of them, and their fighting in 209 isn't just physical; it's also an emotional and mental one as well. So to see that on screen, there was a lot of anticipation for me personally, because I also got to direct that one. You know, as well. But I think it's because you get to put 2 very, very fascinating characters that mesh together so well, not only because it's a hero facing a villain, but like Kerry said, both of them are sort of like the same side, different side of the same coin. Like they've experienced the same thing, they've experienced similar trauma, and they've both dealt with it in different ways, and they both can learn a lot from each other. So to be able to have that penultimate episode where they go at each other for the second time, to see that on screen was very, very amazing, because we had built these characters over 10, 20 episodes, and getting to do that in the 9th episode of season 2 was very exciting.
All right, so we're running low on time, and I have one final question. I don't even know if we have time for it, actually, but we have one final question. Again, with season 2 concluded, and you know, waiting for that next War of Twin Princes, have there been any differences between the production of this movie versus the first one? And are there any particular moments in the film that you can talk about that the audience should look out for?
I'll let Brandon answer this, and everybody else answer the second one. The first question was, sorry, can you say that again, just to make sure I had it right?
Have there been any differences between the production of this movie
versus
the first one?
Yes, definitely. I think the season 2 movie is a culmination of everything that we've all learned for the last 20 episodes plus the last movie. So we had a chance to really just put everything that we've learned, the mistakes, the highs, the lows, all of that into one final movie. And I can speak for myself personally. This is one of the this is my most up till date the most proud I've been. My proudest moment as a creator, as a writer, as a director is this movie. Because like I said, it allowed me to put every single thing that I've learned throughout my entire career in comics, in animation, TV, film, every single thing that I learned how to do in the entertainment industry is in this one movie. So yes, there was a lot of things that we did different, not because the movie was different, but just because of everything that we had learned up until that point. And I think this movie represents the best of Iyanu in every way. Humor, action, storytelling, writing, world building, all of that is represented in the movie.
For the second question, any particular moments in the film that the audience should be looking out for? We already called out Brandon, so I'm gonna have Brandon go first. That you can talk about. I know it's hard right now.
Yeah, give them the Star Wars reference. That we always.
I would just say that
we got a New Hope in there. What do you got in there?
There will be so many things will be explained, and it'll form one giant circle thematically. Everything you've seen from the first episode in season 1 to the final episode in season 2 into the War of the Twin Princes. It's going to make everything is going to make sense. And I think that the clarity will be a kind of mission accomplished feeling for the audience who've joined us from the very first moment all the way up into the War of the Twin Princes. So, I don't want to ruin anything, but it'll definitely be a big payoff for those who've been there since day one.
Carrie?
I mean, I feel like I don't have much to add beyond that. I don't want to spoil anything. I'm scared to spoil it. But I mean, I think it'll be okay. Here's what I'll say. I think if you think the show is beautiful, watch out for the movie.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'll say. It just takes the world takes it to it elevates it to such heights. It's stunning. It's beautiful. And like learning about it'll a lot of things will click, I think, from having watched a series, watching the movies. Like you'll see a lot of the connections that will make, and it's just a cohesive part of the whole. But it's stunning, it's gorgeous, it's beautiful. The scale, I would say, people should look out for. There are all these new characters that are introduced that help to connect the story. What everyone has already been watching in seasons 1 and 2 in the first movie. So I don't want to spoil anything. I'll just say it's stunning, it's beautiful, and like Brandon said, it brings it all full circle.
Absolutely. Ivory?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep my answer as vague as possible because I feel like if I give a spoiler, like a dart's gonna fly in my neck. Yeah. So yeah, kind of what everyone else said. It's gorgeous. There's a ton of new characters. I also think it's really cool in that like you can watch this movie and then go back to the movie or season 1. It kind of like forms this loop, much like a Star Wars reference. If you go back and watch if you watch episode 1, it's like, oh, okay, I get why Anakin is kind of like this. You kind of see a lot of that world building explained in the movie. And then let's say you show us to somebody, it's the first thing they've seen from Iyanu, and they're like, oh, well, this seems cool. Well, it's like, okay, well, now you can show them the rest of the show and see how all that plays out. And yeah, and that's all I can say because I'm afraid for my life. I don't want a dart in my neck. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it vague.
Actually, Roy, we didn't get to you. Is there anything that you're excited?
No, I think everybody covered it. It's a very emotional story. I think one of the things that Brandon said early on about not condescending to kids. If there was ever a perfect representation of that, it's this movie where it's like, without going into things that are inappropriate for kids, like the themes that we have in here, oddly enough, are relevant to things that are happening today, things that kids would have to deal with eventually, as well. But at the end of the day, like one of the things that Iyanu always shows is that light always overcomes darkness. You know, that's one of the running themes throughout episode 1 up until this point, and you get to see it on a larger scale, almost quite literally, actually, in this movie as well. So yeah, this is a great thing to watch with your family, all generations, old, young, new, teenagers, young adults. There's something for everybody in this movie, and it's again, like I said, it's one of my proudest moments as a creator.
That's great. That's great to hear. I'm excited for it. I'm very excited. I'm excited for us to review, excited for us to talk about it. What I want to say is I want to thank you guys for coming here and doing this panel with me, and for everyone that's watching at home. Thank you for taking the time to watch. There's a lot of gems dropped in this one, right? A lot, these are very accomplished people who've done a lot of amazing things. And so to be able to get you guys for this hour was amazing. One of my wildest dreams. I'm like, it's very awesome. And so thank you guys for coming. If you haven't watched Iyanu season 1, season 2, or the first movie, please go check them out. I believe the movie is too all on HBO Max. So you have HBO Max, or you can go watch that. I don't know if Cartoon Network still has a streaming service. They used to. I don't think they do anymore.
No, the streaming it's a Cartoon Network. It airs, well, season 2 is over now, but it airs on Saturday on Cartoon Network, and then next day on HBO Max.
Yeah, it used to back in the day, seeing like a CN.com thing. Cartoon Network used to have something, but they don't have that anymore.
It got merged with HBO Max. Yeah.
Sucks. I want to thank Lion Forge for allowing us to have this panel. Having you guys on, really appreciate them. You will see Brandon in another panel. I believe that's the intro to script writing panel. Carrie is in another panel as well, talking about working in the animation industry. And we got Roy on a one-on-one, which by the time you're watching this already happened, but you can rewind and go back and watch it. But I feel like you should. The moderator was great in that one. He was great. Go check that out. And I also got the okay that we can show the trailer for the War of the Twin Princes. So awesome. Right after this panel, you guys will get a treat of watching that new trailer. So thank you guys, and we'll see you watch at home. See you guys at the next one. And for our panelists, thank you so much for stopping by. And that's it for this one.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah. Bye.
Remember, I'm with you, always. You know nothing. You are nothing except a liar.
End this vicious cycle once and for all. The dominant and powerful shall rule the earth. To live. First Father, Elida, Joseph, grant me the strength to end this war. I am done seeking your forgiveness.
What's the matter, friend? Are you tired?
I win! You mean you cheated? As always!
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was just so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
For me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artists as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on the page.
Certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
You want to get into the field, and next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively, and that just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection, and my fellow comic book creators like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Somebody.
I'm muted. That's crazy.
Yeah,
All right.
I was like, somebody did not listen, so that's crazy. That's crazy that we're professionals.
Oh my gosh.
Professionals. It's okay.
It's been a beautiful day, man. I think that Ianu War of Twin Princess trailer. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
It was
they kind of cooked.
very good. It's very lit, very exciting. It was giving movie, as it should, because it is a movie. I know that sounds real lame, but I'm telling you, I was like, oh snap, it's a movie. We in there. I think my favorite aspect of the trailer though was the ending at the end where you think the trailer's over and then they hit you with this snap. The little sibling rivalry thing.
I like that. I think it's they're giving it a nice real look at the sibling rivalry turned war turned something. I have no idea what's going to happen. And I am like super excited about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited too. I just, man, this entire day has been from top to bottom so far. We're about a little under halfway through today, and I'm just brimming with excitement for my panel earlier. The panel I'm about to hop into in a little second. Shameless plug. Like it's been a vibe. I'm really excited for sure.
Oh yeah, I've been really excited for a lot of the panels people we've been able to bring in. I mean, that working panel, come on now. Like if you want to work in this industry and you're an artist and you're working animation, that's the people to talk to. We learned things about those people that I didn't know. When Marcus was like, I used to do Powerpuff Girls. I said, what? I said, you ain't
casually dropped that, by the way.
I said, where the Powerpuff Girls come from, right? It was crazy and just so much good information that the panel that you did with Karma and Kosti and Danny and Dan and God's Will,
yeah.
That man, that's so informative, and I think that a lot of people who own their own brands and are working to be independent and stuff like that, and that was a really important panel that some people you're gonna have to rewatch that. You're gonna have to rewatch that a couple times, get your notes down because I learned some stuff watching that as well.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Now, on to.
Oh, real quick before we get in, I was going to talk about the thing we were talking about.
Yeah, that's what I was excited about. I'm excited
about. I didn't know that was the thing. I thought we were talking about different. Okay,
no, we're talking about the same thing.
The thing and the thing. Okay,
the thing and the panel. Yes.
So as we're halfway through, we got a lot more exciting stuff to go through throughout the day. So next, we're going to talk about dynamic duos and creating in teams. But before we get into that, we talked earlier today at the beginning, open it up, and yesterday about supporting us and Off Black, and we're trying our best to do as much as we can so that we can continue providing these kinds of things to these kinds of events. And also, if you've been on our website, our articles and coverage and stuff like that, all that leads to this and other events like this. And so with that, today, officially, for the first time ever, we have, and I'm just going to take all this stuff off.
Yeah, just drop that.
We don't actually have a screen for this. We opened up the OBX shop. So right now, you order some OBX stickers, and everything that you get from there goes straight to supporting doing events like this in the magazine, and the writers we have, and our editors, and our social media marketers, and all the people that help make this thing happen. And so you can go in, you can pre-order, right? It's our first ever collection of anything. We've actually never sold anything ever before, right? But again, we need to go bigger and better and do bigger stuff, support that. And if you don't want any stickers, because we don't like stickers, you can also take it of any amount. You can also put your own custom on it, any amount. We take anything. I'll take it out. But appreciate you guys. If you made it this far, we actually haven't posted about this on social media at all or anything. So you guys are the first, everyone watching right now, you're the first people to learn about this. And if you go to our website, you'll see it right under the OBX shop. And this isn't the only thing we're going to be selling. We also have a special surprise, hopefully coming next week, a week after, for something that we've been working on for a long time. And so, you want to support us, and you want to see more events like Ink and Panels. You want to see Ink and Panels get bigger. You want us to go in person. You want us to do different stuff. Then, please think about coming and supporting us on the OBX shop that is on our website. And I'll post the link for the website in the chat. If you're in the chat, you can go check it out. But yeah, enough of that. Enough about talking about money changing hands. I'm not disgusted in that. All right, now we want to talk about the actual important stuff. That's creating amazing stories and helping you get into this amazing business that we love, and along with talking to the people that we love also. So,
absolutely.
Without further ado, hit a bump and then go straight in.
Yeah, you want me to do it, or you got it? You want me to do it?
I believe in you.
You believe in me? Oh, don't believe in me, friend.
Oh, we will see you guys later. We will see y'all later.
Surely will. See what I mean? Oh my God, wow, look how seamless that was. What a crazy transition and welcome. Wasn't that so great, everyone? Okay. Now that everyone's here, just want to ask, how is everyone doing today?
Good. Haiti's in the World Cup today. I had to.
Oh, shout out to Haiti.
52 years. 52 years back. I'm not even a soccer fan. I don't even watch soccer. But I got to rep the country. I got to.
You got to, absolutely. Now, real quickly before we get into it, I just want to say hello, everybody. I'm not going to introduce myself because I did do so earlier. But welcome to our panel, the dynamic duo and the creating stories as a team. Now, when it comes to creating stories, we all want to tell. We often think that the process is an individual endeavor, but many stories are, in fact, made in partnerships. Creating a story alongside another person has its own set of experiences, and we're going to go ahead and get some deeper insight to that. So, with me today, we have two dynamic duos, and I do mean dynamic. We have two dynamic duos that, in a moment, I'm going to go ahead and have them introduce themselves, share a little bit about yourselves and about your work, and then we'll go ahead and move on from there. And we will start with Lloyd and Natasha.
Hello. Well, like I say, I'm Lloyd.
I'm Natasha.
We are the founders of Midnight Comics, yeah. And we are based out in Atlanta and pride ourselves in saying that we're Atlanta's first and largest Black family-owned indie comic book and manga publisher.
Heck yeah. And then for Andre and Z.
You want to go first, Andre?
Sure, yeah. I'm Andre, co-founder and vice president of Cutting Edge Animation, an upcoming indie animated studio with our upcoming feature film, Captain Zero.
Yeah, and I am Z Cherami. I am the CEO of Cutting Edge Animation, co-writer, co-director of Captain Zero, the upcoming animated feature film.
Awesome. And I was told by our producer that I do have to introduce myself. So for a moment, hi, I am Ty. I am the Chief Creative Officer and the event coordinator for Ink and Panels. So now that you've got a little familiar with everybody, I'm really excited to have this conversation because I'm sure as you guys are creatives, you guys have probably been creatives your whole lives, creating story your whole lives. And for a long time, it was just one of you. And then there was a moment where it wasn't just one of you and it became two of you. And I want to know how that happened. What's your origin story and when or how did you get started? And we'll start with Z and Andre.
Oh man, I love this question.
I feel like Z tells the story the best.
I love telling this story. So, to your point, like you mentioned, originally, solo creator, just working, creating, developing things on my own. Art and artistry is always something I knew that I wanted to do ever since I was a kid. I literally don't know how to do anything else. I live, breathe, and eat art. When I was 17 years old, I made the decision that I wanted to go to film school to learn the actual craft of filmmaking. Initially, I was going to go into the animation program, but I realized that if I went into the animation program, they would only teach me how to be an animator. They wouldn't show me how to be a writer or a director. And I was like, I don't just want to like animate the thing. I want to like be the person telling the story. So I ended up going through the film program. And while I was in the film program, 3 months in, funny enough, actually, so the way that my school worked is basically for every single new month, you basically get a new class. And it's kind of like a pass-fail situation. And if you end up failing a class, you essentially have to take it over and repeat it the same month. But every group is kind of, they have their own cohort. So if you end up failing a month, you end up getting assigned to a different cohort. So when I initially was there, I was doing pretty good. And then I failed a month because attendance, not because of grades, but because of attendance. I had ended up missing too many hours. So I ended up going back a month, and I was no longer part of my original cohort, and I ended up in the cohort that Andre was in. And when I was in that cohort, the class that we ended up being in was the script writing course. And I remember when I first got there, I was like, oh, I got this in the bag. Like, I'm hands down the best screenwriter here. I don't even know anybody else that's in the room. It's gonna be me. And we had to do this assignment where we had to, write, I think it was like 5 pages, like 10 pages, really short, of like a new original idea and concept. And then we had to present it in class. And then I remember I went up, I did my short story, got all the claps, got all the applause, and I was like, yeah, just like I thought. And I walked back to my seat. And again, the whole time I'm just like, I got this in the bag. Like, I know this is gonna be easy. And then Andre goes up and Andre reads his script. And I see the response that everyone's giving Andre this, and everyone's clapping and they're doing the things. And I'm like, might have some competition here. Might end up being a problem. And funny enough, the very following month, we did this thing where one that's really cool about my alma mater is they do a lot of practical work. So you get to kind of work as if you're in the film industry. So we all got to be PAs on an actual production. So Andre and I, we were in the same cohort, and that was the first time we actually got to having a conversation with one another. And I remember, because again, this was Andre's original cohort. So I was the new person there. So Andre was already kind of established. He kind of had his own little group, and they were like talking, hanging out, and I, came by, and I was kind of like overhearing the conversation. And Andre was telling this backstory about how he ended up finessing this job that he had and basically getting this guy to pay him for months without ever having to go to the job. And beyond the story just being interesting, it was how he told it, which was so compelling. And I remember just sitting there and thinking to myself, I was like, oh my God, like, this guy's gonna be a problem. Like, I have to do something about this guy. And I remember thinking to myself, I was like, And then Andre and I actually started having like, conversations, actually like talking and engaging with one another and kind of getting familiar. And I remember thinking to myself, I was like, if it keeps going in this direction, I feel like I'm gonna spend my entire career looking over my shoulder to see what this guy is doing and what he's accomplishing, what he got going on. And I was like, but you know what? I feel like individually, we both would be very, very good filmmakers, but together, we would be a great filmmaker. So that's when Andre and I approached him. I was like, we should work together. We should, start working and building out stuff together. And yeah, and the rest, as they say, was history. And ever since then, everything that we've ever done ever since has always been in tandem. It's always been a collaboration.
I like that. If you can't beat them, join them. Very, very smart.
Exactly.
Now, Lloyd and Natasha, I'd love to hear you guys' story.
Well, funny enough, like I just said to Lloyd, I don't think he was ever solo because he had a partner before when he was doing video game art and design and writing and stuff. But so, whatever. Now, I came from a theater background, so for me, that was a lot of solo work, going through theater courses and then going to theater school and all that stuff, and really trying to do rehearsals and everything. And of course, I still do all that on the side. So honestly, it was really just getting married that made us become a partnership. When we were already married and decided we wanted to make comics, it's like, well, we both want to make comics, so I guess we'll just make comics together. And so from there, we plan stories. Sometimes we come up with separate story ideas, but we come to each other to see what the other person thinks about that idea. Sometimes we come up with story ideas together. We might outline it together, and then one of us takes over writing. Sometimes we write it together. But honestly, this was almost thrust upon at least me. He always had a partner.
So I will say so two of the things that was like the catalyst for us to even doing this was we did not. So one, obviously representation. We wanted to see ourselves. But the second thing is we really didn't like the ending to Naruto. Yeah, we thought the bad guys should have won. I'm like, the ending that we got still would have worked if Madara was successful. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, they could have just won. So we were just like, what happens to risks and stakes? Like, actually show us. Like, sometimes they don't win. What happens next, though, right? It doesn't mean it's completely over. And so it's just like, all right, let's do that, but make sure that we showcase ourselves. And so that led to the creation of Midnight Comics as a whole, hence the logo and the name. It's like, hey, the doomsday clock, X amount of minutes from midnight, but also with our blood moon logo, it's like, hey, it looks ominous, but there's still light. So that means there's still hope. So in these dark times, how can we still have heroes and characters that overcome their darkest hour? So yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised. That's new lore for me. I didn't know all that the additional logo lore. I know that's so crazy. My next question is of course you guys both have some different ways about coming together into a partnership, but were there any initial learning curves when it came to collaborating together as a duo? And we'll start with Z and Andre again.
This one, yeah.
Honestly, because we kind of started our partnership in college, very young, very wide-eyed, I think the biggest part about our collaboration is we just felt so free to do whatever we wanted. And because we were also kind of snobby college film students, we weren't afraid to kind of tell the other, like, I don't think that's gonna work because of X, Y, and Z. And doing that, we've built a lot of trust between the two of us so that we can now develop our stories fairly quickly, I like to think. We do our screenwriting very fast, and I think it's because we have that immediate response to each other. We'll write a scene up, and then the person writing the scene will feel free to write whatever they would like, and then the other person feels free to critique it however they would feel like. And I think that quick response makes it so that we work extremely well and extremely quickly together. And I think that starts because we were very young, very naive, but we've carried that with us all these years later.
Yeah, I would even say, to kind of piggyback off of that, what's very interesting about Andre and I's dynamic is we kind of both have different approaches that meld very well together. Like, I'm someone that loves endings. I love how a story ends, and I'm like, a story is only as good as it ends. And Andre is like, I love beginnings. I love the setup. I love building out the world and seeing how we're first introduced to all these characters in the setting. So there's so much about like our writing styles that just complement each other really well. Like, I really love drama and Andre really likes humor. So in instances where it's like this scene or this moment needs a more like lightness or brevity, that's where Andre will come in. And then I'm like, oh, this scene needs to be more dark. This scene needs to be more dramatic. This needs more tension. That's where I'll come in. So we just complement each other really well. And again, like Andre said, I think it's because we started out so young and we built up that trust in one another. So it's literally almost just like two halves of the same brain.
Real quickly, we had a question from chat. If you guys are comfortable sharing, what school did you guys attend in college?
We went to Full Sail University in
Oh,
Orlando, Florida.
you know, I should have known. I should have known. Lloyd and Tashi, same question. Any curveballs initially learning each other when it came down to collaborating on projects?
You know, I have to say the same for the most part. We work very well together. We're able to bounce ideas off each other. He's definitely a start at the end and work backwards person. I'm definitely I have an idea. I'll figure out the end along the way, obviously. But right now, this is a really cool idea, and I want to make a story about it. And we can bounce off and figure it out. However, for me, it was definitely learning patience. From and just trying not to get aggravated at times when it's just like either I really want to do something and he's just like, well, I don't know, make it make sense. And the amount of explanation I have to do in anything in life to make it make sense to him is a lot. And I don't like doing that much explaining things. Crazy enough, though, as his editor, I don't have that many issues. We usually work really well. He usually listens very well when I have a critique or an edit for a story. If I tell him, look, that doesn't make sense, I need you to change that. If I have something to add in, if there's a line, I'm like, that's corny. Let's reword it because don't do that, please. Usually very receptive. Usually does what I ask. It's like, you're right. Okay, let me do that. And it's only on my end.
No, both groups bring up some really good points about like how you guys really work well together, and that leads actually into my next question of how, in other ways outside of just like knowing kind of where each person is strong, how do you guys intentionally play into each other's strengths or weaknesses to create a better product? And I'll start with Lloyd and Natasha.
How do we intentionally play into each other's strengths and weaknesses? That's a really good question. I think.
You can do it.
There's a couple angles I want to attack this at. So, in regards to our writing, in regards to like the stories and stuff that we have, in regards to playing into each other's strengths, like our characters like the Gray, Blue Morpho, and stuff like that, I don't have the perspective of a Black woman, right? And so it's like, hey, Tasha, you're going to be that. Like, I love space stuff. So like the Gray is my favorite character. I would love to write the Gray, but there's a nuance to the character that I know I wouldn't be able to bring. So it's like, okay, Tasha, like, let me see what you can do with this character. Although, yeah, I love the space stuff. I know what I want to see. What is the version of the Gray that we're getting here through Tasha, right? I have my own version through our little side stories and fan stories that we do. We did a DC Universe Online thing, but the point to not ramble or anything like that is just there's certain experiences that Tasha has and vice versa that we can play on and write based off of. So again, I'm writing Soul. I love history, so I'm going to put those elements in there. Of course, I have a lot of corny lines, so as editor, she has to come and save me on that. But at the end of the day, I think just we play into each other's strengths by knowing what, one, the interest is, and then just from past experiences, just life in general, that we know we can pour into those respective stories. I am all up in the camera. I'm so sorry.
Honestly, I would say that's really good. But yeah, he, as 80s, 90s babies, we grew up with some of those older, corny cartoons, especially this one. Okay. So it is good to be able to be there to hone it in a little bit, so we don't go too far into that. And when we bring it back, we could be a little corny. A little corny is good. We like a little corny. It's fun. Don't go too far left. I think, though, I just think having each other around helps us to see something we might miss.
Yeah.
Though, there are sometimes things that I'll be writing, and it's like, did you think of this? And I'm just like, oh, you know what? No, I didn't actually. So let me go look back into that real quick and see how that can change the story, and vice versa. I'll do the same thing to him. I'll ask him 50 billion questions about a character or storyline, or story beat, a through line, anything, and he's just like, oh, okay, so maybe I just need to bring this whole thing back to the drawing board because I didn't think of any of that, and now it doesn't work.
Same question for you, Z and Andre. I'll just restate the question. How do you guys intentionally play into your strengths and weaknesses when you guys are creating works together?
Oh man, I think you know, to the point of like they were mentioning, it's a lot about knowing what your strengths and what your weaknesses are, and kind of like playing off of those things. Like something that I love about Andre is Andre has a very chaotic nature as to how he creates his stories and ideas. So he is more so the very off the wall, let's throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at the wall. And I'm more like, all right, how do we? So like my whole thing is almost like yes and. Like I'll never necessarily tell Andre no. I'll just be like, okay, but how do we like rein that in a little bit? Not that we can't do that, but how do we make sure that it doesn't go like completely off the rails? Like we can get kind of close, but how do we make sure that we're still within like this guardrail? You know, like likewise, like Andre is more of a purger when he writes, and I'm more of a planner. I'm like, I need the outline, I need the breakdown, I need the synopsis, I need the, before I write a single thing, there's like 24 pages of detailed outline notes of the act breakdown and the story and the character and the motivations and all these kinds of things. And Andre is more so like, let's meet and talk about it and see how we feel and then jump into it and, you know, like just get into it. So something that we'll do that kind of works to both of our strengths is whenever we'll have like a meeting, we'll literally like record a conversation that we're having about a story or an idea that we're trying to break. And multiple times throughout this conversation, it'll like veer off into a tangent. But funny enough, those weird tangents that we veer off into somehow, some way end up correlating back to the original story or premise of the idea that we were working on. And it works. And it's like this weird, interesting kind of organized chaos. If there's any additional things, Andre, would like to add to that, I'd love to hear it.
I mean, hit it like the nail on the head right there. I think I'm very chaotic in the way that I like to write my stories. And if not for Z, my stories would be all over the place. The craziest stuff would go down. Z helps me kind of, hone that chaos and make it into something that is cohesive for the audience. But at the same time, I feel like that chaos allows us to think outside of the box when it comes to the kind of structure that most stories have. I love to poke holes in the rules of storytelling. Like I will try in every meeting that we have in writing to be like, I know this is a rule that every story ever has, but I want to see what would it look like if we broke it. And most of the times, there's rules for a reason. But every once in a while, there's that one rule that we actually do find a way to twist. And I think that's where the magic happens.
Yeah, it allows for so much creativity. Like there's this really great moment when we were working on the feature. This is like very, very early on. We were like halfway through. And I remember neither of us knew exactly how we wanted the act break to end. And then Andre kind of came up and was like, what if this crazy thing happens? And I was like, that is so off the wall. Not only did me as the co-creator not think of that, I don't think any audience member that watches this or interacts with this will see that coming. And I'm like, that's perfect. Let's do it. So yeah, it leads for a lot of really, really great creative moments like that.
No, I absolutely love the idea of yes-anding your creative partner, and then, embracing a little bit, as Lloyd and Natasha were talking about earlier, embracing the cornball sometimes, just leaning into it, allowing for that creative freedom to flourish is amazing. An interesting question I want to ask. Now, both of you duos are creatives and creative duos in your own right, but you also work as a part of teams as well to create larger projects. So for Lloyd and Natasha, you guys of course are writers, but then you guys work in tandem with artists or sometimes other writers depending on your project. And then of course for Andre and Z, you guys work with a whole other creative team to help produce your film. When working with a larger team outside of the two of you, how is it that you are able to translate what happens in your creative space, in your creative room, into, okay, now I have to manage the rest of this creative team. Now I have to take what happens here and I have to discuss those aspects with our creative team so that we can continue to push the project forward. And if there's anybody who wants to start, let me know.
We can start. Yeah, I think for us, we're talking about just artists for any of our series, what have you. I'm all in the camera again. Sorry. I think that's the vetting process initially for us to just see, asking a bunch of questions and what have you, and just how responsive and how those questions are answered. I think gives us that idea of how receptive or in tune with that person, I guess, we can be. So I'll shout out like a Haiku Wilson, who did Kyotera, who's going to be doing Edmani, and who's helping us right now with our project that we're doing for the Clayton County Water Authority. Being able to just express like, hey, like, I see what you've done before, right? And being able to have that kind of transferable through line for them to have that kind of same excitement that the whoever we're working with their own previous projects, right? So it's just like, hey, how you've done these TV style images and what have you like that. Tell me about the inspiration behind that. And then after we get the story, right, of how they got into it, what they did in that last project, now it's, hey, I have something in that same vein, right? And so now it's like I get to flex the skills, do something that I already enjoy doing, something in the same. So now when we go to explain, like, hey, this is the parameters of said project, they already have this kind of subconscious idea of this still is the thing that I like to do, regardless of like this extra nuance here. And so then we're all on the same page, but there's this extra passion now behind it. Same thing with our manga artist, Pan, who again worked on The Unbeloved. He was so in love with the same lore that we pulled from that now, although it's like, hey, this is the direction that we're going in, now he can add that extra, hey, but during my research, when I was looking into these things, here's X, Y, and Z. And so we get on the same level by finding that same interest, almost like dating almost, where it's just like, let's find out where each other are, where we are mindset-wise, what you like to work on, what you dislike to work on. And so now when we're just talking about it, you're able to speak to it or to be just as excited as we are because this is a project that you're also building out. It's right in the vein of what you enjoy to do. Yeah, so.
Yeah, no, it was really good. I want to speak to the other side of working with other people, for sake of conversation, working with companies and stuff like that, because that's where some of the biggest tug of war comes in, when you're now working with people who aren't in the artistic space or the artistic field, who don't exactly understand how the process works. That's where, honestly, for us, any real struggle comes in, because most artists, especially if you do the vetting to work with them, they understand how it works. And if they are invested in your project, they're going to put their best foot forward as long as you write it in a way so they can understand it. But people who don't understand the process sometimes will make things a little more difficult. There's a lot more tugging for sake of conversation and trying to explain how things work. And that part takes a lot of patience, a lot of explanation, a lot of back and forth, sometimes in circles, so that you can present them with the best final product that you can. Patience, lots of patience.
Yeah.
And then for Z and Andre, same question to you.
I think, at least for me, I know that, so I try to approach everything from a very communal aspect. So I feel like anytime we're getting ready to embark on a specific project, I try to, whether it's working one-on-one with the individuals or all of us collectively as a group, I just try to make sure anytime we're having those conversations, everyone that needs to be there is there and present. So that way, you know, you don't have to run into situations where you're explaining things over and over again, but also so people can kind of get a better dynamic and understanding as to how all of these different people kind of come together and work, and seeing where different people's strengths are. You know, like, you know, I talked about, you know, the various strengths that Andre has specifically as a writer and also as a vice president. But likewise, that can be said about any person that's working in cutting edge animation, whether that be other members of our e-board like Queen, Italian, or Chris, or even my sister, you know, Kathy, who's also our project manager. But even when we're working with our animators, like something that we would do while we were in production is every other Friday or Saturday, we would literally have like movie days where we would come together and we would watch stuff communally, things that we felt like were relevant material that we either wanted to reference in the work or things that we were inspired by, just to kind of build that collective synergy so everyone would kind of be on the same path and everyone would have the same understanding of what we're trying to accomplish. And yeah, you know, thus far, that's really, really helped. I think in the very beginning, I struggled very badly with being able to, for lack of a better term, work with others because I was so gung-ho about doing everything myself. And honestly, if it wasn't for Andre, I wouldn't have gotten as good as I am now about being able to be more collaborative. Andre, is there anything else you'd like to speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that communal energy is what we try to bring throughout the entire company. The way I like to think about it is the way that Z and my friendship work is kind of how I would love for our entire company to operate. So those movie Fridays are a great way to kind of build this relationship amongst everybody within the company, everybody in the project, and having that trust that everybody can bring their own expertise to the table and following through with those yes and qualities where somebody may bring something up and just make sure it's like a yes and see how we can build this together as a team. And in that way, it makes every part of the process feel like it's everybody's and not just a singular person's.
No, that's very poignant. I actually really like the idea of like building camaraderie by doing similar activities together. That's of course, you guys don't have a familial dynamic, but expanding that into a larger group kind of gives. Sometimes I don't like using family because corporate has scarred me.
Oh my God, yes. What we always say is we say we're a people first company instead of being like family, because I'm like, every single time a corporation says that, they're getting ready to exploit you. They're getting ready to do something terrible and all.
You wouldn't want to let down family, would you? You
like,
know,
oh my God.
Yeah, exactly.
But as we love that aspect that you had mentioned, speaking of collaborating amongst a whole bunch of different people, I'm sure everybody knows that everyone has a life, and sometimes life throws its own set of curveballs, whether it's just you living your day to day or family issues, or just maybe you have to have another job in addition to your creative passion. How do you guys as duos continue to collaborate on shared projects also while managing your individual lives or your shared lives? And who would like to go first?
I'll jump in first.
Okay.
I think it's honestly, funny enough, I think the dynamic that's kind of built in our camaraderie also helps in maintaining our individual lives. And something that's been really, really beneficial about being able to build these partnerships and build that trust is the ability to know that if for whatever reason I need to take off, or I'm sick, or I'm unable, or I'm mentally not in a space where I can do it, there's a level of trust that exists with Andre and our other, you know, people that are part of our C-suite to be able to handle it. Like, I even remember earlier this year, as we're kind of going through, you know, the film festival circuit, and we're going through the con circuit, there were multiple different instances because we're kind of all spread across the continental US. There were at least 2 instances where I was like, dang, these people want us to come out to this convention or come out to this project or program, but I can't go. Andre, can you go? Chris, can you go? Natalia, can you go? And they've been able to do it and represent the project just as well as if I were there by myself. And that kind of also helped, being able to also carve out that individual time. But I think to that point as well, it's also very, very good to maintain who you are as an individual in those groups as well. To recognize that you're not just the collective. Like a saying that we talk about all the time in cutting edge animation is like, we're like the Wu-Tang Clan. Like the Wu-Tang Clan, it's like 7 niggas all together, but then also all the individuals. You got RZA and Method Man and Jizza and all the other members. So it's like that. So I like to look at it like we are both a collective and individuals at the same time.
Okay. And then I'll move over to Lloyd Natasha. Same question.
Well, when it comes to the two of us specifically, it's easy because we live together. Sometimes that makes it a little annoying, but at least it means that most of the time we understand what the other person is dealing with. So we know, okay, I might need to carry a little bit more of the load for right now because he's going through something, or he's not feeling well, or he has to go when he's working, go get some work done, something like that. And it's like, all right, let me carry a little bit more of the load right now. Or vice versa. If I'm just dealing with some internal struggles, he's like, okay, I got to carry some more of the load right now. We're able to just kind of hand it off to each other. And then when it comes to like our team, our like our interns and stuff, all we have ever asked of any of them is to be communicative. Just please have communication. If you're not feeling well, if your job is driving you crazy, if you need a mental health break, whatever it is, just let us know. Because the majority of the time we're just like, hey, you guys know that we're never, ever gonna put more on you than you can handle. If you can't handle something, tell us. If you don't feel comfortable doing this, tell us. If you need a break, tell us. Whatever it is, just tell us. We will always be as understanding as humanly possible because you guys are not our workhorses. You are people who signed up to help with something because you cared about it, because you were passionate about it. And if we're working you to the bone, you're not going to be enjoying it anymore. So now you're just going to leave altogether. That doesn't even make sense to do.
Yeah, I think this kind of it's kind of similar to what you guys were saying in the previous question, just kind of building that camaraderie. So one of the things that we were doing at one point, we would sit there, just have like Wednesday kind of break, and we would just kind of have anime on in Discord and just not even have to say anything to each other, just take a moment and just, right? It has evolved to a point where now we're playing Baldur's Gate together with some of them. It's fantastic. Again, just getting out of that kind of work centered focus. But again, by doing that, that helps build that trust, build that connection, if you would. But then to y'all's point a second ago about like conventions and stuff, we've got 3 kids. So now one logistically, it's like, hey, we're not always going to be able to go to these things together, but making sure, obviously, again, we're married, but we're on the same page most of the time where it's like, all right, let me make sure I market and sell your book accordingly and make sure people know what The Grade and Monty and all these other stories are about properly. What is the message that you're trying to get across in the event that you're not there and vice versa. So again, like you guys said, building that camaraderie, staying in good effective communication amongst that team, and just again, it's about those building relationships for that trust to really flourish.
Oh, I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
I think you're muted. Yeah.
I am muted. Oh my gosh, that's like the 3rd time today. Gosh. Tasha, you hit on a really good point by talking about effective communication as like a crucial part of being in a collaborative duo or just collaborating amongst other creatives in general. In addition to effective communication, what other valuable aspects would you be looking for or do you value in your collaborators as you guys work on projects together? And I'll start with Andre or Z.
I'll let Andre take this one.
So funny enough, Z is gonna call this a very like Andre answer. But I think what I really do look for in other collaborators is how much fun can they have when we're doing these various things, especially as part of the creative process. I want to know that the person that I'm working with is enjoying what they're doing, and they're able to have fun while doing it. I don't ever want any of what we're doing to feel like a job. And I know it is work, and I know that we are building careers, but the reason that I chose this career path was because I found it fun. And so I just would like to work with people who are similar, that find enjoyment in what we do. So that's the simple answer.
It's a very Andre answer. This is a very, very I think for me, the thing that I look for the most in any collaboration is open-mindedness and the ability to be receptive. Like that to me is the most important. Again, like the ability to be like, yes, and I feel like sometimes, especially if you're spearheading a project, it can get real easy to be like, well, like this is my idea and this is how I saw it. So that's exactly how I want to do it. And it's like, I love being able to work with people that have, again, like an open-mindedness to it where it's like, you know, I didn't think of that, but I think that's interesting. What if we took that and built on it in this way? And again, it doesn't necessarily have to be exactly what the person pitched, but something that shows that there's an interest in wanting to, at the very least, explore the direction of where that could go. So open-mindedness and the ability to be receptive.
Absolutely. Tossing it over to you guys.
That was good. I told her when we were still meeting, I was like, yeah, open-mindedness. He said open-mindedness, like, dang it. But no, great minds think alike. So with that being said, like, and I'm sure you'll be able to talk about collaboration in a second as well. But I had the opportunity to work with Michael Watson on an issue for Hotshot, and he had made this series of characters. You know, Hotshot's going through the gauntlet, what have you, and he just gives us like a character description. I wrote for the character Bastet in that, and so it was just like, all right, to what you were saying a second ago, being able to say, I like what you got. What do you think about expanding in this direction, and then sending the lines and stuff? He's just like, oh, this is great. So to your point, that open-mindedness, that patience, and again, effective communication has been stated several times throughout the course of this. Being on both sides of it, being able to write for somebody else's character and have other people kind of give us feedback on ours. Again, just you don't have the answer to everything, right? You don't know everything, so to have and be open to hear other folks' thoughts on something that you've created or ideas and stuff that you have, it's so powerful to be able to take that in and be able to, you know, work on something together and make something really special.
No, I agree with all of that. Even like you said, with essentially being passionate. I haven't gotten to write anyone else's character yet. I have some that I'd like to. But I have been able to be in a few anthologies, and those are fun. Of course, Midnight Mystics finally just dropped. I don't have it on me right now, but I do have it, and oh man, does it look good. But that was a really fun one to do. Everybody involved was a Black woman, and like we all just made it fun. And even working with Sarah was the editor for all of our stories and everything, and she gives great feedback. And even just like she does what we like to call the sandwich, where it's like you positive, negative, positive, and that's how I learned. Apparently, I'm really good at writing action and fight scenes. I was like, oh, I would take that into account and apply how I did it here when I'm writing other stories. So it's like it's good to work with other people who are passionate, who understand what's happening, who are helpful, kind, all of those things.
Now, I just have to say, because unfortunately, as all these panels go, we are running out of time, and I have like 9 other questions, but it's okay. I always like to ask, and I think it's always a good thing to leave in there, is if you were to start this whole journey to again, finding each other again, or whatever that process looked like for you guys, starting back at 1, what is one piece of advice that you would have given to the early duo that you now have as the duo where you guys are now? That makes sense. You look like you're ready to take it off.
Oh man, I would tell the younger me, like, dog, like, listen. Listen to your collaborators. They want to do this thing with you, and they want the best with you. And trying to spearhead it all alone, not being as transparent as you could be, that was like one of the biggest hurdles I had in the very beginning. Again, like I really struggled with, again, collaboration. I want to do everything on my own, and because of that, it was very difficult for me to be transparent. Where it is like now, I'm just like, hey guys, we just like did this thing. Here's like the notes. Here's like the recording session. Here's like all the things. Like I make sure all of that stuff is there. So if I could give one piece of advice to my younger self, it's listen and be transparent.
I like that. Anything from you, Andre? You got any advice
Yeah.
for your younger self?
I feel like maybe on the same tip is just to make sure that I would tell myself to make sure that you're communicating everything as you go through this process. Because there's a long time while me and Z worked very well creatively, there was, especially because we we're both learning the business side of things, there was a lot of times where I would just muscle through a lot of the business stuff and not necessarily communicate, hey, this was difficult or this is hard. And it would cause tension between me and Z's, I guess, more business sided relationship. And so I think I would just let myself know, like, hey, make sure you're communicating those things and understand that there is a business side to this partnership too. You and Z are not always going to be just writing scripts together all the time. It's going to be a business partnership as well. And I think I would let him know that.
That's good.
Dashi?
I know what you're gonna say.
Well, maybe. So usually you'll catch me saying like just do it, because there was in the beginning, like Tasha was definitely the one that was like, no, we can do this, and I'm like, oh, I don't know, right? So I usually am like, just do it, right? But at this point, I'm like, take your time. In the beginning, one of the big things you knew I was going to say that too, didn't you? Okay, all right. So, but yeah, take your time, because in the beginning, and I think I might have said this to Ty, and some people might have heard me say this in passing. But when we started, it was a lot of, man, I see what everybody else has. I want that amount of books. I want it now, right? So how can we come out with just as many books? And it's only two of us, right? But how can we come out with just as many books as, Concrete Comics was one of them, right? Where it was just like, man, but it's a whole unit. I mean, cool, Tales from Midnight came out of it, right? But we were just throwing money at stuff to get done, and we weren't business minded in the beginning. It was just, yeah, we're creating, and we're not taking the time to look at the data and be like, are people actually buying this book? Does it matter? How are we going to do this to pick at ourselves for a second? We did all of our marketing talking about our black superheroes, the Gray, Soul, and Monty, Blue Morpho. And then we go, here's our manga series, The Unbeloved. That doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, we built the comics up, nothing on the manga. So it's just like, take your time. You can accomplish these things. You can do all of these amazing things, but like, slow down and make it make sense, right? So I would tell my younger self to take your time, bud.
Yeah, see, you said exactly what I thought you were gonna say. Take your time.
Okay, Jill Star. Next Jill Star.
Yeah, I was gonna say I definitely partially is learn the business side of things and learn how to do that stuff, because we definitely weren't doing that until like year 2 was when we finally realized that we should start building that. And so now here we are, still working on it, but at least we know better. And then for me, the other thing is to, I don't know how to say it, not be more assertive, I guess be more present, because as most people know, when we first started, it was me behind the camera, him doing all the in front of the camera stuff. I stayed behind the camera, and this was a personal choice. I did this intentionally. I didn't really want to be, despite my acting background for this, I didn't want to be in front of the camera. I wanted to let him take it. And then I realized that maybe people should really be seeing our dynamic and having both of us talk about the stuff that we're working on. And so I did gradually come out from behind. I think I had just started coming back from behind the camera the first time I met Ty. And she was like, I see your face. I never see your face. And then not long after that, I did really start coming out even more to be in front of the camera. Now sometimes I'm the one in front of the camera. So just it would have been better for us to both be doing things from jump.
Absolutely. Well, thank all four of you for your time. You guys are amazing. I don't know if anyone's told you today, but you guys are amazing. You're doing amazing things. I really appreciate this conversation, and I hope that our listeners and viewers got a lot out of it too. I think I still got something out of it as well, for sure. And for everyone watching, if you want to follow Cutting Edge Animation with Z and Andre or Midnight Comics with Lloyd and Natasha, all of their information will be in the description after the full live stream is posted. So take a look, keep a lookout for that. But again, it is Cutting Edge Animation and Midnight Comics. They are on social media. You can Google both companies, and I promise you they will come up. And that is the end of this panel. Thank you guys so much for watching. Stay tuned for the rest of Ink and Panels weekend, and I will catch you very soon, as long as I put up the right bumper.
It doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
I want to get into the field. And next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively. And it just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection. And my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels Volume 2. Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
What the dog doing?
What the dog doing? What the dog doing? What the dog doing?
it doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
You want to get into the field, and next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively, and it just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection. And my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2. Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page. When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was just so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
For me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artist as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on the page.
Certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2. Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Yeah, I think okay. How are we doing, beautiful people? How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Andre, I haven't seen you in forever, man. Like, where? Like,
I know it's been too long.
It's 10 minutes you weren't in here. It was crazy.
Yeah. I'm glad I can make a return.
Thank you guys for coming. It's been a long day, a great day, and been excited to hop into this panel and really talk about indie animation, starting small, and the differences between that and mainstream, and also the growing trend of a lot more people doing indie, and just so many conversations we can talk about within the indie animated space. And so I'm start off with introducing myself. If you've been on the stream for a while, or you've watched a couple other of the panels, you probably might already know who I am. My name is Aaron Lee. I'm the CEO and editor-in-chief of Off Black Magazine, and I'm also one of the curators of this event today. So it's been an amazing time. We're gonna start off to what you guys are looking to is I guess if you're looking at me, it's to the left, but me, it's to the right. I don't know. Whatever. We're gonna start with Andre, then we're gonna go Bree, and then we're gonna end up with Kenzie. Go ahead, Andre.
Cool. Andre Enko, Vice President of Cutting Edge Animation, indie animation company with an upcoming feature film, Captain Zero.
All right. Hi, my name is Bree Navicus, and I'm a indie showrunner and working on the 3 tomes. That's my project, and My Kickstarter is actually next week for episode 2. Woo, let's go. But I'm also a storyboard revisionist by day in the mainstream industry as well.
Hi, my name is Kennedy Freeman, or Kenzie. I am a studio owner. I own one of the first Black-owned female-ran anime studios called Love Letter Studios, based out in Harlem. But I'm also an animator. I've worked on shows like Solo Leveling, One Piece, ReZero, insert 50 other shows there. And I'm currently working on my own indie project called Towards Galaxy's End. So it's nice to meet everyone.
Yippee! What I think is really cool is that each of you, I've talked to Andre before, but in Full Sail and more than has the opportunity to work in mainstream as a writer and working stuff like that. But to a degree, we've all chosen indie, right? Like to get up. You could go do the mainstream rat race and go pitch it to Netflix for the next 20 years, and then hopefully get picked up. But there's also that can-do spirit of like, hey, at the end of the day, I'm not going to wait for someone else to say my art is worth it, right? I'm going to go and do it myself. And so I think it's a beautiful thing that we're all doing. But I don't want to speak for you guys. I want to know why, in your personal creations, why you chose to go indie versus going the mainstream route. And I'm actually want to start with Kennedy for this first one.
Yeah, so I graduated in 2022 when, pandemic stuff had just ended. So I was fortunate enough to work at DreamWorks during my senior year. And my dog can agree that I also wound up
Hi, Astro.
Yeah, Astro. I wound up going to Disney TVA after I graduated. Worked there as an intern for Alice's Wonderland Bakery and Monsters at Work, doing storyboards and prop designs for them. And then after that, I had about a year off doing my own thing. So Bree actually was one of the people that inspired me to make TGE become an indie project. And so I wound up doing that, opening up my studio, did a job at Titmouse for a bit, but realized I wanted to do more anime and more art related things. And so that's when I just kind of said, okay, cool. So, I'll do it myself. Just grab the Infinity Gauntlet. It was like, fine, I'll do it myself.
Great analogy. Let's move over to the film snob. Let's go, Andre.
So truthfully, indie is the best option for myself and then the rest of the team, Z, because it's really about retaining your IP and the creative license over your own projects. We have pitched to a lot of the other studios various times, and don't get me wrong, I would love to have Netflix money backing the projects that I make. But unfortunately, with that comes selling off a chunk of your IP and not really getting to tell the story that you truly wanted to tell from the beginning. I think everyone's heard of those horror stories about the big company taking a hold of a project and completely twisting it around and changing your words. And so we have attempted to kind of go through that traditional studio system, and we're not necessarily opposed to it, but doing it ourselves and being indie gives us the freedom to tell the stories that we'd like to tell.
That makes sense. Bree?
Well, for me, I guess my answer for the reason why I'm doing stuff independently kind of comes from the fact that I've told this story before, but the abridged version is that I was unemployed and pregnant at the time of production beginning to start on the 3 tomes, and I wasn't unemployed because I was let go or anything. It was more so in this situation, my time on the show I was on just ended, and the state of the industry is a hot mess, as we all know right now. Very few jobs, mergers, and everything kind of causing production cycles to be longer, so people don't roll on to shows as quickly as they used to. So I wanted to just sort of make something, because my creative spirit was feeling so stifled and a little broken by everything being so bleak. and that's why I decided to just make the 3 tomes independently as an animatic at first. But with it being indie as a whole right now, that's kind of the best option at the moment for me, mostly just because it is IP central out there right now, and nobody really is taking original ideas unless you have a very, 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 very big name attached to it. And even then, like, it's even harder for those of us who are marginalized, because our projects are like, that's a gamble. And with the orange fascist in charge, nobody wants to look at Black, brown, Asian, queer people right now. So that's why I'm independent right now, because the political climate is very stinky.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, something that a lot of people, I was saying, some people comment when they like watch a year of movies and they're all heist movies, and it's like, why do we have like 20 heist movies in 1 year, right? And it's like, well, 3 years ago somebody thought heist movies were cool, and then they only greenlit heist movies. And it's like, it's like that trend, right? And you can argue for or against. At one point in time, we were getting a lot of Black television, a lot of Black shows, and now it's not the same. And for the political reasons, social reasons, so much like that has been like a barrier for us to get our shows made. For like NPOC folk, like it's been that barrier of like the times are changing. You guys are you don't need to see yourself on TV no more, right? Like why
we did it already,
game, right? What right?
2020, we did it. We're done. What are you talking about?
Right.
You're good.
And so in the process of creating your indie show and promoting it and getting it out to the world, what has been the biggest challenges? And I know one thing probably everyone's going to say is funding. Funding is probably one of the biggest. So I'm going to say not to say that, but I would love to hear you guys' perspective on like what has been some of the biggest challenges you guys had in getting the word out, getting your show out in today's age. And I'm going to go straight back.
Wait, who? Me?
Straight back to you, Debris. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. You kind of broke up a little bit. Well, so for me, like one of the biggest challenges is the algorithm. You are a slave to the algorithm most of the time, and it is very difficult, at least for me, as someone who has a mild medium following. When you put out original work that's not necessarily related to the thing that you are known for, it can be challenging getting people to look at the thing and pay attention to you. Like episode 1 of the 3 tomes, the pilot, dropped the weekend of Lightbox Expo last year in October. And it had an all right turnout, but the fact that like I didn't have a huge fan base right away. I didn't it didn't go like viral, it didn't get like millions of views or something like that, but like that's what's been kind of tough, is just getting the algorithm to pay attention. And it's even like, again, like it's even more difficult when you have like Black and brown characters and thumbnails. Like that data has been proven that if you have like people that look like us in thumbnails, sometimes the algorithm doesn't really push that stuff, and it's very annoying. Like I did a A/B test thumbnail where it was most of my Black characters, and then the other one with like the white boy and 2 other Black characters, and the white boy like went out on the data test, and I was like, interesting. I mean, technically that thumbnail was cleaner, but at the same time I was like, interesting. But yeah, like algorithm, I feel like is very much just like the difficult thing for me, and making sure that like, in order to beat that algorithm, you have to constantly be putting out posts and just yelling about your project on every single social media that you have. And as somebody who is a parent, has a 9-to-5, and has some very, very heavily neurodivergent, that's a lot to deal with. And again, being a parent, I have a 1-year-old, so being a parent with a little baby versus like a teenager who's like, oh, I hate you, mom, like you're ruining my life, like that wouldn't mean anything. I have a very small baby that I have to like monitor and take care of. So yeah, the TLDR algorithm and just constant social media yelling about your project. That's kind of the difficult thing on my end. But my project has been slowly gaining more and more traction. Even got like a little micro niche fandom, which is like really cool. So yeah, it takes time to build up. It takes time and a lot of energy.
Andre? Oh, a lot of energy. Andre?
So yeah, outside of funding, which is obviously the toughest part of the whole process, I think the thing that I've had a lot of challenge with, especially this year, is kind of learning the pipeline for distribution because we've gotten our funding very graciously from people off of Kickstarter for our short film that we premiered at Tribeca. And we did all these things, got the accolades that we would like, but to get it out to the people was very difficult unless we wanted to just, post it up on a YouTube or any other platform that is readily available for you to upload it. And so we had to learn kind of that business side of making those connections, talking to those people, shaking those hands, getting those contracts in place to eventually get distribution, which we are very thankfully able to talk about this month because we are on AMC Plus now.
Congrats, by the way. That's super
So,
cool. I saw that.
thank you so much. Yeah. So I think that was very much a challenge because, you know, funding, yes, is very difficult, but once you fund it, you would think, I did the thing, I'm finished, we're good to go. But then you just have the project and the finished product, and now to share it feels like a whole nother endeavor. So that was definitely a challenge for sure.
Kenzie?
Funding was definitely a very fun thing to have to do on Kickstarter. That was a neat roller coaster. Algorithm is also a very, very neat roller coaster to ride. I'm not one of those people that post online as much as I probably should. If I do post, I usually just say I worked on this anime and then I disappear into the ether. So kind of like having to put like my work and stuff out there is definitely a challenge. I guess the next hurdle that we're on now is just working on the actual episode, which has been fun. Doing everything has been great. Working on a micro budget, not so great, but that's why we take on like 8 other anime shows at once. So I think one thing that I wish was easier was definitely trying to figure out what the algorithm wants and what the algorithm needs in order to get it to push it to the right audience. Pushing stuff on Twitter is also not the best when you are a person of color. That is definitely a post and run and don't look, or your mental states will follow those negative comments.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's essentially, I guess, my uphill battles of just naming literally everything you guys said.
And Kennedy, you
It's
and I
all
have
a
like
challenge.
And like Kennedy, you and I have been on calls like for hours, just talking about like, oh, where should we post them? Like who, like which trade article, like do we talk to? And like we're exchanging notes, being like, okay, so this worked for me, and like what about you? Like you have to, it's like you have to kind of like work, like you have to rack your brain just trying to figure out how this stuff works.
I know one influencer was like kind enough to make a video about Towards Galaxy's End, and the TikTok algorithm decided to put for the search bar indie slop, and I was like, they were like, I don't know what happened. I was like, it's okay. Me and the algorithm just don't like each other. This is normal.
Y'all make a great point. I wanted to ask challenges first because the name of this panel I thought I don't know what to name that. Named it very ironically, right? Starting small, indie is going mainstream. Everyone's saying that now, right? Like indie's mainstream. Everyone's indie, right? And to a degree, that's true. But then also, especially for a lot of Black and POC, like we're not seeing the benefits of a lot of the benefits of that this indie wave per se. Due to funding being the big one. A lot of these things that people are they are indie, so they are indie,
yes.
But they have a lot of big funding behind them. They're like 4 people made this movie, but then they got funded by the government for $20, $30,000, $100,000, right? Or these people made this animation, but then Keanu Reeves decided to help them out, and it's like, okay, that's cool. Like, I wish we could have that, right? And so I mean, and we do get lucky every once in a while, Viola Davis and Oprah and awesome like that. People who do Ben Simmons? No, Joel Embiid, and his company. They've been, but it's not, this indie wave doesn't feel, let's say, hitting everyone equally, which is something I think we're pretty used to, right? So with the name of the title, indie going mainstream with everything, would love to hear what you guys think about this new I wouldn't say about face, but this new focus, hyper focus on indie productions and their quote unquote mainstream tagline, or going mainstream tagline. And do you guys really think that indie has that potential to go mainstream, or do you think this is like an overblown issue? This is something that really people are talking about, but not really, cashing that check with their mouth that they say, So let's go, Andre, first.
So I do think that indie is, yeah, like you said, for lack of a better term, becoming a little bit more mainstream, or at the very least, audiences are having more of an appetite for indie. I don't know that it's necessarily because indie films are the cheaper, made by specific people. I think it's because everything outside of indie is a major IP already. So you kind of know who owns the projects in these studios, whether it be Disney or Warner Brothers. So indie gives us the opportunity to see new stories, things that are not a part of a major franchise. And I think you see it a lot. This is kind of going outside of the animation space, but Obsession is blowing up right now. Backrooms is blowing up right now. And these are because they are projects that are singular one-offs that people have not seen before. It's not part of the Marvel universe. It's not Star Wars. It's not a Harry Potter thing. So it's its own new story that people want to see. And I think that's the biggest benefit of indie is newer stories. So yeah, that's kind of what I think about the whole boom.
Kenzie?
I think it depends because a lot of people there was a conversation earlier this week about funding and getting money for indie projects, right? A lot of people don't really understand what goes into the budgets for indie, how much people need to actually make a full indie project. And so, we all want the little guy to win. We all want that indie project. We all want something new and great. But you have to understand that people do need to make a living in order to make those things. Sometimes we have people that do it for fun. They'll do it on the side, and that's also fine. It's not saying that when you're doing an indie project, you have to have like a funded project. If you're doing it for fun, you can. But, I want indie to be that next thing. I feel like it could, but it also has to be an understanding from the audience of what to expect from the artist. They can't expect that every indie project is going to look like a Disney film or like something from Mappa, but at the same time, they can't expect the an indie team to be able to make an episode once a week or 20 episodes every year. Like it has to have a bit of an expectation. And one thing that I do worry about with the whole indie market is studios are watching. Studios are trying to learn. That could be a good thing, that could be a bad thing. Studios are thinking about buying projects. Studios are thinking about, how can we take this concept and elevate ourselves? There's a sense of creativity that could be lost. There's a sense of creativity that could be gained. It depends on how we go about things, but there's such a larger topic of what's also happening in the industry that could really define if indie could survive as a whole. It's my thought process on it.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I agree with a lot of what Kennedy just said, and like agree with what you both said, and just how like this indie boom that we're seeing is a net positive overall. There just kind of needs to be an understanding of like the different tiers of indie as well, because that is something that I think a lot of like the consumer, for lack of a better phrase, like doesn't understand about indie animation as a whole. Because like people like myself who are like, I am not a studio. I am a guy with a bunch of people that I'm like, come here. Do you want to make a thing? I am not a studio. I am a dude who's just like, come here, let's make a thing. But then you have like your glitch productions. That's like a whole thing. That's a whole pipeline. That is a whole production of people. I don't know the inner workings per se, but that is like, you know, and they got like backing from like the Australia government, actually with like grant programs, because their government actually cares, unlike ours over here in the US. You know, and so they are able to produce and like all the merch that they get, because they have so many fans that are like hyper fixating on all the blurbos that they make. So like they have the funding and financial ability to do so, and also because of that comes with the prestige of getting like bigger names to like make stuff. So then those fandoms go over there. So like, but that all is still technically independent. It's just like a different tier of it, you know. And like you were saying, Kennedy, like a lot of the people who watch stuff online that consume the indie things that we make, they need to understand that like, I am not going to be Visipop. I am not going to be Glitch. That is not my intention. I'm making animatics, maybe a couple of animated sequences. That's what you're gonna get. Like I'm not here to jump when you say go. Please be patient. Please be kind. And because that's the whole point, right? Is that like this boom that we're seeing came from a desire that there was such a lack of unique stories being told, because everything, as we mentioned earlier, it's IP hell out there right now. It's just we're recycling the same thing over and over and over and over again, right? And but this indie boom that we're seeing, because I feel like I'm losing the question a little bit. Sorry, because I'm rambling. Sorry about that. But yeah, there just kind of needs to be an understanding that like there are different tiers of indie. That indie looks different for the different productions that are out here making stuff. Because again, like sometimes it's a team, sometimes it's just little guys, and yeah, everybody is going to be doing stuff differently, and my brain just fried on what I was saying. I'm so sorry, you guys. This is what happens when you're super neurodivergent, have ADHD, and your brain starts ping-ponging everywhere.
but I think you guys also said really important things about like what this boom with this and I use quotes boom a lot, because again, as Bree's a good point, like there's levels to what indie is, right? There's levels to like, you know, the two guys in college who then, you know, find other people and create this whole thing, right? And there's levels to, you know, people wanting to go internationally and wanting like, I want to work in anime, so they do that, and then they bring those skills back. It's like there's levels to it, and then there's also those people again who's funded by the government or who gets, you know, who makes a thing, and Metro Boomin or Keanu Reeves said, hey, I want to help you out, and so now you like, you're making a comic, and it's like, yeah, I can do whatever I want because Metro Boomin's worth $5 million, so you know we're good, right? And so like, you know, not everyone has that, and that's still indie, because you know it's not what you know, mainstream, but there's different levels to it, and there's also different intentions in what you want. And you talk about creative control, and in this IP hellscape where, you know, again, if you know Marvel's still pumping out movies, I don't dislike all of them, but slightly creatively bankrupt,
right?
Slightly creatively bankrupt, you know, you want to argue that.
But you know what? I remembered part of what your question, which I did not answer, that like you brought up how like is in this like the future, I guess, kind of, right? Like can indie become the mainstream? And I kind of feel like I said this at the panel that Trina Frick and I did in MomoCon, because it's kind of like a similar question or part of it, because someone asked like, do you see indie being like the future? Like, is it gonna be the main thing that people do? And I find that indie, for me, my thought process is that indie is like a the boom of indie that we're seeing right now feels like it is a awakening for the studios that are out here because, as Kennedy mentioned, they are paying attention to what's happening. They're like, yeah, they're paying attention to this, to the amount of indie stuff being made. They're seeing that people are out here like making all these different original shows that are going crazy, you know, like Digital Circus, all that jazz, right? So that's where what I think indie, how it affects the mainstream is that it's making the studios sort of wake up a little bit. Will they actually change? I don't know. But indie does kind of have to become like more sustainable for it to be like this mainstream future, because right now, yeah, you can get funding for your project, but can you eat off of it? Can you pay your bills off of it? No. So right now it's I don't know, like some stuff has to change first for it to become this bigger thing, I feel like. Sorry, that was very rambling.
No. It's a good point. We talk about things that have to change, right? You know, from again, like talk about glitch productions, like Australia, giving them money for, that's something we may never see in the U.S., right? Because of different reasons, not want to fund the arts, all those different things. Like that's really relevant to the discussion, right? Something I want to talk about that I feel like I was surprised no one mentioned, right? Was the thumbs up. No one mentioned is that in the challenges part, I was surprised no one talked about creating that team that you have, right? How one person to multiple people. I feel as though like again networking is king, right? Like go and talk to people and figure it out, right? But I would like to know, like, as you guys grew your team of confidants or your animation team that are making these things happen, how were you able to find that group of necessarily trustworthy people, right? You're trusting them with your IP, with your idea, and hoping that they don't go off, and they probably won't do it better than you, but they're going to do something, right? Like, and try and steal your IP. Like, how did you find that group? Whether it's starting that studio or finding those people that make that independent project, how were you able to do that? And what were the challenges with that? And Kenzie, you go first.
So a lot of the people on my team are from my college. Truth be told, like a lot of indie projects are from like SCAD students. So I wound up just having a group that I already like knew when I was doing my senior film that I wound up reaching out to. They wound up having their friends, and then they brought their friends of friends, and then they brought their friends of friends of friends, and that's how we kind of kept going with that. I'm one of those people where I typically don't ask for outside help, only because like indie doesn't pay a lot. Anime also doesn't pay a lot. Came to the very crazy realization that we're paying more than anime is paying us for our indie project. And we are not paying a lot, if you recall our Kickstarter being $2,000 for the first short. So yeah, that was a wake-up call a little bit. But it really was just having that connection from college and then going from there. But then also, again, like COVID, I had the chance to network with a lot of people that weren't in my area, virtually talk to them, get to know their stories. When I was able to meet up with them, just kind of have those moments with them. And yeah, so it really was just networking, getting to talk to people, and then like having that connection already from the places I was already at.
Yep.
That's a good point. Everybody met in college, huh? Andre, so
there are a lot of college kids out there doing indie. Like truly, if you look at some of the stuff, which is not a bad thing, there are just especially when I went to MomoCon, just to like say really quickly, there are a lot of college kids or recent grads. I was like, am I the oldest person in the room?
Yeah.
I'm 32. So that's why I was like, oh, okay. y'all got a lot of energy.
Good point. And Andre, I'm not going to make you rehash your story with Z, right? Because if you want to watch that, then watch the Creating in Duos panel that we just did. But for the rest of the team, the board, and even because I know we were supposed to have an animator from Cutting Edge do a demonstration, but they were sadly a little bit busy for Renee and everything. So like, could you talk about the process of bringing those animators? Now you guys also outsource some stuff too. So could you talk about that process?
Yeah, so as far as building the trust with all the people that we bring on, I have two answers. One's a little bit cheesy, and then the other one's very boring. I think we've gotten very lucky with all the people that we've brought on the team. Uh, we're not really going out there and, hunting people down or very hardcore networking. I think a lot of the right people have kind of fallen into place, and we've met hardworking people, especially everybody on our C-suite that helps us out with our operations day to day. And then even as far as getting those animators, we have a tight network of people that can vouch for others, and we can, go from there. We send out test stuff and then they bring it back. And I think everybody, we've gotten very lucky. Uh, the a little bit more boring answer as far as building the trust, especially with a project that is growing at the pace that Captain Zero is right now, is we have a lawyer. And so the lawyer makes it very easy to trust everybody that kind of gets brought into the process. We make sure that all of the paperwork is in place, not just to protect our IP and our company, but to protect the other person, as whether they be a contractor or employee. Making sure that everybody is legally protected is probably one of the easiest ways that I've found to make sure that everybody is benefiting from the process of working together on a project.
So I'm guessing the cheesy part was lucky, and then the boring part was, we got the law on our side.
You know, I
pretty much.
It's an important part.
It's an important part. I mean, in an earlier panel, I believe in our marketing panel, that Karen Mahorn and Kosi Harris and God's Will. I'm keep naming people every single time. They kind of talked about that a little bit too. A lot of people forget the business part, right? Like, this is all fun. I'm not gonna say it's not fun, right? Because most part you're not getting paid a lot for it, right? So, but it's fun. Right. You get to do your passion, all that. But at some point, that the business part comes in. You need the lawyer, need that person, need that contract, need that NDA.
Yes.
Right. And so it's important that we have that. Bree.
I just grab people.
No. You walk in and say, "Hey, you look like you can draw."
I'm in the basement. Help me.
Yeah, Kennedy, you're not getting out. Actually, that's where she is right now. She's in the basement. She's not coming out. I said, Kennedy, you want to work on my project? And she was like, no. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's the wrong answer. You're coming with me. Well, because Kennedy, yes, has also worked on the 3 tomes in addition to doing her own project. Her team at Love Letter did the animated sequences in my pilot for people watching. But the answer to having trustworthy people and building a team, I honestly, from working in the mainstream animation industry, because it is a hot mess right now, basically how I built my team was, I knew, because I was pregnant and I didn't have the capacity to do everything by myself. And I'm not necessarily the best action board artist. And I know that I'm not a sound designer and all this other stuff. I just sort of reached out to my network of close friends or friends of friends who were either also unemployed or were feeling creatively stifled at their jobs after conversations we had. And I was like, hey, do you want to work on this thing? And 9 times out of 10, everybody was like, oh, sick. Yeah, let me do this. I want to help. So that's kind of how, that was my process, really. I'm not really personally big on doing open calls, especially if we're just doing it for the love of the game. Because the first episode of the 3 tomes for transparency was a project that was for the love of the game, $2 in a dream. So I didn't really want to do an open call of hey, do you want to volunteer on my project? I don't know you, but do you want to do that? There's nothing wrong with doing that. Especially, if you're starting out and you don't have a network of people, there are a lot of people that do just doing stuff for funsies. But for me personally, because I know that the industry is hot mess, I wanted to be very aware of the fact that I am asking people to do work for me for free, for volunteer purposes, on a project that is kind of a bigger scope. And I was always very transparent up front, this is a volunteer thing, and I'm trying to just make something. Do you want to make something with me? because I know you're kind of feeling it at work, or I know you don't really have anything going on right now. Do you want to do something? And typically, I would always be like, if you have other commitments, please, that is priority. Not my little cartoon. My little cartoon don't mean nothing. You got life stuff. That's more important. Please focus on that, because that's super important. I think when it comes to being a leader, you know, when you're managing a whole team of people on a production, being cognizant of their time because they're working for you, especially if they're doing it just for funsies. So again, like for me, like I just gathered people that I knew from work, or like in my peripheral, or people who were recommended. Like I didn't know people who were composers, and Kennedy had a really wonderful recommendation. Or you know, Kennedy, you were like, yo, if you need animators, I got you. And I was like, oh, really? And you were like, yeah, I got you. And I'm like, okay. So that's kind of how it works. But this next time around, Kickstarter, trying to get people paid, because it is stinky, and I want to compensate people more, because this is like becoming bigger, and I'm like, you know, if you're going to be sticking around doing this, I want people to get paid, even if it is on a smaller, like indie scale, if possible, you know, because originally it was just going to be a one and done thing, but this time I'm like, no, this is too important to me. I need to keep going with the story. But yeah, like that's just the long and short of it. Is that's how I built my team. I reach out to individuals that I know, and yeah, even for this next time around, I'm more of a I have my private Rolodex, and I will reach out to people. That's just how I operate, and I'm very careful with who I reach out to. I try not to reach out to people that I don't know personally, or at least have some base level of like, you know, somebody that knows somebody. But that's just me.
Oh no, that I mean that everything each one of you guys says made a lot of sense. And Bree said kind of touches me a lot, because at Off Like Magazine, you know, we're doing this for the love of the game, not for me, you know, like all the stuff you see here, all the nice things came from another job, you know, and so like. And like that's like one of those things that like there's a misconception, and we you know, I would say we beat it to death a little bit over the last 2 days, because we have most of our creators that were here working in the field. You know, you're doing it for love again. You're doing it because you love telling stories. You love getting them out to people. And so most of the people that work with us are volunteer, and in chat this mini streams, assuming that's Jade, assuming that's our social media manager. She's like, sometimes volunteer work is good to do for the love of the game or portfolio building. And I'm not saying I'm advocating for anybody to go and work for free. You know, this is definitely not the time for that. You know, in America, I paid $40 on my gas tank the other day. You know, and my gas was $25 before. I got a small car, right? Crazy, right?
My rent in LA is $21.70 a month. So for a 2-bedroom apartment.
It's getting scary out here, right? But at the same time, don't abandon your, you know, if you can, don't abandon your passions. You know, I've talked, you know, that's one thing that you get from this weekend, and all people, these very passionate and creative folk that we have this entire weekend. One thing is, you know, don't give up on your passions. You know, there's always a way. You know, and just, you know, keep dreaming. Last question, because we're running low on time. The last question I have is, what has been the most rewarding thing for you guys working in the indie field and working in this? You know, and I mean, and specifically, you know, because mainstream is in a lot of ways a machine, right? We talked to Marcus Williams, Marcus the Visual, and, you know, he went to go. He was working on Powerpuff Girls, and he's like, "Hey, was it Powerpuff Girls? One of the animated shows I didn't know he worked on. And he was like, "Yeah, I went in and said, oh, this would be really cool. What if you make her look like this?" And they said, "No, we hired you to make Bubbles look like Bubbles."
Right?
Okay?
Yeah, I remember.
You can't make Bubbles dark skin. Take that off. No, you know, you make Bubbles look like Bubbles, right? And so, indie, there's a little more freedom, even with the struggles, even with the challenges. You have a little more freedom. You have a little more flexibility, right? And then you also, I would say, you get to meet a lot of enigmatic people and different people, because, you know, just a lot of people who's chasing that passion, chasing that dream. And so I want to say, like, what has been the most rewarding part of working in the indie field for you guys? And I'm going to spin the wheel in my head. Andre.
I think the most rewarding part for me, especially within the last few years of working within the indie space is the education piece of the business, that learning how to get a project from script to eventually distribution. It's not something that I've ever thought I would enjoy. I was truly all I ever want to do is write the scripts and direct the thing, and I'm fully on the creative side, but there's a lot of power that comes from learning the behind the scenes stuff and learning how
Mm.
to navigate the industry and how to get to that distribution. And doing that via an indie company means that myself and all of my colleagues and everybody that's part of the company, we hold the power as far as what this project will look like when everybody gets to see it from start to finish. We get to control the narrative on the screen and off the screen. And I think that's been the most rewarding part.
Beautiful. Bree?
I think for me, one of the most rewarding things has just been seeing people on my team flourish and have fun because, well, I guess it's like just two rewarding things, and that is one of them. And yeah, like as I mentioned, like I kind of like grab people that I know mutually or that are like friends of friends, and there are a lot of people who are doing different types of jobs in animation or animation adjacent or not in animation at all, but they want to be. And because I know that they want to do these things, when I reach out to them, I'm very intentional about saying like, hey, I know you're a PA right now, but would you like to do some storyboard revisions for me? And that makes them light up and very excited so they can like, get that work going. And like kind of like you said that someone said in the chat like about like building up portfolio work, and that that is something that is very helpful. And also for those that like are actively working where they're like I have a friend who's a board artist on 3 Tomes, and she literally just said today that yes, she has a job in a very popular show right now, but she was like, I would rather be doing your show all day if I could. And because it is very creatively fulfilling to her to do hot vampire boys and like draw them and and like YA melodrama and also grown folk melodrama with vampires and stuff. It's like she eats that up, and she's having a lot of fun with it. And that's kind of what makes me happy with my project, is that it makes people happy, and just the other part of it is sharing the story with people and people enjoying it.
Last and certainly not least, Kenzie.
I do think the creative freedom is a very nice feeling to have. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I start working in studios again, but like, that freedom to be able to do what you want, have fun with your team, and just make something and see how that comes out is a very beautiful feeling to have. Because you don't, when you're working on an indie project, you don't want to have stress. You don't want to be stressed out. You don't want to think about the struggles of like trying to get the project out there. You just want to make the thing. And so that was one of the things that I felt was fulfilling for me when working on the project, was just, oh my gosh, we made a complete and coherent thing. Now to do the next thing. And it's one of those things for me where I was like, I think that's the nice part of it, is just being able to do it yourself and say, I did this thing, I made this thing. Right now, like episode 1's script or movie version of the script is like doing circuits at film festivals, and it's been getting awards and quarterfinalists and semifinals. And I was like, I don't think I would have done this if I was like, just doing stuff by myself or like at studios. Like I wouldn't be doing this kind of stuff. So it's an interesting feeling to be able to work indie and get this kind of recognition, or like be with friends and who want to make something with you.
This is amazing. I really enjoyed this panel. I learned a little bit about the indie animation process myself, something I probably would never do. But so it's really important to the space. And as someone who enjoys a lot of indie animation and has seen everyone's here, learning the process and digging really into not only why indie animation is so popular, but the boom, and also each of y'all's individual projects. It's really which are really fun and all fun and beautiful and different art styles and stories very, very differently. Okay?
Yes.
Which is beautiful. So we are super, super light on time, but I just want to make sure that we quickly go around the room and just everyone just say social media to follow you guys at. I could say it, but I guess it doesn't matter if I say it. And let's just go in order. So again, we're gonna start back at Andre.
Yeah, make sure to follow us at Captain Zero TAS on all social media platforms. We're on Instagram, Twitter, all of that. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, you can on all social media platforms, you can search the 3 tomes. Tome spelled TOMES, so the 3 tomes. Yeah, Instagram, Twitter. You can find me on all of the socials, and I'll provide a link tree for people because so they can find it and whatnot. And yeah, if you like vampires and stuff and YA melodrama, maybe check out my Kickstarter for episode 2 on next week on Juneteenth. It's coming.
I guess you can find me on Kenzy, so KENZYX art on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Blue Sky, or if you want to go and check out Towards Galaxy's End, literally just type in Towards Galaxy's End and you'll find us on YouTube, Instagram. We have a Spanish account, we have a Japanese account, so you'll be able to spot us pretty quickly. And we currently have about 5 dubs for the show. So yeah, check us out.
All right. It's funny enough, Bree. Whenever I type in 3 tomes, when I type in the tomes, it autocorrect thinks that I'm spelling something else every time.
Yes, it always does that. But I'm hoping that enough posts will make the algorithm be like, oh, this is the correct thing.
This is the correct thing. So thank you guys for stopping in and doing this. It was very insightful, very fun panel. Learned a lot, and I hope people watching, whether this on the replay on YouTube or watching live right now, hope you gained as much as I have from this panel, because I really enjoy talking with all of you. For everyone else, this is not the end of Ink and Panels. Okay, we have a lot more. We still got more. It's crazy. We still have more. Okay, and so stick around next couple hours, and we still actually, although every panel is my favorite, we still have not hit my favorite panel. Favorite panel is the last one. The last panel of the day is probably the panel that I moderated, of course, because it's not gonna be a favorite if I can do it. But there's gonna be a lot of cool stuff. So stick around to the end, because a lot of cool stuff is still coming. And if you need to rewind, do it. That's why we do it. You need to rewind, do it. Okay. A lot of gems were dropped. And so about to head over to a demonstration, but thank you guys for coming and stopping by. And for everyone watching, keep on watching. Got a lot of cool stuff coming.
Bye.
Adios.
I'm clicking stuff. Stop clicking stuff.
doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
I want to get into the field, and next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively, and it just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection, and my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels Volume 2. Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
What's up, y'all? It's Allende Hall, aka Kokajin Creates, aka Yin Designs, the co-founder and co-creator of Studio Maho, here with a demonstration panel for you guys on Ink and Panels Volume 2. This time we're doing a dynamic action scene. So we're going to show you guys some of the things that you should keep in mind that kind of create a good action scene, and some of the things that you may want to avoid when creating an action scene. So let's kind of get a little set here. We've got our panel. We're going to say this is just a big, important panel in the middle of your fight scene, right? Or your action sequence. Because it doesn't have to be a fight scene. It could just be, something really amazing is happening. There's action. There's action. So we're probably just going to focus on this top panel. But we're drawing a bottom panel just so we know how we're splitting this up. Make that top one a little bit bigger than the one down here. Okay, cool. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We've got an action sequence. Let's say maybe one of your characters is in the middle of a fight, right? I'm using a fight sequence because, the series that I work on have a lot of dynamic action sequences. So we're going to say that, in fact, we'll use a character from God Punch, for example. Okay. In God Punch Chapter 3, if you guys haven't read it, there's, someone that Dr. Sylvia is fighting. Giant monsters, got, snake heads and whatnot. We're going to pick and make up a sequence from that fight. And I'm going to draw it here and show you how to formulate a plan around where your perspective is, where your characters go, and how to not make it look stiff, right? To make it look like this is a still frame from maybe an animation, right? It's in motion. It feels like it's in motion. Okay. So, we're going to say that Sylvia is dodging, one of the snake heads attached to the body. Okay. The snake heads are moving really quick, so she's got to dodge super fast. All right. First thing you want to do, establish where's your camera. Okay. Is it behind Sylvia? Is it focused on Sylvia? Is it off to the side? Is it a ground facing or a ground shot that's more like ankle height? Is it an aerial shot, right? Is it from up above, kind of pointing down on your characters? You have to decide that when you're drawing these panels. Okay, you need to decide that beforehand, and you should really, when you're drawing or when you're writing out your script, or maybe reading off of a script. If you're not a writer and you're playing off of your script, you kind of need to be visualizing these moments in real time, like it's a movie, right? You're a director. This is a film. Okay, put those angles, those camera angles that you're visualizing on the paper, right? Okay, so let's say we've established that Sylvia, is going to be dodging one of the snakeheads, right? And we're gonna put the camera. In fact, yeah, we're gonna put the camera kind of at an angle, right? So you don't always want if you want your sequences to have more life to them, it needs to feel like the camera is kind of floating around, moving in tandem with the characters as they're moving around. Okay, you don't want your scene to be like this, right? You've got character, she's dodging, right? Boom. Oh wow, she dodged. She's moving back. Boom. And here's your snakehead. Boom. Right? Okay, that's pretty boring, isn't it? All right, it's kind of flat. It almost seems like it's not real, right? And it's not, right? You're making this up, but you want it to feel real. You want it to have life, and you want it to feel like it's in motion. So let's erase all of that. Let's go back. Okay. We said we're going to have our camera following Sylvia. So let's establish that Sylvia is in the foreground, right? You have your dimensions. Sylvia's in the foreground and she's dodging. So Sylvia's going to be much closer to us. Okay, so we were establishing Sylvia's moving, and maybe she's moving in this direction, right? We've got our snakeheads coming from up here, coming down, okay? Like we said, Sylvia's in the foreground, so she can be a little bit closer. But she's dodging what's going on right now. And in fact, make it just a little bit bigger, because we really want her to be as close to the reader, or as close to the camera, I should say, as possible. Because she is the focal point, right? So your focal point is here. And you have an impact happening in front of her, like so. Let's say it's coming from up here. We've established where it's happening. And the snakehead is coming down, right? And maybe it's such a powerful strike that it's quite literally causing the ground to break up. And Sylvia again is moving this direction, okay? So instead of keeping Sylvia flat like this, right? We got some movement by showing that her clothes are kind of like flapping a little bit, you know, with the jacket and whatnot. And maybe her hair is kind of, you know, off to the side instead of just stationary. We know that she's moving. We know her earrings are also moving in the opposite direction of her, right? Because that's how movement works. Okay, so now we don't need the top of this. Boom. Now where her head is. All right. And we're not going to spend time drawing all the details of the jacket. It's a very cool leather jacket, by the way. All right, so Sylvia's in the foreground, and this impact is happening right in front of her. She's got to get out the way. And so this looks pretty good already, right? You have your action happening over here, and maybe we'll see there's some other heads kind of coming in, you know, to cause damage at the same time. But she's pretty quick. Okay. So this looks pretty good, but one thing that's really good for action scenes is speed lines, right? So even though your character may already kind of look like they're in motion because they're not in a stationary or static or stiff looking pose, you can also give the illusion of speed by adding speed lines to your character. So if Sylvia is moving to the right, her speed lines need to be coming off of the left side of her body, right? It's the illusion that she's moving, gives her the illusion that she's moving quickly in the opposite direction, right? So let's add some speed lines to her hand. Right? And you don't want to overdo it. It just, I mean, it depends on how fast she's moving, right? Or how fast your character's moving. But you just want enough where it looks like that arm is in motion. And so this arm looks like it's moving. Her earrings are moving. Her hair is moving, right? So all of these lines that I'm putting on the left side of her body are telling our eyes, wow, she's moving so fast that like, it's almost like the color or the outline of her is so fast, it's not stationary, right? It would be like it was blurry to us if we were seeing it in real time. Okay. Add a few more here. Okay, and you can even add some, you know, on some of the lines that are straight. That aren't edges. Maybe a couple here and there, right? Maybe not right there. Let's pick this one. Right? Okay. So we've established that she's moving, right? In that direction. That looks a lot better. It already looks like she's moving much quicker just by adding those speed lines, right? Here's another good tip, right? So she's moving and her jacket is black. If you colored it black, just straight black, let's make this really big. If you just colored it black like this, right? Even with the speed lines, let's do the hair too. Even with the speed lines, having that flatness, that flat color already makes her look like she's not moving as fast anymore. Right? Okay, what do we do to fix that? So instead of solids, right? Instead of solids, we do the same thing we did with the speed lines, but with our fill-in colors, right? So the black turns into a lot of lines moving in the same direction. Right? And maybe you leave a little white space on the right, the edge of the right side to show that maybe there's a light source coming from over here, right? Now, don't get me wrong, you can definitely have sections where you have solids, but for the most part, it adds to that speed or that blurry effect if your lines, your fill-in lines, are also broken up with a little bit of white right in between them. And maybe you have a few more lines that are longer, right? And these are the, I would call these speed lines. They're like bigger speed lines. These are more like direction lines, right? Just to show like, hey, yeah, this person's moving pretty quick. You know, you have your speed lines, but you want some that don't look so short, just to show like, yeah, they're moving pretty quick. A little bit of variety there, okay? And I want you to notice we actually did the same thing with the snakeheads, right? So the snakeheads are moving so fast, we're not even drawing any of the features of the snakeheads, right? They're hitting the ground. They're basically just a blurry impact, right? So we know where they're coming from, right? We've established that. That's why this arrow is up here to show you, hey, they're moving in this direction, okay? Your speed lines to show where they're coming from should also be in that direction, right? So maybe instead of just drawing dark line, right, as flat, okay? Instead, break it up. Speed lines, right? They get a little thinner as they get close to the impact, okay? Let's say we got some rocks coming up, all right? We'll draw a couple of rocks here, boom. If the rocks are moving away from the impact, let's say this is your focal point, right? The rocks are moving away from the impact, draw a couple of speed lines. They're moving away from where the heads are hitting the ground, right? And you can always, you know, don't be afraid to use a ruler. Definitely use a ruler, right? But okay, so there's your impact, right? So your focal point, you have your character in the foreground, which one has a little bit thicker lines, and you have your objects moving in the background, thinner lines, maybe a little bit even lower opacity as well, right? You notice how all the shadows here are a little harsher because they're closer to the camera, but your objects in the background maybe are a little lighter, right? Have some illusion of depth. Things get harder to see the further they are in the distance, right? To get a little bit less of a defined edge, right? So maybe your opacity kind of starts to fade a little bit the further things get in the background, to show that, okay, the darker stuff is in the foreground, the lighter stuff is in the background. Thinner lines in the background, thicker lines in the foreground, okay? And the last thing we'll add is, you know, there's always those action lines that you see for panels. You know, it's not always necessary, but it does usually help to draw the reader's eye towards where you want it to be, right? Or where the focal point in the action is, okay? And so because Sylvia is already moving, we've got the lines, right? But the real focal point was her moving out of the way of this big giant impact, right? So what we can do is we can, you know, there are tools for this. Again, I'm drawing these from scratch, but if this is our focal point right here, this big X, you want your action lines to be going in that direction, right? They're accentuating, hey, this was a really important part of the panel. This is where I want your eye to go, right? And you can either, there are a couple of ways to do it. You can do it in the foreground where they overlap, like I'm doing now. Okay. Or, and I'll erase it and start over and I'll show you what they look like. You can just leave them in the background, right? And instead of actually having a background, you let the action lines kind of become the background. And this works in different scenarios. I feel like here it might have been better, right, to just keep it in the foreground. But again, depending on where your focal point is, it can work either way. Right? And so that's fortunately all the time we have for this demonstration panel. I hope these little tips gave you, kind of an idea of how to structure action sequences. If I may make a longer version of this, sometime, but yeah, I think the things to keep in mind, right? Think of it like you're a filmmaker, right? This is a movie. Visualize the scene in a 3D space in your head. Visualize what it would look like if somebody was shooting this on film, or if you were watching an anime, right? Where would you place the camera, right? Where are the focal points? If you want it to be dynamic, that camera needs to be moving around. You don't want it to be static. It doesn't need to be just one angle the entire time, right? So be creative with where you place your camera, where you place your perspective shots. Okay. So like I said, that's all the time we have. I'm Allende Hall with Studio Maho, and I hope you enjoyed this demonstration panel at Ink and Panels. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Hello, everyone.
I was muted. That's the fourth time that's happened.
Hey, this will be technically our last check-in until the end.
Yep.
It's crazy. And sadly, we don't have long to talk to you. Yesterday, if you were there, we did a quick tribute for someone who was close to us in comics, and as people who are community driven, and we care a lot about the people in this community. We wanted to make sure that we honored him throughout this event. And I'm gonna let Ty take it away before we show the memorial.
Yes, I'm so sorry if you hear a cat in the background. They are sad for some reason. Real quickly, just taking a moment to speak on Onaji. If you're not familiar with Onaji Rouse, he is the creator of Odina, Sister Circle X, Drafted Origins, a movie that is a tie-in into the Odina universe, as well as the comic Kandake. His work was definitely brilliant and amazing. If you've ever read Odina or watched Drafted Origins, you can definitely see he was a very talented creator. Just someone who was filled with energy in life and just loved being a creative. Outside of comics, he was also very active in his local creative community as well. He was just a bright, if you knew Onaji, he was just a bright light to be around. So it's extremely sad that he has left us. But one of the things that I mentioned yesterday and that I really want to hone in on today is that Onaji was someone who just genuinely believed that if you have something on your heart to do, if you have something on your mind to do, you should just do it. Your creativity shouldn't be limited to yourself. You should share it with the world if that's your passion. So in honor of Onaji, I just want to say I miss him very much. And to anyone who misses Onaji, I'm with you there as well. So I'm going to go ahead and go into his tribute. And then from there, we'll keep on moving with Ink and Panels Volume 2.
what will your legacy look like 100 years from now? What are they gonna say about you, man?
Ooh. Well, first of all, I'm not gonna cry right now. So
I need the ratings, bro. Come on.
But hopefully it means that some way, you know what I want my legacy to be, honestly, too, but truth. From 100 years, I want someone to take what I've done and apply it to what they're doing and do the same for others.
Yeah. The award winning.
Well, there's a demigoddess who's trying to unleash hell on Earth. My character name is Odina, and she is a reluctant hero / demigoddess who's a powerhouse. And she's not really trying to be a superhero, but the end of the world is kind of forcing her to become one. So,
if someone is done reading your story, what do you want them to walk away with?
Knowing that no matter what your calling is, it's all destined in you to step up to be that person. Like you can't deny who you are.
Hello everyone, it is Stevie, and today we are going to be covering telling compelling stories by way of short animation. Now, Instagram does not give you a lot of time to tell what you need to tell, so if you don't get what you need out and within like the first couple of seconds, it's going to get lost in the void. One big important thing when figuring out what you're going to do for your short animation is your why. Your why plays an imperative role because, I mean, why are you doing it? Are you telling a joke? Are you being informative? Are you, teaching somebody something? The possibilities are infinite, so you really have to beat down what are you doing first before you try to do it. For me personally, my animations are usually jokes, and telling jokes through animation is basically telling a joke verbally with extra steps.
All right, girls, what trouble are we getting into tonight? Grand theft. Arson. Yeah, arson.
Streamlining that can be even more difficult depending on the complexity of what you're trying to get across. If it's a simple dad joke, then you're probably going to have an easy time shortening it. But if it's something that, is way more specific, humor, or humor that is trying to teach people something, but at the same time keeping it funny, that's when you run into long, drawn-out territory, which can be a bit more difficult. A big thing that helps me out is, first, I use my Notes app. Me and the Notes app are like this, together forever. I use my Notes app for everything. I will type down my idea, like the rough idea, wherever it dawns on me, because they just come to me, So I write it down, I type it on my Notes app, and then I streamline it the best way I can. How can I shorten this to maybe a couple sentences long? Because those sentences turn into scenes to which I have to animate. And also, when you guys watch them, it has to keep your attention.
You can just get me the same thing you had. Make that 2 of those, please. So what are you gonna do for me?
Damn. So figuring out a way to convey the joke, set the scene for the joke, and, get to the punchline, it takes a bit of effort. Sometimes, shortening those things, but a lot of times it's just goofy, random humor, so it's pretty easy. It just really depends on what you're trying to say and who you're trying to say it to. Second tip that I give you is if it makes you laugh, it probably is going to make other people laugh. When it comes to making animations, it can run into really sticky territory to where it's like, I think maybe these people will find this funny, but if you don't find it funny, how are you to assume anybody else is going to find it funny or interesting or educational? Whatever the case, the best thing to do is to just make content that makes sense to you. And if it makes sense to you, 9 times out of 10, it's going to make sense to other people. That's kind of how I've always done my page. You know, I post things that I like and things that I like to look at, things that I like to, you know, indulge in, things that make me laugh. I post those things and, you know, my people, they like it. So that's always my safest bet. If I think about something and it makes me chuckle, more than likely it's going to make somebody else chuckle. And that's all I could really ask for.
I thank you all so much for joining me. I hope what I had to say was informative and helpful. And yeah, check me out if you want to. If not, that's fine. Bye.
It doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
I want to get into the field, and next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively. And it just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection. You know, and you know, my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels Volume 2. Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
How's it going?
How's everyone doing?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's a day. It's pretty interesting. But I'm excited because I get to kiki with y'all for a little bit and learn a little something about developing your personal style as an artist. I kicked my feet and screamed a little bit when I found out that I was gonna get to kick it with y'all because I obviously admire your work. Some of you I discovered because of this, but Astronym particularly, I started following you in like 2020, and you did my chibi for when I first started doing content. So like I was legit like stalking your request availability to get commission. So yeah, I'm like, oh, this is so cool. But yeah.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, you know, the chibi did the thing. You know, I am so honored. Oh my God.
Yeah, no, it's awesome to get to talk to you guys. So yeah, we're just gonna kind of jump right into it. I want to give everyone the opportunity to kind of like introduce yourself and your preferred medium and where people can find your work, and then we'll go from there. I guess since I've already called you out, do you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Hey guys, I'm Astro, aka Astronym. You can find me at Astronym. That's ASTRONYM on the internet. But I mainly post on Instagram right now. But you know, everywhere else, it's cool to go and find me. I am an illustrator and comic book artist, and recently a tattoo apprentice at Push Tattoo Studio in Wilmington, Delaware. My favorite medium is digital, but I've been pushing myself to explore and wash and watercolor and other mediums. I actually started off with Copic markers, Crayola color pencils, and Sakura pens. Actually, not even those. You know those Family Dollar like needlepoint pens? That's what I started with. And I know it's relevant to what the panel is about. So I'm telling you guys, I came from very humble beginnings before I got my little XP pen. So that's me.
Nice. Okay, and hold on a sec. Okay, who wants to go next? Introduce yourself and where people can find you and what type of art you like to produce.
I was gonna say,
Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Gilly Boo. Mina, my name is Gilly Boo, Guilly Boo. I'm a digital and watercolor illustrator. I was actually traditional first, and then I got into the digital medium. So
nice.
I'm used to actually doing traditional first. How I started was I used to sketch out as much as I could and scan it. And then before I got an actual tablet to draw on, I would use Windows, Microsoft Paint to color my paintings. Yeah. Yeah. That's what I used to do until I actually got a digital tablet to draw on. You can find all my work on mainly Instagram. That's where I post the most, but I do have like a TikTok, and I also have a YouTube, and I just made a Twitter account. So yes, you can find me on those platforms as well. Yep, and the same name, Gilly Boo.
Nice.
All right. My name is Allende Hall, aka Kokajin Creates, or Yin Designs. I'm the co-founder of Studio Maho. It's an animation and manga studio. We're based out of Houston, Texas. And yep, A-Sound. So I'm the illustrator for both those series. I'm the creator of Blade Titans. And the illustrator for God Punch, because I didn't say the names of the series. God Punch and Blade Titans. So I do the artwork for both, but I write for Blade Titans. I do animation, like I have a degree in animation, but I don't actually do any, at least not currently. I don't have the bandwidth to be working departments right now. But yeah, so and you can find me on Twitter, _Yin_designs, I believe. Or it might just be at Yin Designs. How do I not know my own at? You search Kokujin Creates, Kokujin Creates, but with a K, it's going to come up. And I use that for both Twitter, Instagram. I do have a Twitch. I stream. It's also Kokujin Creates. And I stream artwork and video games. So if you're into both of those, you can find me on any of those platforms.
Nice. Okay, we love to see it. One thing that I love that all of you mentioned is like having a skill set in multiple areas and just kind of evolving into where you are now. So I'd love to kind of hear like where you started in terms of your art and how you pictured yourself getting to the place where you are now, or if this is completely out of what you initially started. Like we kind of want to hear like your origin and projection of your art, and if you see it going somewhere further or somewhere different. Like I know that you mentioned several different mediums and educations, and like where you started and how now you've switched mediums. So yeah, how about you? Let's start with you, Gilly.
Well, I fell in love with anime. That was the beginning of my art journey when I was like a kid. I've always loved anime, and I was always an artist, when I was just a kid in general. But when I saw anime, it really just exploded my spark into wanting to be an artist, to the point where my mom would rent like anime DVDs from like Sailor Moon and you know, Gundam, like animes like that. And I would try to like watch the anime with like my paper, and I would try to draw those scenes because they were just so amazing. So that's the beginnings of how I started my journey to become an artist. I am 100% an artist because I'm so passionate about it and have been. So I'm 100% confident about that. And which has led to me to create many creations of my own, whether it's a webtoon comic or even my adult comics that I do also have my mangas that I've made.
Nice. So when you started, was manga like the goal, or was anime the goal, or were you just like, I just want to draw everything that I can and see what comes from it?
Well, I mean, manga, drawing, I mean, I kind of see it as the same. I mean, it's a little bit different in the way that you have to draw, but you're still drawing, you know? So I know I did want to tell my own stories. I do know that. You know, you look at anime stories and you watch anime, and especially if you started off like I did with anime from the 80s and 90s and stuff, you're like, you know what? I want to see more individuals that look like myself in these stories. And then that's when I said, you know what, instead of, you know, because you come to a point when you're looking at this and you're like, when are they going to put someone who looks like me in it? And then it never happens. So then you're like, you know what, forget that. I will put myself into it. I will put my own characters into my creations. That's how I got started.
Absolutely. Love that. Okay, let's hear from you, Allende.
Yeah, for me, I'm kind of the same way. I've been doing art since I can remember. You know, crayons, colored pencils, whatever we had around the house. And I got into comics really early, mostly graphic novels and like comic strips, newspaper comics, you know, that kind of stuff. Calvin and Hobbes, you know. So I went through a variety of styles, kind of like growing up, not knowing specifically what I wanted to do. I just loved drawing. And I love comics. And then anime also, again, just like Gilly Boots, that was like, wow, this is awesome. I want to draw like this. I want to like start making stuff like this. So that was definitely a big influence. You know, you watch Saturday cartoons like Yu-Gi-Oh! And, you know, Pokemon and whatnot.
Right.
And, you know, you don't know what it is, but you're like enamored by it. Just, oh, wow, this is cool. So I got into that, and like I said, my style changed over the years, but eventually I knew that I wanted to do something with comics. I wasn't entirely sure how, you know, necessarily, because, you know, you grow up and you're thinking, well, how can I make money doing this? You know, like, is this something I can actually turn into a career? Can I be like, you know, Bill Watterson, who did Calvin Hobbes? Can I be like these other comic creators and make a living off of it? So, but we're here now. So,
yeah. Okay, let's hear from you, Astronym.
So I got my start as a very, very imaginative and silly pre-kindergartner who drew my teacher a house, and Miss Samuel was the most enamored with this house that I drew with doodle green crayons and
the doodle green.
And like I was so hyped that she loved it. She's like, "You're a fantastic artist." Of course, you know they hype you up as a kid, but like that was what set me on my path. So years later, when I was a teenager, this is relevant, but like I'm hopping around in the timeline of my lore here.
No, you're doing
when
great.
I was a teenager, yeah, I went back to the same daycare / school that I used to go to when I was in pre-K to go visit my old teachers. They still had that drawing hanging up.
Wow.
And still had that drawing hanging up on the wall, and it just took off from there. Like my journey has been a very interesting one. Because originally I wanted to catch butterflies, and then that turned into I wanted to train animals. Like I wanted to work with animals into, okay, you know, let's just do this art thing. And that's because I have done a lot in life. I have had every job. That's what I tell people. I have had every job. I started off drawing horses actually And then I discovered card captors, Digimon, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Shaman King, all of that stuff. And from there, I went to Borders bookstore. I don't know if y'all remember Borders.
Oh,
Oh,
R.I.P.
yeah.
R.I.P.
Oh, yeah.
Borders.
Yeah, the red How to Draw Anime book with the guy with the bandana on it, and I got
Oh, you
that.
know what? That's crazy. I think I used to have those.
The Chris Hart How to Draw Anime books. I would beg my mom to go to the library. I learned about manga, and I just started using that to bounce or create the style that I wanted. I actually started drawing comics in middle school of me and my friends. We would do like comic jams where like one person would draw a panel and then the next person continues it, and we would pass our sketchbooks back and forth doing that. And then on my solo joints, I would start like I leaned into comedy in middle school, and then I started creating my own characters, my own worlds. I got into the role play community on different parts of the internet, like DeviantArt forums, Pro Boards forums, and those stories actually blossomed some really, really old comics, because that was my inspiration at the time. Like I've always been imaginative, always been interested in story creation, but I didn't know how to really like get into it like professionally. My professional experience was working with animals. I got to work with tigers. I worked with birds of prey. I became a teacher. I was an IT manager for a little bit. I managed to get I was going to school for biology, and then I have my professors failed me. I'll leave it at that. But I decided, okay, I'm passionate about this other thing. Let's go get this graphic design degree from University of Houston Clear Lake. And then I got my big break into the industry because I was tenacious and nobody could hold me down. And everybody who was like, no, you can't do this, Astro. I was like, watch me. So
I did it for tenacity. I know that's right.
So I landed a mentorship with Scholastic, and from there they put me on their colorist team for some of their graphic novels. And I feel like my journey really took off when I started posting the Coco's Journal comics, especially around the pandemic as well. It was me just trying to get some stuff off my chest, with the nerd community. My very first comic was addressing the fact that, when you're talking to a guy about nerdy stuff, you end up getting quizzed, but really they don't know that I'm an OG. Like I've been I know what the truth are like.
Right, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this.
Right, exactly. Like, don't talk to me about Dragon Ball until you've seen my Psycho. Like, don't do that. So that really took off, and from there, it just became my passion. And now I'm in the tattoo industry, so I just be doing everything. I do everything.
Listen, you weren't playing when you said you did every job, but I love that you took something from each place and decided, okay, this isn't serving me. I'm going to go where my strengths are. I'm going to go where my passions are. And that's key. I feel like a big part of, we're here today to talk about, finding your own personal style. And a big part of that is knowing who you are first. So I think that's huge that you're able to acknowledge, yes, I did do a lot of jobs. They all gave me different experiences. They all made me who I am today. And they all brought me to this moment. So like, don't feel like you have to be immediately all knowing of like, oh, this is what I'm going to do. And I've been doing this for however long, whatever. No, when it feels right for you, when you feel like you can grab onto that passion and turn it into something else, then you're the only person who can tell you when that moment is your moment. So thank you for sharing that. So yeah, in terms of personal style, all of you guys mentioned how like you started drawing at a very young age, and over time you've changed like what tools you're using, what medium, all of those sorts of things. So as your skills evolve from a young age, I want to hear from each of you. What do you feel like was your like turning point when you felt like, oh, this feels like my style? Or is it just as an artist, every time you do something new, it's like, this is my style until it isn't? So I would love for each of you to speak to like a moment that felt like that signifying moment to tell you you're on the right track in terms of developing your style.
I'm going to be honest with you. My style, after, I got over my horse drawing phase, my style evolved by actually imitating all of the styles that I really liked. I would
More about that.
Yeah, I would imitate Clamp. I love the Clamp shoujo
Oh my
style.
god, yes.
Oh my god. And
Yes,
that
Cardcaptor Sakura.
I have a huge collection of art books because there are so many different styles that I like, and each one of them I like to evolve my style with, because the best thing when you're an artist is to draw things you actually like. Don't draw for the internet.
Correct.
Don't draw because that's what's popular. Draw things that you actually like. That's also something I'm learning with tattooing. So I started off imitating the styles that I liked, and from there, like, it just became a hodgepodge until it evolved into what I felt like, oh, this is mine. Because at a certain point, it's like, you know how when you're growing, your body just changes and your features change, and but they're still ultimately you. That's what your style is. It changes, it ages, it grows, it what do they call it when wine ages? It's like fine wine, it ages with you. And every time you see something new, every time you see something that you like, every time you give yourself a chance to try something different, especially when you're in the middle of an art block and you need to try something different anyway because everything that you're doing is not working. What's going to help help build a style and help you recognize your style is that evolution. My turning point was when I got into the super colorful, because I learned that I actually like color. Super colorful, astronomic type compositions. I like weird stuff. I like horror. And honestly, it wasn't until I want to say the last few years that I actually started leaning into more of the things that I like and got away from what I thought that people expected from me. And so, like, I have so many different ways of drawing things. So I would say my answer to your question is probably the latter of that answer, is that it just continuously evolves with you.
I would agree. I would agree with what she says on a lot of points on what she says when it's that as you age and as you just grow and mature as an individual, there's aspects about your style and just how you even approach illustrating that completely changes. There's things that you keep on and there's just things that you'll just let go and be like, you know what? At one time, I used to draw my characters to be looking a certain way, but now I want to illustrate my characters, especially just as she said, once you try to acclimate your foundation, you're going to be looking at other artists' work. You're going to be trying to learn how they drew those poses or maybe those intricate backgrounds. But once you get your own foundation, then that's when you're like, you know what, I don't necessarily need those things, not all of them, but just some of them you'll let go. And you'll like a lot of us, like I can say for myself anyway, when I first started, I didn't know how to make like natural hair textures. So when you're like just starting off, you're just drawing straight hair because that's all you're really seeing. Only when you're like, you know what, I want to make characters that look like myself is when you actually start to step into the bounds of drawing natural hair, braids, locks, all of things like that.
Yeah.
So, and that's stepping away from what you started from. So I completely agree with what you said, Astrum. That is exactly how you start. And then as you become older, as well as more skilled, once you become more skilled in your illustration skill sets and everything like that, you start to let things go and then start to even sometimes acquire new ones.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you both agree about trying new things, but I'd love to hear, like, specifically, Gilly Boo, what would you feel like was a turning point for you when you realized, okay, I think I'm kind of in my bag now. This feels like my style.
Okay, well, for me, the turning point for me was when I decided that I was going to start investing in making my own creations, my own OCs, and particularly my own stories. Once you start getting into having to write your own stories based off of your own world building and characters, that's when you really have to hone into yourself. And I had to hone into myself to be like, okay, what do I want my characters to represent, my stories, and everything like that, so that I can create this world for basically myself as well as the viewers, because you're going to be and ultimately, when you're making any illustration or creation, you're making it for yourself first. So the turning point is when you really knuckle down to master your skills of illustrating as well as story writing to create something that's amazing for yourself.
Okay, period. Okay, let's hear from you, Allende. My bad. I feel like you were
Sorry.
starting.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're good. You're good. I'm gonna piggyback off of what you guys said because realistically, your style does kind of continue to evolve. Even I mean, people whose styles are kind of like signature spent a good chunk of their life evolving to wherever they are now.
Right.
These are masters that are in like their 40s, 50s, 60s, and above.
Mm.
I feel like any of those guys, if you look at some of their earlier works, their middle grade works, and then to where they are now, the style, there's very significant changes in their styles as you can pick up. Even now, where I'm at in my artistic journey, I feel like my style is still not like there is definitely a definitive style that I can say is me, but I'm still picking up techniques. I'm still like, okay, I kind of like the way that this artist does this. Maybe I'm going to start doing some of my segments of my artwork like that, picking up different like cross hatching techniques and just trying stuff out, being open to not being stuck in a specific mode for how you do things.
Yeah.
And then also just absorbing what you consume as a consumer, right? So if you're watching anime, you're reading books and watching television, all that kind of stuff, like just soaking all of that in and being like, sometimes it just clicks, like you step away from your work for a while and you come back and you're like, man, I was really struggling on this page, but now I just absolutely, I know what to do. And everything just seems like it's clicked into place. And I remember seeing something that I was reading and now I'm doing that technique and like unconsciously, it manifests in the way that you're drawing your style. I think for me, when I knew that my style was kind of like, okay, this is me, right? One of my favorite animes and mangas is Bleach, right? As you can see, I'm wearing the Soul Reaper, right? The substitute Soul Reaper badge. But that heavily influenced my style. That was kind of like my gateway manga into really just diving deep into manga and anime, right? So a lot of my style piggybacked off of Kubo's style initially when I was really getting into manga specifically. I read stuff like Death Note and things like that, so I would pick up little things like how to draw eyes, how to draw certain features, and it become like a like you said, a modge podge of just all kinds of stuff that I pulled from different creators. But once I was really writing my own stories and I was sticking with them, and knowing like, okay, what do I want my characters to look like? Because I'm not writing Bleach, right? So my characters aren't going to look like Bleach characters. Like maybe the way that I'm drawing certain things are still, the style will still show through those influences. But realistically, this is my story at the end of the day, and first of all, like, shout out to Kubo for having Black characters, but my story at the time was majority Black characters. So I was like coming up with what does a Black manga character even look like? I didn't have any reference for that at the time. So at that point, it was kind of like, okay, I'm starting to see this is how I draw, right? And then it just continued to evolve. The more I worked on stories, the more I was working on my own stuff and not just kind of like doing fan art or trying to emulate styles as much. It was just kind of like you got deeper into your own stuff, and I feel like that's when the style kind of starts to be a little more concrete. Right?
I love that. Okay, see, so I love how we kind of just got here. Y'all answered a bunch of my questions within your respective stories. The main one I wanted to get to before we get out of here was, what piece of advice would you share with someone who's in the process of developing their own personal style? And all of you kind of did that already. So Astro, you mentioned like challenging yourself, because you mentioned that you tried drawing a little bit of everything and then picking up what feels right for you and implementing it into your art. And then Gilly Boo, you mentioned like, that moment when you start honing your craft for the story that you want to tell or the story that feels right for you. And Allende, you mentioned like respecting the process and understanding that, you know, comparison is the thief of joy. Like, you look at these other artists who are in their bag and they've been doing it for a long time. So you kind of just have to stay true to yourself. I hope I kind of hit the nail on the head with each of those pieces of advice that you all shared. But we have a few minutes, so I'd love for if you could like rapid fire any gems that you wish a established artist would have shared with you like 10 years ago when you were working on developing your craft.
I guess I'll start. For me personally, I wish I would have stuck with like specifically one thing at a time. I think I never finished a lot of the things that I started because I was always I was always like, okay, it's two things in one. Okay. So for me, don't be a perfectionist, right? It's very hard not to be a perfectionist sometimes. Like you just, you know, you're your own biggest critic, you know, 99% of the time, but you will never finish anything. You never feel proud of anything if you don't just do it and finish it, like get all the way through it. And you can always go back and, you know, like there's plenty of times where creators have done something and then completely redid it later on because they got better, right? But at least you already made it, right? Because a lot of people can't even say that they have something that's complete. You know, there's all kinds of people that have ideas for stories, for characters, that wish that they were doing the things that we're doing now. And they don't start, or if they do start, they don't finish because they don't have the confidence in themselves. They're thinking, oh, I'm just not good enough yet. I'll come back to it, right? And that is the last thing you want to tell yourself is I'm going to come back to this, because you're not going to come back to it. You know? So I would just say stick to it. Don't be a perfectionist and stick to whatever it is you're working on. Like see it through. Even if it's trash, at least you finished it. Even the next thing that you make might still be trash, but it might be a little bit better, right? And then calm down. It'll keep getting better, and you'll feel better about yourself because you actually will have milestones to look back at. You know, saying, okay, here's why I was this good, then I got better at this, and I got better at this, and now I'm where I am now. So
I'll say the same thing. I'll say the same thing, just to jump on what Yin said. You know, he's 100% right. You have to give yourself that grace of just stepping back and not comparing yourself to others, and just being like, you know what, I need to complete this for the sake of completing a task, a project, just so even if it's not the best, you can still look back and say, you know what, I completed that, I did that. You'll be proud, very proud. I mean, that with you mentioning that reminds me of myself, because I released my hentai, my first hentai ever, like in 2017, and my art skills have changed so much since then that I'm redoing it now. So, you know, hearing you say that, talking about, you know, complete it, finish it, you know, even if it wasn't necessarily your best, you can always make it your best again. You know what I'm saying?
Love that.
Yes, I completely agree with that. I was also, just as I said before, one of the tips I would like to give is to always concentrate on not comparing yourself to other people. I know it's very hard, especially when you're seeing artists who have phenomenal work where you're looking at it and you're like, oh my God, you know, but you always still have to remember to stay to yourself, and your progress of growth isn't theirs. So you have to give yourself that grace again and be like, you know what, I'm still growing in many ways, and I have to give myself that grace of time to grow and hone my skills.
Awesome. We got like 2 minutes, and I want to make sure we get a tip from Astro.
Yes.
All right, I'm going to rapid fire 3 tips at you, actually. First one, you're not going to have an ugly face. Accept it. Just know, like, it's not forever. Accept the ugly face. Once you make it past the ugly phase, you'll actually see what you can do. That is literally your shonen training arc. 2, I love, you know, don't compare yourself to people, but have friends in the art industry and who are trying to be artists as well, even if they're doing it for fun. One of my favorite artists is one of my best friends, and she don't even know it, but she's actually my like shonen rival. Like, that is who that is my encouragement to keep pushing myself to do better. And 3, go outside. Don't sit there and draw all day, every day. Go outside. When your art teachers are like, hey, you know, draw from life. I used to hate that advice. I used to think that it was stupid. I was like, oh, I can get all of my stuff from TV and the internet. No. When they mean draw for life, that means go have some experiences that'll give you inspiration to draw things.
Right.
All right. So that's my advice to you. Thank you for hearing me out.
That is so awesome. Come through. She wasn't playing about those rapid fire tips. We love to see it. Thank you guys so much for coming through to chat with me. For those who don't know, my name is Bree. I'm the co-host of the Pink Riot Comic Show. We're live at 5 every Thursday, talking about comics and blurred culture through a Black feminist lens. And we love to see you guys pull up there and make sure that you follow each of these creators, support their work, and hone your craft. Follow the skills that they've shared and give yourself the opportunity and use them as a guide. Like what Astro said, find somebody who's doing what you want to do so that way you can get to the best place. Thank you guys so much for taking the time.
Thanks for having us.
Thank y'all.
Hello! Hi, I'm Ty, and I am both the Chief Creative Officer and the Event Coordinator for Off Black Magazine. Welcome to my panel that I am moderating called Women in Comics. I'm really excited to talk about this topic because I'm a woman and I love comics, and we have some of the most brilliant women in comics on this panel. So before we get started proper, I'm going to go ahead and let these lovely ladies introduce themselves, starting with Morgan.
Oh. Hi, I'm Morgan Walker from Saturday AM. I do the comic Soul Beat.
Awesome. Tashi?
That's a good one. Hi, I'm Natasha. I am the co-founder of Midnight Comics, one of the main writers, and the lead editor.
I'm Stephanie Williams. I'm a comic writer. Right now, you might know me from Roots of Madness, Temporal, or even Wonder Woman.
Yes, clock it. These are truly some of the most talented writers and creatives that I have seen in this space. So they have a wealth of knowledge to share with you. And we're going to get started with kind of the easiest question that everyone always asks. What got you into creating comics and manga? And we'll start with Natasha.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
It's always weird to me when I answer this question because I kind of fell into comic creation. I wasn't one of those that was like, yeah, I'm going to make comic books when I'm older because I love comics. It wasn't even in my mind because I didn't think that was something I could do. I always just thought I was going to be a writer one day. I was like, I'm going to be a writer. I'm going to be an author and an actress, and I'm going to have, novels and stuff out. And then when my husband and I decided that we needed to make our own stories, a lot of the inspiration came from anime, manga, and comics. And he had tried to make a manga back in high school. So that was more what he was used to. And I was just like, I don't mind giving that a shot. And then the next thing I knew, I fell in love with doing it. And then we were here.
Morgan, what got you into the process of, or what got you into creating comics and manga?
Yeah, I think growing up, I was really interested in drawing, but in terms of being like a creative storyteller, I really wanted to be an author like J.K. Rowling, back when she was less controversial. Christopher Paolini, those were some authors that I was a big fan of. And then I discovered manga when I was like 13. Was really into anime, which didn't really know the connection between the two at the time. Didn't know anime was different, kind of generally speaking, from what the cartoons like Rugrats and things like that I grew up with. Found a magazine of Shonen Jump that had Yu-Gi-Oh on the cover, and I'm like, oh well, I love the game, I love the TV show. What's this about? Discovered manga, and it was just like a whole new universe for me. Once I figured out how to read left to right, or right to left as opposed to left to right, I could actually understand the stories. But wanting to merge the artistic side that I was really interested in with the creative writing that I realized I wasn't very good at prose. I'm like, oh, this is a much better way of telling a story that speaks more to my strengths than what I was used to. And so that was about 13 when I decided to make that jump into doing comics as opposed to like novelization.
Comics, reading them, very similar to everyone else. I just knew that I wanted to write, but did not end up going that route. For school, I actually just went and was like, I'll do research science because that's something that I enjoy. It wasn't until I started writing articles and whatnot for like Sci-Fi Wire, IGN, that was always talking about comics, and eventually I was like, well, why don't I write them instead of kind of focusing on the things that I wish were present? I could be the person to make those things actually happen. So that is really what eventually led to the push to me making comics.
And being in the comic book industry as women, I believe that we have a very unique and creative voice that we bring to projects. In your opinions, what are some of those aspects that we as women bring into the comic book industry and into storytelling? Whoever wants to start. I'm so sorry.
I can go. I mean, right off the bat, just a different perspective, just different story elements that I want to say like our male counterparts wouldn't think of, but just for example, with Wonder Woman, when I recently worked on that, Diana now has a child and it's like a young child. And to me, I was like, well, she hasn't dealt with any postpartum depression, like because this child was born out of a tragedy of losing Steve Trevor. To me, that felt like a touch point. And I just remember a male colleague of mine saying, I would have never thought to include that. And I was like, well, no, of course you wouldn't have. And not even like in a disparaging way, but like that's just something that's not in the forefront of your mind. And then also I just feel like because our lived experiences, no matter how those differ, I don't know, like we bring that to characters that need it. Oftentimes, women characters in comics, especially superhero comics, don't really get to be fully realized, especially Black women in comics. So just bringing that other perspective and hopefully also other readers into it, because I feel like if folks see just women period writing comics, drawing comics, coloring them and stuff like that, then sometimes when you can see yourself in the creation behind the actual characters, you're maybe more inclined to give that a shot and pick it up and read it, or maybe decide to make it yourself.
Yeah. The piggyback off of what Steph said is definitely experience. We experience being a woman every day and what hardships women go through every day. So we're able to give more of that nuance, and we're able to write them in a way that isn't to appeal to the male fantasy. Like we could still, we don't mind sexy characters. We love sexy characters, but what's the purpose behind it at the end of the day? Not just sexy for sexy's sake, but for a reason, or, whether it's liberation, freedom, learning, just whatever that is, we can bring a much better aspect to the character.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree, especially with manga. There's these typical tropes of the fan service. A lot of female characters tend to get treated kind of as side characters is just the romantic interest. There's even trope terms for like tsundere or things like that. And so I think for me, it's been trying to be more mindful of how to present, because I think as creators, we tend to take on a lot of the same bad habits or mistakes that the creators that we look up to, we emulate them a little too much. And so I was trying to take a step back and realizing, okay, I don't need to repeat these same mistakes that they're making. And I think coming from it as, being a woman, being a creator in the profession, it's being mindful of that and trying to do better by, fellow women and my women reader fan base.
Absolutely. Same, actually moving into the industry itself, getting into comics as comic book manga creators is difficult. And being a woman in the industry has its own set of challenges as well. How did you actually get into the comic book manga industry? And what were some of the challenges and hurdles or obstacles that you guys experienced, and how did you overcome them? And we'll start with Morgan.
So my discovery with Saturday AM, I think they've done a really good job of not, they're pushing for finding diverse voices in manga. So it's not like I had to hide the fact that I was a woman, although I was posting somewhat anonymously. But there were a couple times where I had made it very clear, like, no, I'm a female creator. There was a lot of times people had reached out to me thinking that I was a male creator, or that they were surprised by that. So I was very open that I was like, no, I'm a woman. I'm creating shonen manga. There seems to be this idea that women creators don't tend to do the shonen story. So I don't know if that's necessarily why Saturday AM had reached out to me. But I'd like to think that they were not afraid to reach out in that regard. Like they're actively looking for men and women. They're looking for people of all shapes and sizes, all different backgrounds in their group. And so they've been very welcoming. I've not had an issue working with them or getting in that aspect. I guess my experience is maybe just a little bit unique in that I've not come across any particular hurdles, but I also don't necessarily. I don't know. I think it's been pretty seamless, but I think that's because I'm working with a company that puts that at, they put that first and foremost as an objective of making it comfortable for creators and making it approachable for anyone to tell a story and not feel like that they have to be kind of an outsider or be hesitant to approach because they don't think they're good enough or that they don't fit the typical mold of what a manga or shonen manga creator looks like.
Absolutely. Moving on to Natasha, what are some of your experiences?
First, excuse me, sorry. Joe Morgan said, can I just say one of the best shonen manga ever was written by a woman? So like they're tripping. But Alchemist is awesome. But no, I think as far as getting into the industry, I kind of just I guess just kicked my way in because since we started our own independent company, it was pretty much this is my company, I can do whatever I want. And now I just have to do the marketing, find the audience, and start building community from there. I don't have to worry about anyone over me to tell me what I can and can't do, which is helpful. However, both as a woman and as a Black woman, my experiences have definitely been interesting. There are times, especially when we first started, where I was not even recognized as being a co-founder of Midnight Comics. Everyone would always assume that my husband was the guy. Like he's either he's, he's the owner and he does all the stuff, and I'm just there to help out and be the supportive wife, as I have definitely heard people say. It's like, oh, it must be so cool to have your wife here to support you. And it's like, no, I am here to support, but we are partners in this. We both write our own stories separately. We write stories together. I edit all his stories. So most of the stuff that y'all like in his stories, I probably had a hand in that. Like I do so much and put so much energy into this company. But then also I've had people, tell me that I'm misandrist because I've had women characters doing things, or I've said a woman character would be the male character that we have because that character was still coming to their own versus she was already there. They missed the nuance of what we were talking about. I've gratefully not really been insulted, thankfully, for anything. Just, you know, the random like microaggressions. And then I also realized I was like, Black women specifically, we tend to be very often overlooked in this space. Like what women are, but Black women most definitely are. And so I also was like, well, I'm going to have to boot more into this industry and create, hopefully, what I hope has become a safe space, specifically for Black women creators and melanin minds, where I try the best I can to highlight Black women who work in comics and manga, just because I want us to have that recognition, have that space where we can all just spread our wings and fly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And for you, Stephanie?
You know, I've been thinking about this question a lot lately, the more that I get asked, and kind of like that DW meme, I just choose not to read. So by that, I mean, when I started, I just wanted to make stories that, again, like I just wish existed. And I started with one-page comics and working with other creators, specifically Black women artists who I could find. So Sarah Macklin for Parenthood Activate, and then Erin O'Neill Jones for some of the But What If Though and Living Heroes. And I was just making stuff, right? And hoping that it would find the audiences that it needed to, and that even though it was hyper specific, like, or niche, that I didn't care about that. It was just literally just putting out what I wanted to see. And because we are often overlooked, I was just able to just do my whole thing, right? Like, because no one is paying attention anyway until it's time to pay attention. And it wasn't until it was actually an article that I wrote, and an editor from Marvel saw that it was the best butts of Marvel in the 90s, saw that and was like, oh, hey, do you want to do a 2-page story for Marvel Voices Legacy? So that was like my first pro gig. And then from there, it has just been all stuff with Marvel, DC Comics, and the bigger names, which I don't know, because I ended up coming in that way, and the whole thing of not choosing not to read and to like really lean into any of the roadblocks, because I figured if I didn't see them, then they don't exist. So I can just continue to operate in the way that I want to. I'm not going to say that I haven't faced any hardships, but the way that I've kind of treated those things is I'm going to do it. So you're either going to make this easier on you by paying attention now or paid later. Because even the companies that ignored me eventually had to pay attention because the work was just steadily coming out. And I don't know, like I just, I knew how bad I wanted it. And if I was consistent enough in putting out the work, that hopefully eventually the universe will honor that. And by and doing that, you know, these bigger companies or even smaller companies would pay attention. And it's just so funny because retroactively, some of the smaller companies that probably could have given me a chance, you know, really didn't bother to until the bigger companies did. So it's just all a matter of, you know, being overlooked. But it's just like, if I'm not checking for you and you're not checking for me, then it all cancels out. So I know, I guess in that way, I've kind of avoided letting some of those hurdles stop me because I'm not paying attention to them anyway.
That's real valid. Each of you mentioned in your experiences that, especially with Morgan and Tashi, that you've had instances where people have just assumed that because you are writing and creating that you are male. And that is, of course, because we're aware that comics and manga are still male-dominated fields. With that said, we also know that there are a ton of women of all different kinds of backgrounds who genuinely have made some amazing impacts in the industry. From your perspectives, what do you think is preventing or stifling women in the comics and manga industries? And we'll start with Tashi. You look like you have some things on your mind. Go ahead,
I
thinking about things.
Already let the chopper sing, even though this wasn't directed at me, but yes.
Honestly, I was just gonna say because men are loud. They like to just be loud, even if it's wrong. They're just loud, and they like to speak over women, and so people are listening to the noise and not looking past it.
And yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, Morgan, you could go ahead.
Yeah,
please. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that really is it's a good point. I think it's also, I was kind of thinking about it earlier today, kind of trying to prepare for this as well. This idea that there's a certain group of people that tend to write the history, and that tends to pervade and get repeated over and over again to the point where we forget those that were actually really integral to the process, like the hidden figures, the women that were behind the moon landing originally. It took so long for that to really become apparent and more prominent, I think, in people's collective memory. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's just the fan base that's promoting certain creators over others. I mean, there's obviously big ones, Rumiko Takahashi. There's creators that are doing, I think it's a female duo that's doing, it's Ichi the Witch. I think is a really big story that's out right now. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't necessarily know if I have a good answer. I think the first one that was given was pretty much sums it up.
No, absolutely. And Stephanie, if you have anything to add, for sure.
Yes, in a not so nice way. It is because the men are loud and they're always talking. And I've found that the ones that talk a lot, often the work does not back that up. However, because they talk so much, they're always in the forefront. But then when it's time to actually work, there isn't much there to show. And that's always the case. Like I of all the women, non-binary folks I know that are in this space, not saying that they don't talk, but a lot of talking they do through their work because they're focused in doing that. That's why they're in this space, and it's not really an ego thing and beating my chest and I am my company is this or my book is this or anything like that. They kind of let the work speak for them. But because they do that and they're not so vocal, especially online and social media, where it becomes quite crudely a measuring contest, that we're not really doing that. We're doing the work and actually trying to put the stories out there and to be in the space in the way that we should be, right? Like the whole point of making comics, making manga is to tell your stories. And, sometimes I feel like for some of the men in this space, I know more about their online personas than I actually do about their stories themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
They lead with their mouths, not necessarily with their work.
Their work. We've definitely taken some time to get into some of those hurdles. If you're a man and you're listening to this, it might be a little tough to hear, but hopefully
shut up and work.
You know what? Let me just go ahead and move on to some more. No, I think that all the perspectives we shared so far are definitely important conversations to have. But I did want to take some time to actually talk about some pathways. Some might even say some solutions, but they're definitely not. The biggest solution, of course, is just let women work. But also I wanted to ask from you guys' perspectives, what would you suggest would be some ways that we can get more women into the space? Because there's definitely a bunch of talented women who are interested in working in comics and manga, but some I've definitely seen some say that they're intimidated, or maybe some don't even know the pathway to get into the spaces that you ladies have found yourselves in. So what would be some ways that you think that women and femmes can get into making comics and manga? And we'll start with Stephanie.
So both the double-edged sword is social media in the way that it has democratized just the space, because more people can get eyes on your work by you posting online, which I know is scary. But again, if all these men are busy talking and you're busy working, then eventually like your work will be seen. If you are able to attend any conventions, and I don't mean like big conventions, whatever local conventions are going on in your neck of the woods, like definitely check those out. If you're an artist, if you have a portfolio, make sure that you take that. If you're a writer, that might be a great way for you to go about finding artists to potentially work with. And also network. Melanin Minds exists where, you got a database there of some Black women in comics that you may be able to reach out to and work with. Find spaces where you can that you feel as though you're welcome. Stay away from the Facebook groups because those often are not very welcoming. But you can absolutely do this. Like this panel wouldn't exist if women in femmes weren't doing what it is that we're supposed to, which is like my word of the year, putting in the work. Because it is so crucial, because even if folks are ignoring you, that's their business, not yours. Like it is important for you to tell the stories that it is that you want to exist and to just continue to do so. Like your audience is going to come, trust me, people are going to pay attention. And to those men who might have been ignoring you, they will pay attention. They will either pay attention directly or you will see shades of your work in their things. But you know what they say, that's the best form of flattery when we see things like that. So all of this success that I've had in this space has definitely come from other women and femmes and non-binary folks who have been just so welcoming and helpful with their resources, who either act as mentors. Like we're in this space, you also deserve to be in this space. So I know it's easier said than done not to feel intimidated, but quite literally there is nothing to feel intimidated about. It's fiction, baby. Like we're making things up. We are providing entertainment. No one's going to die because of this. So because of that factor, there's seriously nothing for you to be scared of.
Absolutely. Morgan, do you have any suggestions for how we can bring more women into the comics and manga space?
Well, I think there's a great point, especially about women business owners or women creating spaces for others to basically laboratories for creativity. We had a great experience last time. Fred and I mean, he lives in Raleigh-Durham. I came out to visit. There's a bookstore there called Daughters Bookstore. It's women-owned, and they hosted us for a couple hours to teach kids how to draw manga. And I think that if there are business owners, particularly Black business owners, who are creating Black bookstores or bookstores catering to BIPOC readers, and trying to create a space for people that it's not there already. You can also turn those into laboratories for teaching people how to be creative writers, creative artists. Libraries are the same. A lot of the librarians that I think I've met, I think the majority of them are women as well. And so they're kind of the unsung heroes in these institutions that exist as well. There are spaces, we're seeing a lot more trying to teach STEM, particularly to young girls. But those spaces can also be places for creating art and creating stories. It doesn't just have to be science and math and all that kind of stuff. Art should be part of, I don't know if it is a part of STEAM, if the A in STEAM counts as art. If it doesn't, it should be in there somewhere.
Yes.
So I think that just continuing to foster those types of locations and being committed to creating workshops or getting involved with workshops that invite especially younger people to get involved. You don't have to start as late as what I did, like 13 or even later than that. You can start as early as like elementary school and developing those skills. My niece right now, she's wanting to learn to draw. She's into Demon Slayer of all things. So she's wanting to get into anime. And for me, it makes me really excited because I also see myself in her. So it's kind of passing that torch. And maybe that's another thing too, is getting involved with young women in our own lives, and just continuing to foster, because we've already got that familial or friendly connection. And I think that's a great way to kind of pass on that excitement and that energy and just keep it going.
Absolutely. Tashi?
My daughter is 12 and she draws and loves Demon Slayer. I think her and your niece would get along great.
Oh, yeah. My niece is 11, so they're about the same age.
There you go. But no, man, I can't really add much. Find that community. Like Steph said, find community. A lot of the best community I think we've all found in this space has been other women that helped us, uplifted us, supported us, spread the word, all of those things. Montrez, I had her on one time, and her words of wisdom that she left with was, there's space for you. And if there's not space, we'll move over and we'll make space. So like there's space. I agree with Morgan. She hit the nail on the head with exactly what I was thinking. Community outreach programs where we're helping young girls and young women to learn and get their skill set to be better. I know I host workshops at my local library. I love my local library. I'm always over there, even when I'm not hosting stuff, because the library is just such an amazing just source of pretty much anything. Books, computers, programs, everything. I've got ABC Mouse for free right now thanks to my library. Like, I love the library. Just everybody hit the nail on the head. I don't really have much to add. I'm pretty much just reiterating what they said.
Oh, absolutely. No, you guys are absolutely dropping gems. And all of you mentioned so many amazing people. So of course, Montrez from the editor-in-chief of Concrete Comics. I also heard Sarah. We love Sarah around here. So I wanted to take some time and ask, are there any women in the industry or beyond who have inspired you along your journey that you guys would like to shout out and showcase their work? And I will start with Natasha.
Oh God, there's so many. Am I allowed to say Stephanie since she's here? I feel like she's here. But also, there's M. Shy Dash. She has an amazing series. There's, of course, Montrez. She's editor-in-chief over at Concrete Comics. Non-comic creators, there's Keisha and Bree. They host Riot. There's Kira. She hosts Roomful of Blurs. Jesus, there's so many people. Always my thing about those kinds of questions, because I'm just like, I don't want to leave people out. And I have a very long list of people that inspire me every day. But, man, who else could there's so many people. There's Barbara, Brandon Croft. Like, I'm going to keep my list short. I'm gonna stop there, because otherwise I'm be in my head every 2 seconds, like, okay, and then there's that, and then
understood.
Already mentioned, so.
Morgan, are there any women that you would like to highlight?
Yeah, I mean, this is obviously going to be, there's creators at Saturday AM that inspire me, and I get the pleasure of being able to work with them very closely. So it's a little bit of kind of promoting our company a bit, but at the same time, there's amazing women there. Fred Torninger, who does Gunhild, she's from Denmark. Really amazing creator. She just became a mother. She had a daughter late last year, and still producing work. Amazing. Christina Andebach, who does Grimheim. Jackie Wells, who does a lot of our PR, and she has actually worked on a story called God of Bananas. She's super creative, super artistic, and just a pleasure to be around. And then Alexa Stokes, who does a lot of our blog writing and reaching out for support for our series. They're amazing women that maybe don't have a book published, but are doing a lot of the behind the scenes work, or maybe producing other stuff or other creative works. And they're super talented. Some of them are winning awards, and they deserve all the credit. And they're always an inspiration to me on how I can be, a stronger creator in the same field, because we're all doing the same thing and working together. So they're some of my favorite women in my life.
Absolutely. Saturday AM has truly y'all got some bad women over there. Bad, good. We love them. And Stephanie, for you.
Oh man, I don't want to leave anyone out too. That's always my fear. But I'll name some names, but I will just say in general that whenever I see another basically not guy doing work, I am inspired because I just know the amount of bravery it took to do it. But I got to shout out Regine Sawyer. I quite literally probably wouldn't have been writing comics if it wasn't for Regine. She was the person who encouraged me to just go ahead and just do the thing and reach out to Sarah to make Parenthood Activate. Of course, Sarah Macklin, Aaron O'Neill Jones, Ryan Oakley. Oh my God, such a long list. Melita Martinez, who I got a chance to work with. Vita Ayala, who is non-binary, but Vita was a huge mentor for me early on. Wow. Oh, shoot. I want to name some editors, and I'm like, of course, blanking. Oh my God, Anita Okoye. She was a editor at Marble Fort briefly, and then at Abrams. M.R. Daniel, who was another editor at Marvel Comics briefly. Leah Williams, Tina Howard. They've been really cool. Quite recently, Gail Simone. So G. Willow Wilson, like so many people, again, like oftentimes whenever I meet other just women in this space, like they've genuinely just been just the best.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And even throughout this entire time, you guys have been, there's truly, we might be just rehashing some things, but I still just want to ask, if you could, what is one piece of advice that you would give to an aspiring woman or femme creator entering the space? And what is one piece of advice that you would give to a woman who is already working in the space, who may just need some encouragement or some advice to finish as they navigate through the industry? And I will start with Natasha, then we'll go to Stephanie, and then we'll end with Morgan.
Someone trying to get in the space. Find your story. I think find your story, the story that you want to tell. I think we had an interview yesterday, and that was a big part of her thing. She knew she wanted to create a story. She knew that that was what she wanted to do, but she had to take the time to find the story before she could actually move forward with it. And then when she did, it's amazing. So do take the time to find your story. Don't just rush in. Take your time, get through your creative process, and what you'll come out with will be, something amazing that you created. Don't just rush in trying to show off your character and how big and bad they are. But then if someone were to read your story, it's 30 pages of slop that you obviously didn't think through. Don't do that. And then for someone in the space, I feel like I'm talking to myself. Don't give up. Keep going. It's gonna be hard. There's days it's hard. There's days you're gonna want to cry. There's days you're gonna feel like no one cares. Or days you feel like everyone cares about everyone else but you, and somehow you don't matter. But you do. And you love what you're doing. There's a reason you're doing it. You're impacting somebody. So don't give up. Just keep going.
Yeah. For someone coming, don't be afraid to ask questions. If there are quite specifically other women creators, femme creators that you're following and you love what they do, or you just have questions, reach out. I can guarantee you more times than not that they will respond, and they'll be more than happy to share those resources, because I can guarantee you the men, they're not asking if they should reach out. They're just reaching out. So go ahead and take advantage and do that. And then for anyone who is already in this space, very similar, don't give up. Quite often it feels like no one is paying attention, then all of a sudden everybody's paying attention, and then you got a whole nother world of problems. So the point is to remember why you're doing this, and quite naturally for a lot of us as creators, it's for selfish reasons, because we would like the stories that we would like to tell to exist. And yeah, let's just keep doing your thing. Like, your stories will find the audience that it's supposed to. And the people that need to pay attention either already are paying attention or eventually will. Like, just please do not give up. Because if you do, 5 men will take your place, and we don't want that.
Let's stop.
What's up? And Morgan.
I think this is a bit similar to everyone who's answered so far. I think for me, it's just be authentic to yourself and don't let anyone like decide for you or influence you in how you should tell your story or how you should draw. I think for me, the creator that I happen to follow happened to be a guy, and I do think that sometimes the shonen style tends to get, it's a bit of a weird style. And maybe that women are kind of considered to draw more in a more feminine kind of shoujo-esque style. But I think, if you're a creator, especially a female creator, just go out there and just be your authentic self. I think that's the best thing you can do. That's the healthiest thing you can do for yourself. Another example, I think, is seeing women in the gaming space. They have to hide their voice because as soon as somebody hears, oh, it's a woman on the call or it's a woman in the game, that changes things. But it's like, you shouldn't have to hide yourself. Just go out there and be yourself and put yourself out there. And like it was said earlier, find your story. I think it's just tell the story that you want to tell and don't let anyone else kind of influence that, especially other males or male readers or male creators. For someone who's, I feel like I kind of want to reiterate the same thing. Just don't give up. Or it's like there are plenty of us out here that are we're here to support you too, and there's a whole coalition of women creators that you've got a ton of backup, so you're not alone out there.
Oh goodness, this discussion was enlightening, was healing a little bit. It was everything that I absolutely knew it would be, because you guys are amazing and I love women. And as we wrap up with this panel, I do, of course, we have to do the obligatory plug. So where can we find you on the internet? If you have any projects or upcoming things that you would like us to buy, where you might be at this time, just go ahead and let us know, and we'll go backwards, starting with Morgan and then ending with Stephanie.
I'm on pretty much every social media. If there's one that I'm not on, it's probably because I haven't heard of it or I haven't downloaded it yet. But Instagram, Facebook. I do have one on YouTube, but it's mostly just for watching. Twitter, or whatever they call it. It's literally just Soul Beat Manga. I try to keep it consistent, but yeah, anywhere that there's Saturday AM books or websites or appearances, I'm typically involved. So that's a good way to keep in touch with me and stay up to date with what's happening with my work. And of course, shameless plug as always, go check out Saturday AM. There's tons of great creators, including female creators like the ones I mentioned earlier, Fred, Christina, Jackie, Alexis, and so on. So.
Gosh, yes, it's you, I promise.
Good. You can find me in way too many places, I think. For social media, it's Midnight X Comics pretty much everywhere, except for Facebook and YouTube, where it's just Midnight Comics. You can find Melanin Minds on Instagram only as far as social media goes, where it's Melanin Minds 24. And then the YouTube channel is the same thing. It's Melanin Minds 24, where we break down Black women characters, Black women creators, and interview Black women creators all the time. I don't share my personal socials too much, but it's at @official_TOSHIJ. And occasionally I'll talk about comics that I'm working on. So that's all.
You can find me on Instagram and of course Threads because of that at Steph_I_Will, or just type in Stephanie Williams. I am on TikTok. There's some old videos and stuff that I have there. I do not know if I'll ever actually get on TikTok to say and do stuff because it's just a lot of time. And that is time that I do not have. So, but if you want to see some funny stuff, go over to my TikTok, same at. As far as work, let's see, Wonder Woman, I am returning for the mainline issues 35 and 36. Those will be out July and August. And also I have a special that I'll be doing in September. that's Wonder Woman related. If you like Monarch Legacy of Monsters, I did a story for the anthology featuring Kate and May. So we're getting into some trauma because why not? It's kaiju stuff. So let's do that. And you can catch me at Fan Expo Anaheim if you're in the area. And then also San Diego Comic-Con in July.
And of course, I'll be here at Off Black. I don't have to tell you guys who I am, but hi, I'm Ty again. And thank you guys so much for tuning in thus far. And we've just got so much more for you. So please stick around and check out the rest of the amazing panels during Ink and Panels Weekend, Volume 2. And we'll see you around. Bye.
Bye.
Greetings. I gave up on finding like a good recording spot, so this is just gonna work. And yeah, so hello, I'm Bobbin, and I'm here to talk to you about how you can efficiently make your projects. Yes. So I thought I would discuss the basic principles of how to work in both 2D and 3D mediums, and that's what I specialize in. But I don't think I have enough time for that, as I will get into more technical bits in a few seconds. So I thought that I'd start with the most crucial of all advisements, which is to save your work. Set up autosave as often as needed, even as much as needed before your PC overloads because of the cache, whichever, depending on the region you're from. It doesn't quite matter because I can pause the video at, I was hoping to hit like the minute mark, but I can pause the video right now, and that will be the most important piece of advice I can give. Save your work as often as possible. Yes. Now, I work in Blender and Krita, 2D and 3D mediums, and each with its pros and cons. I combine the two as it saves quite a bit of time, because what I can't draw, I'll animate in 3D, and what I don't like in 3D, I'll do it in 2D, as each has like pros and cons. 2D is freer, like if you can draw it, you can do it. That is the basic essence of 2D animation. And in 3D animation is, if you understand timing, you can get a lot done. There is a bit of a misconception that 3D is easier than 2D. They're fundamentally different and can achieve the same goal but doing things differently. For instance, a good example I like giving is the sock. A 2D artist would not find it difficult to animate a person wearing a sock or a coat. A 3D artist would be miserable if you tell them to animate clothing, as then they have to think of physics, they have to think of collisions, and that's just not ideal. But a 2D artist can just draw, and that's basically it. Right, moving on, I have gotten way too into the technical bit. First of all, for everyone who is new, I'll try to get more a bit into the technical aspects of it, but the basic rule is use references. Animation is not really, at this point in history, animation is not really whether you can draw or cannot draw. It's whether you know how to time actions, and that's where references come in. Most people who start out animating animate from their mind's eye, but that's not very easy to do, as human mannerisms rarely reflect well in your head. Like, unless you have like hyper imagination, but it rarely reflects well. So either you take a mirror and put it next to your desk and make funny faces in it so you can get the expression right, or download resources. Most of them are available freely on YouTube, as most actors genuinely like sharing their work. And truthfully, the best means to actually get a good reference is to just take out your phone and act it out. You might look silly, but your project will look good. And as an artist, that's all that matters. Now, that is from here. I'm now going to get into technical advice. Build your assets. This is specifically if you're working on a show. I've worked on a couple of shows, not a lot. I've only worked on about 2 shows, but a lot of games. And they all had their assets up and ready. Okay, sometimes we animated things from scratch, but largely things like walk cycles, if the characters had key signature poses and expressions, those ones were all set down and just needed mostly camera adjustments and angle adjustments. Now, as I work in 3D, I can layer animations in a tab called the non-linear animation tab. This tab is where essentially you organize animations into tables, and you can combine these actions to create a whole new action. Now, non-linear animation is primarily used in video games as it does allow for ease of transition between actions, but it does have a couple of pros over, I just call it combined animation. I usually just refer it to straight ahead, but straight ahead has a different meaning in animation. But we are still in the tips and tricks, but slightly technical. I'll go back into regular in a bit. So essentially the non-linear tab allows you to combine a couple of actions, and I'm going to give you a quick demo. I'm going to open up the tab and I shall set the camera up. Currently on screen, you are going to be seeing a cube. The cube has nothing on it. It is a basic object. But I'm going to add something. I trust like you have the basics of animation, keyframing and like. So I'm going to add a keyframe. And if you don't know what a keyframe is an action indicator. For instance, in this case, I have indicated that I have moved my cube about a couple of meters to the right, to the left. Then I'm going to go down here at this thing called a timer, or timing graph. What do you call them? Timeline. Sorry, I'm forgetting names. At the timeline, and I am going to move the cube forward. I have shaped. So originally at keyframe 1, it was on the left. At keyframe 20, it was on the right, and now we have an animation. Magic. Now, if I include non-linear animation, allow me to just increase this graph here. It is non-linear animation. We can see the cube action has its own graph, which is great. But I'm going to add another one to it. Let's go with the action editor. You'll have to use the action editor. So we have cube action, and I'm going to select a new action. This one I'm going to call up and over. This is just for the cube. So I'm going to go back to the first keyframe, select up and over. Going to put this one up, insert keyframe. Put this one down, insert keyframe, and then put this up. So now up and over is up and down, while the other one, cube action, let's uncheck this. Cube action will now indicate it as that, while up and over will indicate it as going up and over. I feel like I'll extend this a bit. I'm just going to adjust the keyframe position. So if you adjust where your keyframes are, you can modify your animation. So let's see. Where's the timeline? Oh, right. Select cube action. Now, rather than I'm now going to go here under blending and say combine. let us see what happens when I check both of them. No, not replace, combine. Now when I check both of them, you see it combines up and over and the original cube action. That might seem a bit pointless to you, viewer, dear viewer watching this, but it does come in useful when you have things like hundreds of assets in one character. Let's say you have a flapping cape, you have wisping hair. Some people you have so many things going on at the same time. This would be very good for management. That way, if you don't like something, you can make adjustments to it without making adjustments to the whole item. That's often quite difficult. Now, on to point 3. A third piece of advice I can give. Now we're going to switch to Krita. Krita is a 2D animation bit. Usually, how I actually work is that I do most of the keyframing and I build most of the assets and do most of the keyframing in Blender, then I bring them into Krita to essentially use this as Toon Boom Harmony but free. If there are any errors, I just paint over them. So it's good for animation, but it's more of a painting application. I genuinely find it better to work in the storyboarding workspace, as that is way more efficient. At least for me, I find it a lot more efficient. That's like a hack, I guess. That's a hack, but it's not a very good hack. Now, the best advice I can actually give you is 1, practice. Practice does make perfect, unfortunately. And you will develop things that work for you. I feel like my method works best for me in our studio specifically, as it allows us time to experiment, as that's what animation is all about. Experiment and create things that people would ideally like to see. At least I hope they like to see. So, what can you do to actually improve yourself? I think you just take an interest, then you're fine. You're already ahead of a lot of people. Expression of interest is an expression of sincerity, especially towards the arts, which is more true in this day and age, as most people now find it remarkably easy to just prompt in objects without developing the skills to spot any errors or mistakes that might detract from their project. If people show an interest in the arts, I'm going to give them as much help as I possibly can. So, to sum up, use your references, save your work, build your assets, make use of nonlinear animation to make adjustments, especially on bits that have a lot of character acting animation or character assets that are combined into one. So while the last one is mostly useful to intermediates, I really wish I knew about it early, so I'm just going to include it there as well. Okay, so that's basically it. I hope you have a great day, and I shall see you in the next month's update. By then, I'll have gotten a tripod stand. Well, that's kind of a waste of my eyes. I've gotten a tripod stand. See ya. Bye. Toodles, and I hope this finds you well.
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not if I'm not as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
For me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artists as well to trust trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on there.
Certain kind of script writing. And as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Inker Panels.
Inker Panels Volume 2 and Panels Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
What's good, y'all? My name is Aaron Lee, and I'm the CEO and editor-in-chief of Off Black Magazine. And thank you for coming for this panel at Inker Panels Volume 2, which is working in the animation industry. And here we have three heavy hitters of the animation industry, three people who have done some really amazing things throughout their time within the industry. And we're going to go for about the next 45 minutes talking about their experience, what they've done through their time, and how some of the experience can help you also. And without me talking too much more, let's start it up and start with Carrie, and then we'll go Eric, and then Alfredo.
Hi everyone, my name is Carrie Grant. I'm a writer, creator, executive producer, working in the animation space now for 22 years.
Eric.
My name is Eric Calderon. I'm a producer, I'm a writer, and I host a YouTube channel called Surviving Animation, Your Guide to Making It in the Business of Cartoons. And I'm in Orlando, Florida.
Orlando, Florida. Our chief creative officer lives in Orlando. Anyway, go ahead, Alfredo.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Alfredo Maroon. I'm been a development exec in the entertainment industry for a couple of years. I'd say over a decade now. Working. I started first in live action, then transitioned over into animation, and would love to talk to you guys about that transition.
So, so getting into animation and I want to know for each of you, what was that moment that made you want to get into the animation industry? Let's start with Alfredo.
Definitely as someone, so I'm originally from Colombia. I grew up on watching, all the Disney movies. That's actually how I learned English. And that's why when most people go like, hey, you don't have an accent, it's both kind of weird that they say that. But at the same time, it was like, yeah, I watched all those Disney movies. I watched a lot of animation content. I grew up on all of it, as all of us have. But yeah, for me, it was one of those where, so I wanted to get into the industry as soon as I learned that you could be in the industry. So I started off in live action, primarily working at a few different studios. And then it wasn't until I started to get into the industry that I realized, oh, you don't actually have to be like an artist, because I can't draw to save my life. I cannot draw. I'm the worst at Pictionary, can't do any of that stuff. No one wants to pick me to be on their team. But I realized that there is a way to be creative without necessarily being an artist. And so for me, once I figured that out, there was no holding me back to want to get into the animation industry. And so first opportunity that I got was got a gig over at DreamWorks Animation. And so that kind of started my career in the animation industry.
Carrie?
Like Alfredo, I'm also from another country. I'm from Jamaica. We moved to New York when I was 11. And, you know, I used to watch all the cartoons growing up, He-Man, Smurfs, Gem and the Holograms, G.I. Joe, you know, all of that stuff. But it truly didn't occur to me. I knew I wanted to be a writer. It didn't occur to me that I could write for TV or animation. So when I went to, my story is really long and meandering, but let me just, long story short, I went to college. I majored in accounting for 2 years, realized that was definitely not for me. Quit, decided that I was like, well, what's the most creative of the business majors, right? Because as an immigrant, I thought I had to do something sensible in school, like finance or something like that. It's not that my parents pressured me. I just took it upon myself. I think it was just that air of you got to do something stable. You know what I mean? So I majored in business, and then I changed to marketing because it was the most creative of the business majors in my mind. But that decision led to me taking a year-long class in school, a year-long advertising class, and we had to come up with a campaign for Hallmark. And it was a national student competition. We won the competition. And as a prize for winning, we were awarded internships. And 4 of those internships were at ad agencies. And by then, I didn't know that I necessarily wanted to do that. And so one of the internships was at Nickelodeon. And I was like, I'll take that one. So I walked into the Nickelodeon offices and I was like, oh, it was like walking into a magic portal of color and fun and aliveness. And I was like, wait, you could work here? Like, this is crazy, you know, like, it's one of my first jobs. I had to screen a pilot of something that they were considering picking up. And I guess they gave the interns the job of watching it. Not that they were going to necessarily, our word wasn't necessarily going to make or break that decision, right? But they were like, hey, watch this pilot, tell us what you think. And that pilot was SpongeBob SquarePants. That's how long ago that was. And so I got in there and I did not want to leave. I was like, this is where I want to be. I just want to figure out how to get in here. So I got my foot in the door at Nickelodeon in viewer services, answering phone calls and fan mail. And then sort of worked my way through the various departments, made my way to a show called The Backyardigans as a script coordinator. And that was my first job writing for animation.
Eric?
I guess I'm up. Yeah. I guess my story starts in the 4th grade when I had a very heated argument with my mother about whether or not I should go to piano lessons or sit on the couch and keep watching Tom and Jerry. So I won that argument. And so I think this has just been like a lifelong argument with my mother of whether or not I should have been a piano player or a cartoon watcher. But, you know, from that moment, I think I've always just loved the medium as well. All the same influences that Carrie were talking about with me as well. I definitely had a soft spot for Speed Racer and Battle of the Planets when it was going through syndication as well. You know, I got my start through luck at MTV in the 90s. So I was on the temp pool for Viacom. I was going up and down the buildings covering desks for people. And I sat at the desk of this division president, and he had a copy of a script of an old show called Eon Flux. So I was a big Liquid Television fan all through college, and I would just basically stay up just so I could watch to see if another Eon Flux short was going to be in this episode. So I watched every single one of them. I had them all on VHS tape. And so I told my boss, I was like, hey, can I read this? It's like a 3-ring binder with Eon Flux in the cover. And he's like, oh yeah, that's like a proposal to make it as a TV series. And I was like, that would be so cool. And so I was a marketing major, business school graduate. And I looked at all the materials, and that was my first screenplay I'd ever read. And I didn't know what to do, you know, so I just kind of, you know, got on the PC and I put like a cover letter of like, you know, to whom it may concern, as I'm sitting at this desk, I've read this material for you. You know, I just didn't know what to do. So I just kind of made up the process, and I was like, and if you're curious, this is what I think is really good about it and bad about it. And I put little Post-it notes on like sections, because I was like, oh, on page 3, she like looks at a character in a mirror, but on page 7, she doesn't like. And so I just was like kind of tracking the plot intuitively, you know? And so I left that job, and then a couple days later, someone stopped me in the hallway, and they're like, "Hey, are you Eric Calderon?" I was like, "Yeah, I didn't steal anything." And they're like, "No, this guy, his name was Abby Draculi. He wants to talk to you. I think you sat at his desk like a week ago." And I said, "Sure, yeah." So I went up there, and all the writers for Beavis and Butthead were reading faxes of my little cover letter, right?
Oh.
And they said, "Hey kid, where'd you go to film school?" And I was like, "They got schools for film?" Like I had no idea. And they're like, "Do you want to like read scripts as like a job? Like we have this stack, like we're starting this new department. We want some." And I was like 21. And so I started off as a script reader. I just was reading scripts all day. And 6 years later, I was head of development. I'd produced 65 pilots. I'd put 12 series on the air. And, that was like my journey. I started off in adult primetime comedy before I went to the rest of my journey.
What an amazing story. Eon Flux is one of my favorite shows.
Oh, isn't it great?
At one point I had the opening theme memerized. My friend Eve and I would watch endless episodes.
Yeah.
And I'd play Eon and she'd play Trevor.
Oh, cool. Cool. You know what I love about Eon is, Peter Chung, when he animates and designs her, he doesn't think of her as a person. He animates her like a spider. So all those quick little movements and the way that she puts her body down, and actually the hair are actually mandibles of a spider. So it's actually
wow.
That's yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah, the medium is so magical.
I watched a little bit of Eon Flux. Learn about the thing that I saw for you that was interesting is that you worked on Celebrity Deathmatch.
I did. I produced the pilot for that. It was my first show was a compilation show called Cartoon Sushi, which was like, the poor man's sequel to Liquid Television. And we used a lot of student films. We used a lot of shorts. And we just kind of filled it with really cheap programming that I was finding at like film festivals and stuff. And we used it as a pilot program. So we also tested new shorts in there. We tested Daria. We tested Celebrity Deathmatch. And yeah, we kind of used it as an early market testing. But yeah, the Celebrity Deathmatch came from Cartoon Sushi.
I didn't know that. And I think that's the fascinating thing. And we were talking a little before we started is that a lot of people don't know how the sausage gets made, or I guess the sushi gets made, right? A lot of people just see it doesn't get cooked. In front of them. It doesn't get cooked, right? A lot of people just see it come in front of them. They're like, "Oh, wow, this is amazing, gorgeous. I want more of it." But it's like, how does it get made? And there's a lot of people that make that process happen, right? So as people who have been in this industry for a good amount of time, what would you say, for new animation creatives who want to get into it, what should be like their first steps for getting into the industry? Like and you could also kind of flip this question on the head too. If you were to start over and do it again, what would you do differently? So to kind of give you options, I guess, how to answer it. But let's start with Carrie.
I knew you were going to do that.
I'm just going to go, yeah, what Carrie said. What Carrie said.
Well, I think you can see from all of our stories that there are many different paths that you can take. For me, I got my start. It feels almost fortuitous in a way, like, that competition that led to the internship at Nickelodeon really kind of kickstarted this whole thing for me. But when I really got into production, I started as a script coordinator. So, and even getting to that place, I would say I was lucky to be around it. I was lucky to have already been in the building. You know what I mean? So I think one of the biggest things I've gained from college, all of that is access. And I know that a lot of people don't have that same access. So even though I had that access, though, I think a lot of things happened as a result of relationships, meeting people, getting to know people, letting people know what I was interested in doing. because then people will think of you, right? And like, you know, when things come up, like when I mentioned to a friend that I wanted to be a writer and I wanted to try writing shows for Nickelodeon, etc. And I, because I didn't have a formal education in like screenwriting, I didn't go to film school or anything like that. At the time, Nickelodeon, MTV Networks had a tuition reimbursement program, and I would take a screenwriting class every semester, or like some sort of writing class every semester. And so just like people around me sort of knew. So when the job came up on the Backyardigans, someone I knew in the company knew that I wanted to be a writer and like kind of suggested to me applying for the job. So that's my personal story. I would say for hopefuls, I mean, and even okay, let me just backtrack a bit. Even like getting into the Backyardigans, working as a script coordinator, it was like a front row seat to how the writing process works. Like I don't think I spoke for an entire year. Just like in meetings and stuff, just absorbing information, taking it in. Also, I was scared. Everyone was brilliant and I didn't want to say anything. So that was for me. But then and that was in New York. And then a couple of years later, I applied for a writing program. There was a Nickelodeon writing program. There's many programs like that. Nickelodeon writing program. I know that there was a Warner Brothers program, Fox. I'm not sure what's happening with all of those programs as of now because of everything. There's kind of a lot of upheaval and merging and stuff like that going on. So I don't know. But for me, what was helpful was taking those classes, applying to those programs, and making sure that the people around me knew what I was interested in, kind of just like putting it out there. So I would say for hopefuls in the industry or hopefuls who are trying to get in, this is a great start, getting on panels like this, to listen to how the sausage is made, listen to people talk about it. I've had people reach out to me on LinkedIn after doing panels like this. Like, you just got to shoot your shot like Eric did with basically carving a whole path for himself, So yeah, I would say, again, there are so many different paths into this, and I can tell you my specific experience and what I think would be helpful. I think now we live in such a different world where social media is so prominent, right? YouTube, Instagram, whatever. And so many people are creating stuff and putting it out there, right? Like I just saw that Issa Rae created like a vertical series for TikTok recently.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's an established creator, who is on kind of the cutting edge of what's next. And I think that the beauty of the time that we live in right now is people, we have there's the technologies available to make stuff and put it out there, to prove to yourself and to kind of get your work out there in front of people.
Let's go Alfredo next.
Yeah, so basically what Carrie said.
Thanks for having us. That was a great panel.
Yeah, no, that was great. That was great. No, honestly, just to build off of that, for sure. So I'm my sort of career path has been more on the executive side. So I started, I started a few sort of production companies on the live action side. Then I worked over at Sony on the live action side. And then it wasn't, like I said, until DreamWorks that an opportunity came up. And during this whole time, you're honestly like, it's the constant networking. It's the meeting folks in different industry, in different parts of the industry. You're meeting with folks that have specific skills, because ultimately for me, I want to build a community around me that if I was like, oh, I want to produce a short or I want to do this, it's like, someone that is really a really great director, someone that's a really great character designer, a great writer. So I was, networking is, you want to build that sort of that group, because then you all kind of rise together, right? And then you all kind of go and do your different things, and you're all looking out for each other and wanting to work with each other. So honestly, it's like collaboration is a big thing. And that's the reason why I got the job at DreamWorks. It was a friend of mine that I had worked at Sony. He moved over to DreamWorks. He was like, hey, there's an opportunity over here, and I, didn't think twice. So I started on the feature side, then I moved over to the TV animation side as they were building out their whole massive studio. And it's to really it's the networking, because when I came out to the industry, I had no connections whatsoever. I mean, like I said, I grew up in Colombia, I moved to Miami, I went to school in Florida, no connections whatsoever. I came out here with like 2 other friends to LA, and it was kind of like, all right, how do you how do you get into this? There was no guaranteed job when I moved in. And that's the thing with this industry. There's like rarely, do you have a guaranteed job when you come out here? If you do, then you have a leg up on a lot of folks. But for the most time, for most of us, it really is kind of building those relationships first and hoping that someone kind of sees what you see in terms of creative, and your sort of passion aligns, and you're able to work together to create something really great. So yeah, if I were to say to folks right now, if I had to start all over again, just network even more. Network even more, meet with more folks, talk to people, get out there. I know it's tough during, sort of lockdown, and like it was very hard to do that type of stuff, but now we're, everyone's meeting again. And it is, the industry has changed a little bit, right? It's getting tougher to get in the door at some of these bigger studios, at some of these bigger places. So really now more than ever, it's about building your own independent group. It's really about creating your own stuff. And, it's funny enough, that's how in live action, that's kind of how I started out. We were just making shorts all the time. We were just shooting stuff. We'd grab a camera, we'd go out there, shoot something, put it on YouTube. Back then, YouTube wasn't as big as it is now. We're kind of like, damn, we would have actually like gotten a lot of stuff picked up back in the day. But yeah, to Carrie's point, it's like now everyone is looking at folks that are building their own brands, right? And what I mean by your own, it's like your own projects, your own artistic style, your own designs. So focus on that as well. That's going to be a big thing. The more you can promote yourself on social media, and the more you can create your own content, the more that these bigger places are going to notice you.
We 2 for 2. Eric, what you got?
Man, you guys covered so much good stuff already. Well, I guess I would say, there's kind of 2 things that have been going on my mind listening to like all the wisdom from Carrie and Alfredo, which is, yeah, when it comes to like the big Hollywood studio system, when it comes to networks for TV and film, like everything they said is true about all the networking and all the, making yourself absorbing all the information out there, as well as projecting what you want to be so people see what you're heading, and kind of teaming up with people in order to make bigger things happen. At the same time, I have, kind of unusual perspective, because I've been kind of a Mandalorian. Like every 7 years, I just kind of like shoot off in some different direction and go on these missions. And I come back and like everything's changed. And I'm bloodied and covered in dirt. And I'm like, here's the show you asked for. But I think, I haven't seen this much incredible disruption in my entire career. Like stuff that's happening right now, I've never seen it like this before. And I worry and fear, and I'm hopeful all at the same time, that the Hollywood way is over. It's just over. And I think that animation in particular is now a no center of the world industry. And that, what is happening around the world in all these different pockets is kind of the new norm. Like there is no big one place where you can guarantee to have a career anymore. Like you have to kind of just, everything is completely upheaved right now, right? And so I think if I were to kind of look at like a mid and longer term, or what I would say to someone who is coming right now, like a couple of things strike me. One is like, just love the medium itself. Because I think one thing that stayed true in my career is every time I've gone down this deep rabbit hole and fell in love with a certain genre, or just watched a ton of, like I was really into Cartoon Saloon for like a couple of years. I just want to watch everything they did. And then I was like super into anime for like 15 years, and I worked in Japan for almost 6, right? And I just was so deep into that. When you start to gather all this different knowledge of the medium, it always like pays back. It always like comes back to you. And I think like that, being a super nerd of what you love, like becomes a power later in life. And like none of that is wasted, right? So like I always tell people who are like coming into animation, just like gotta love animation, like love watching everything it's out there. because we all need that multi-hyphenate awareness, right? And the second is, when it comes to being like a creator or becoming like an artistic person or anything, I always tell people, you got to finish the thing, whatever it is you're working on, whether it's a drawing or a screenplay or a production. If you're producing, you have to finish the thing, because the only way to learn is to complete the cycle. And there's all this stuff you will never understand unless you get to a finish line, right? Like when people ask me like, how do you become a producer? I was like, I make like the Steve Carell, bankruptcy joke, where I'm just like, I'm a producer. Like, that's how I became a producer. I just stood up and said it one day, right? And then you just yell it out into the heavens, right? But the first thing I did was, I was at MTV, and this guy had sent in a pitch for like one of those MTV logo IDs, like da 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 MTV, but it was just a drawing. And I went to my boss and I was like, this is kind of cool. I think this would be like a good thing. And he's like, yeah, if you want to like pitch it as a 10-second ID spot, we have like $1,000 budget per, if you want to do it. I was like, I'll produce it. And he was like, and then I just figured it out from there. Like I knew nothing. And, I just had to finish it. And I put my own money into that. I wasted all this effort. I didn't know how a pencil test machine worked. Like all this stuff, I just kind of failed and failed and failed until the last thing I did was succeed. Right. So I think, my biggest thing is like, get into the medium, know a ton of it, watch as much as you can, like nerd out, be the person in the room who knows like everything about it. And then like whatever you want to do, just finish it and don't talk about it. Don't, the other side is like, if you're starting to work on something and, Carrie, this is a screenplay writer. Like there's a time when you tell people you're writing stuff, and there's a time we just like, you just finish it. Because the more you talk about it, you almost drain your energy of wanting to write it. So you just got to finish it, right? And then I think, because the industry is so different and so wildly upheaved, I think taking old school knowledge and applying it to new mediums is very dangerous, right? In my Surviving Animation channel, I talked about the formats that I think are succeeding on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. And I think the biggest mistake old school animation people think is I can just push old animation onto YouTube. Whatever, I'm going to make a film, but I'll start it on YouTube. But like the YouTube doesn't work like that, and it wants repetition. It wants people's questions answered. It's closer to like a Google search engine than it is a television station where you're switching channels, right? You got to like serve needs, and you need repetition and audience and trust. And the creator and the content are kind of one and the same, Like if you're a storyteller like Jaden Animation, you're just like talking about what you did yesterday. That's not a screenplay. That's stand-up, And then, Instagram wants something you can share with someone. If I'm in the mood for this kind of character, and I like this thing, I want to be able to say, hey, I'm going to send this to my friend. That's the virality of it. And TikTok wants repetition of a singular structure. Like if you're the guy who turns the camera and does da 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 and boop, TikTok wants you to do that like every day with like a slight variation on it. And so you think about animation, like you just got to treat all these mediums natively. And so I think, if I were telling, hey, I want to get into this world now, I want to get animation now, I would really understand these platforms and live in it so natively, so that when it comes to animated property coming in, you're going to go, hey, it doesn't work like that on TikTok. It doesn't work like that on Instagram. It works like this. And then I feel like the younger generation is going to start teaching, the old hats like us, how people really want to absorb content in those platforms. And that's when we're going to start to see things rise. And that's when the studio is going to become irrelevant. And suddenly we all have the power to be our own TV networks. Like I'm excited about that.
I want to say you got like that was all three great advice. 3 for 3, right? Great advice.
Yeah,
think,
right, yeah. Boom, boom.
3 for 3, right? And I think that's you guys also stole one of my questions, and that was about networking and leveraging those relationships. And that's something that you hear a lot, but a lot of people don't understand what it means to leverage, what it means to take it to that next level, right? And I want to do kind of like a mini activity before I get to my next question. And it's kind of, each of you talked about the unorthodox nature of being a creative, right? You know, you don't always go into it knowing exactly what you're going to get out of it, right? But, you know, Carrie made a great point talking about sometimes you got to sit down, listen, and learn, right? And then Alfredo made a great point of leveraging networking and relationships. And Eric made, you know, a great point on you know, being obsessed, being a little obsessed. Love what you do. Don't like love what you do, right? And so in that unorthodox nature of, I would like, just real quick, this probably take 2 minutes. I just kind of want you, each of you, to talk to say what roles you've held in the animation industry as you rose to where you are now. Let's start with Carrie again.
Okay, so I started as an intern in viewer services, but then I became a script coordinator on the Backyardigans. From there, I moved to LA, did the Nickelodeon writing program, and then I was hired. Then I was a script coordinator again on another show, and then I finally on 2 more shows actually. And then on the second show that I was a script coordinator on in LA, Doc McStuffins, I became a staff writer on that show. Relationships were huge. It's connected because the creator of Doc McStuffins is Chris Nee, creator named Chris Nee. She was actually a writer on the Backyardigans. So I met her on the Backyardigans. And then when I moved out to LA, introduced myself to her. We were both at the Nick Animation Studios. And then when the job came up to be a script coordinator on season 2 of Doc McStuffins, she hired me. And then I became a staff writer. And then, so I was a staff writer on Doc. And then I was a staff writer on another show called Elaine of Avalor. And then I became a story editor, co-story editor on a show called Nella the Princess Knight. And then I was a staff writer again on Mira Royal Detective. And then I was showrunner and executive producer on Ada Twist Scientist. And then I was a staff writer on Ariel.
And now you work with Ianu now, right? And
oh yeah. I'm gonna forget Ianu.
Can't forget that one.
Yeah, and then I was a writer on Ianu, and the one that's sitting right in front of you, literally. And then just I've also done multiple development projects across the board as well.
Eric?
Well, my oldies will know this film. There's a movie called The Highlander, which is about a guy who lives forever and like cuts off everyone's heads along the way. Well, that's me. So I've basically in every decade you'd see a different Eric Calderon going back to the 1400s. You know? So I started off as a development exec, and then I left there to go to the .com boom, where I was a buyer acquisition executive, and then I went to Japan for 6 years, where I was more of like a producer entrepreneur, helping that entire infrastructure get out into the world. So I was doing sales and marketing for a completed anime series. It was at that point that I discovered Afro Samurai and, you know, kind of became the, you know, like I'm going to call it, it's basically I was a hustler because, you know, I had the pilot film and I had a backpack full of CDs that I was like burning on my MacBook, and I was just giving out CDs like mixtapes. And, you know, one of them got to Samuel Jackson, and then we sold it to Spike TV. After that, I decided to make probably one of the biggest mistakes of my life, to try to run my own production company. Found out I was a very poor CFO. I ran the company into the ground. It happened right at the biggest real estate crisis and market crisis of 2009. And for 6 months, I was the manager of a boba milk tea shop as I tried to find my next gig. So from there, I was an exec again at Nerdcore in Canada, where I worked on a Disney series called Slugterra as a co-EP, learned a lot about the co-production business, co-financing, and Canadian animation. And then I was lucky enough to slip into a writer showrunner position, and I worked on Transformers, Combiner Wars, and Titans Return as a full showrunner. So I wrote, produced, delivered that thing. I was given 8 months, and they had no concept, and I delivered 40 minutes of animation on the other side for less than $700,000. So it was really, really intense. I think I showed up on the last day like in a loincloth, like, you know, like and like just a hard drive, you know, like that. I went from there to work on Magic the Gathering, the animated series, as an EP. That's where I met the Russo brothers, attached them to the project, and then made another pivot and I came to Orlando, Florida to work in themed entertainment. So I worked in theme parks. I helped launch a park in the Dominican Republic. I worked on the Dragon Ball theme park that's going to be launching in Saudi Arabia. and really understood like spatial storytelling and got to learn how you write a script and tell a thing for a queue and a pre-show and a main show and an exit retail. So that was really wild. It's like 5-dimensional chess. It's crazy, you know. And then I've just recently become independent again. And along the way, started about 8 years ago, I started my YouTube channel. You know, it was really just because I was on a whim, realized I wanted to just give back to this wonderful community that had done so much for me. So I was like, I want to give away all the free information that all development execs know, but like is not written in any book. So I just started just giving it all away. And I just found myself like 8 years later, I'm still posting videos. I'm still talking about it because it's really fun. It's really fulfilling. It's really satisfying. And so through that, I built a really nice consulting business. And I've talked to, you know, homeless people and war veterans and teenagers with their parents behind them. And, you know, I love to just help people get to the basics. I feel like a boxing coach. Like everyone should know the basics and then you go fight the fight. But it breaks my heart if someone goes into a fight and doesn't know what a jab is. You know, so it's just like give everyone the fundamental tools and then let them fight the fight. That's like my motto.
And Alfredo?
Well, don't have that crazy.
I'm 1,000 years old, Alfredo. It's okay.
But yeah, I mean, I always kind of coming out of film school, I was like, oh, I want to be a director. Then when I got out here to LA and I was on set, I was like, oh, actually directors are cool, but like, who are these guys that just sit around and tell the directors what to do? Producers. And I was just like, oh, those are really cool. And then I was like, wait, who are these other guys telling the producers yes or no? It's like, oh, they're the studio execs. And so that kind of, I just started to follow like, where's the journey, where's the path, like so that's kind of where it cemented for me to be, you know, a development exec. So for folks that don't know, so development execs, I like to say that we're kind of like the people behind the scenes that really never get the credit. So we actually are never in the credit.
There's a nicer way to describe it.
I mean, there is, but like I said, like we really do it out of the love of, you know, as a development exec, you work with folks like Carrie and you know, and Eric and just talented folks that are the guys, like the folks that come in that have the ideas, that have sort of, you know, have a vision for a project, and you're there kind of helping them shepherd. You're really shepherding to make the best version of their project, right? So you're trying to get everything that's good out of their brain onto the page, onto the screen. You're also constantly poking holes at their story and logic, because that's what we do. And yeah, and so I knew I wanted to do that. So I kind of went down that route of being an assistant to a big time producer, then moving over to being an assistant to the head of the studio over at Sony, then transitioned over to a development coordinator, then you know, manager of development, and then director of development. So last gig that I had sort of in that director of development position was over at Disney, focusing on the you know, TV animation series. And yeah, we're just there to really guide the process. So I got to touch, and the thing about development that I tell people is like there's a lot of there's very little wins and there's a lot of failures, because you're like, the amount of projects that I've tried to develop that you've gotten to that point of green light, and then, you know, last minute the decision makers are like, no, we are not going to move forward with this. It's like out of the 10 projects that you'll develop, one maybe will go, but the ones that do go, you just, you know, you count them as your babies, and you're just proud that they're out there in the world. Like one of my favorite shows that I ever got to develop was Kipo and the Age of Wonder Beasts, which is just a phenomenal series that honestly, it was a crazy thing where like when we pitched it, everyone was just like, who is this for? And we're like, just, it's going to be for somebody. Believe us, we're going to do something with it. And yeah, that's kind of, that's been my journey. And, you know, now over at Lion Forge, doing the same thing, developing a bunch of stuff. And I got to work on Ianu, which was just a phenomenal series with a really, really talented and passionate crew. That series was a, you know, it was a lot, but in the best way, honestly. So, yeah.
And I love that. I think that, and I like talking about, again, an unorthodox nature. Like, you know, most people, you know, again, you don't know where you're going, but I'm going somewhere, right? Yeah. I started on this journey, and I'm going to end up, you know, maybe not where I think I'm supposed to be, but where I meant to be. right? And so appreciate you all sharing those those moments in that journey. And I think it was Eric who touched on it a little bit with about this new, and Carrie did also, about the new way we create things nowadays, right? Indie animation is booming, and I'm going to borrow something from that Issa Rae said. We need to network peer to peer, not going up, right? That's something she said a while back that I've always loved, and is also one of the hearts behind the Ink and Panels event that we have. And so with that, my question is, if I'm an indie animator, right, and there's a lot of them, they've made their Kickstarters, they've created that first animatic, they've released those first 2 episodes, right? If I'm looking to get it to that next level, I want to take it to Cartoon Network, I want to take it to Nickelodeon, I want to take it there, right? What would it take? Like how do, I would say all of you, how do you decide to work on a project or not? And then this is I guess the second part of it is like, what is important for these animators and creatives to have in their pitch deck or portfolio for their project to get picked? Eric raised his hand, so you can go first.
Yeah, can I take this one? I think this is a very important distinction, and I may be the only one saying this, so please, everyone, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that's how people should be aiming their careers and their targets and their projects. It's not realistic. I think the more realistic way is to think about creating successful businesses that don't require the gatekeepers to legitimize you, right? Okay. So if you are building an intellectual property and you're a creator, right, you need to find audience, you need to create community, right? Once you have audience and community, you have to instantly and quickly think about what are ways that committed community will transact with you. How can you convert them into some sort of paying customer for whatever it is that you have, whether it's a comic or a toy or a digital subscription? You need some way to very quickly transact with them. And then as you slowly grow and grow and grow, you want to then get that community behind you into a slightly larger platform. And now the thing about Kickstarter is not a way to launch a property. Kickstarter is a way to reward a community that's already there, right? With the next thing. And I think if that's the path we take, we teach people to be entrepreneurs. We don't teach them to be in a silo creators who are begging for someone to give them money for them to do their dream project, right? I still support that. I still want people to do that, but I don't want them to think that's the goal. I want them to think that's another thing they can do. Because we'll just be in a lot healthier spot if we start to pull more of the power back to where social media is letting us be right now. I mean, I talked to an independent animator who's based in, I want to say it's like Mexico City, who's doing like TikTok animations on his own and through subscriptions and through Patreon and through ad revenue. He's making over like $150,000 a year, and he's living in Mexico City, and it's just him. Like that's the model. You know what I mean? If you're like, let's make a TV show, let's make a thing, then you're kind of living in a past that assumes that a lot of people get original TV shows right now, and they just don't. And so, I'm a very practical person. I've seen ups and downs. I've lived off of a tip jar in a boba milk tea shop. I want people to survive. You know what I mean? I don't want people to have like these lofty dreams of like, I just spent all my retirement, all my thing, I'm going to go to this convention and sell my show to Netflix. But I've never made a show before. I've never written a screenplay. I've never directed, but this will be the one. This will be the one. What should I do how should I pitch? I'm like, you're not even there yet. Don't even worry about pitching well. Because even if you do pitch well, they're not going to pick you because you've never done this before. So that's me. I'm like, I feel like kind of a negative person, but I want people to have healthy lives. Okay, good. Yeah.
No, I think that's an important distinction. It's talking about the experience piece, right? How do you gain experience?
Yeah. I mean, if this was 2005,
it's doing
this was 2015, I would have said something different. But this is 2026. It's a lot different now.
Yeah. And you see, and here's the other thing too. I mean, those studios now are getting into this space.
So that's right.
You look at a lot of the studios are diving into like, hey, how do we do verticals, or how do we, Nickelodeon putting half of their stuff on YouTube now, right? Same thing with Disney and Netflix, and all these folks are looking at like, okay, where is the audience at? And it's it's on their platforms, but it's mostly on YouTube, especially when you look at sort of the kids and even like the younger generations. So no, Eric, I don't think that's because the other thing that I want folks to know is that once you kind of like, let's say you set up your project, right? And it gains some awareness and then you pitch it to one of these big buyers. It's like there's a chance that these buyers are going to change a significant amount of it to make it fit into their sort of what works for them. If you're comfortable with that, then totally fine, go for it. But just know that there are going to be a lot of concessions that you're going to have to make. So, just be mindful of that. And the more that you can keep creative control, and that's the reason why your audience showed up, is the more of the reason why I would say like, yeah, don't lose that creative, because if you are building an audience all on your own with the stuff that you're doing, someone's going to come in and change it. It may not resonate with the audience that you've already built. So yeah, I 100% agree with Eric that your goal should not be that I'm doing this to then sell it to another place. It's like, I'm doing this to create something great. And then the studios will come knock, because they're already starting to knock on a bunch of these folks, right? On a lot of these folks' stores that are creating, their own content. Netflix and Disney and all these are already acquiring a bunch of these things. So yeah.
Carrie, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think I'm of two minds. I feel like on the one hand, I do have a bit of nostalgia for how things were, people watching stuff on big screens and wish that things weren't changing as rapidly. But on the other hand, I feel like I do agree that the model does need to change in the gatekeeping to a certain extent. But I also think, yes, it's a good idea for people to create their own kind of ecosystems, right? I've been talking to a lot of people about that at this particular stage of my life, and in terms of where we're at in the industry, just how do we create our own ecosystems? I think that I would say a lot of people, I know that as Eric was talking, I was thinking, if this was me and I was a young person trying to get into this, I don't know that I'd feel comfortable creating something and putting it on the internet, just because that's not my particular personality.
Yeah.
But then maybe that's where your network comes into play, your peer network, where you can partner with people who may have that skill set that you don't necessarily have yourself. Maybe you're a deep introvert and you don't want to do that, but you can partner with someone who has those skill sets that you may be lacking. And then in that sense, you're also creating your own networks, right? So
yeah,
I hope that answer makes sense.
Well,
I feel like I'm like off the line.
But I think, Carrie, your case study is fascinating and really good for this audience to hear, because you are an example of what I call the K-shaped economy, which a lot of people talk about, right? So the K-shaped economy means if you have some success and you follow the second success, you're going to start going straight up like this, right? But if you don't get in, there's less and less chance you'll get in, right? Now, I think if you were to follow the success of Carrie's career, she got into a system and was writing screenplays for successful shows. So once she does that first screenplay, once she has her sample out or more screenplays, she's more likely to get hired for the next one and for the next one. And there is a world where there are a lot of successful screenplay writers. There's going to be less of them, but it's people like Carrie who will get more and more work, because that K-shaped economy is just where we're hitting right now. And it's wonderful if you're on this side of it, because Carrie will always get hired for another show. She'll always get hired for another gig because she's smart, she's reliable, she's talented, and she's got a great network of people, right? So I think if you're going to follow that mindset, I think she's got great advice. Like, if you're born to be a screenplay writer, if you love long form, absorb all the long form you can, write a bunch of screenplays in that long form, tell people that, listen, this is what we should, and people will go to you for that. And you can have an entire career writing screenplay. Not everyone has to do the creator economy. There is going to be a traditional economy, so I think, it's totally legit in that direction as well. There's never like a one answer. Like her path works.
I'm also thinking about what's next and
Right.
and like I said, creating our own ecosystems.
But I think
it's affecting
but I
us.
think
We're
that's
all
the thing.
here.
You really never know. So it's like, rather than just, I think it doesn't hurt to have a few different like irons in the fire, right? Where it's like, you are doing your own stuff. You're also approaching, because it's like, you never know. It just takes one thing out of the 10, 15 things that you're working on to be the one that someone believes in, that makes the hit. And then you're like, great, now I have validation and now I can build off of that. Right.
Right. Yeah.
All right. So I'm actually out of time, but I don't know. I'm not gonna. I have one more question, so I'm gonna override myself. You know, I'm gonna look around to. Yeah, we're doing another. Okay. Yeah, I got the A-OK. We can do another question. This is the last one. The first. You know, I've been instructed by someone to make sure we mention that Carrie has an Emmy award too. Make sure we know that multiple award winning. Make sure
just keep casually leaving that out.
I think this is an important question for kind of everything that we're talking, right? I actually have two questions left, but I've chosen this one because of the direction the conversation's gone. And when we talk about that creator economy, we talk about changing landscapes and the next step, right? I feel like we might all be thinking of my next question, right? You know, and since its beginning, innovation in some ways has driven animation, right? From traditional 2D to what we have now of that mix of 3D CGI and 2D that if you watch Anime Studio Orange is almost perfecting and all that kind of stuff, right? And
he's gonna say it. He's gonna say it. He's gonna say it.
The way people has animated has grown and evolved, right? With the hypervigilance on AI.
He said it.
Yeah, I specifically.
I knew it.
Generative.
I can't hear you anymore. Some tech issues.
Great being on this call. Really fun time. See you later.
No, okay.
Do you think it has a place in animation? And do you think novice animators and creators, writers, etc., should be adding that skill to their repertoire? Alfredo?
Here's what I would say to having looked at what's out there, having seen. I mean, it's interesting when you look at, you know, I think the first initial shock was like, oh, doom and gloom. Oh my God, AI is going to take over all this stuff. It's going to make everything cheaper. It's going to do all these different things. But then you saw the announcement of, you know, OpenAI when they were like, hey, we're going to make a fully animated feature. And then you saw the budget and they were like, it's going to cost us $35 million. And you're like, traditional features can be made for less. So hold on a second. How is this actually a thing? Here's what I would say. I have close friends that have been in the industry for much longer than myself, and that are designers, that are artists, that I've seen them use it as a tool. I've seen them use it in ways where they're like, hey, this is helping me kind of do the annoying parts of my job. And I think that that's like, okay, totally fine to use it for that sense. Do I think it's going to replace everything and everyone? No. God, no. It is so far away from that. I don't even believe that, you know, audiences are going to be excited to watch AI content entirely, because honestly, you know, you see some of the stuff out there and kids are just looking at it and being like, ugh. And they can even tell. What's interesting is like you put it in front of, you know, some kid, you know, a few kids, and they'll be like, oh, that's AI art. And you're like, yeah. And they're like, don't like it. So you're like, okay, awesome, great. You're able to kind of tell that. I think for some of the older generation, not so much, but I think younger generations that are growing up on this, I just don't, to me, I see it as a tool. I don't see it as something that's going to replace the folks. I think it's going to help some of, you know, it's the whole thing with like the music industry back in the day when like Pro Tools came out, right? And you were able to like essentially do everything, and you had like a recording studio on your computer, and everyone's like, oh my God, you know, music engineers are going to be out of jobs, and no one's going to need, you know, studios anymore. And that didn't happen, right? Everyone still needed that position. Everyone still needed folks that had those skills. So I don't think it's going to replace. I don't think it's going to impact the industry as much as everyone thought at first. just seeing where it's at. So I'm kind of a, hey, use it as a tool, but nothing more than that.
I want to go Carrie next.
Yeah, I think I agree with what Alfredo said. Use it as a tool, but you know, you can't depend on it to replace human creativity. You know, nor do I think should we depend on it to replace human creativity. I think it can't replace human creativity. I think what Alfredo was talking to is that uncanny valley, that effect that you feel, you know, when looking at it. And even like, I've even heard in some respects when people watch movies that are heavily CG, there's that uncanny valley. If there's just a lack of connection that people feel, and I feel like even now we're seeing a swing, and this is not AI, but on a slight tangent, towards people just like craving more original movies. You know, for the last few or original stories for the last few years in Hollywood, we've seen this. We've all been told it's all about IP, all about, you know, IP and sequels and all of that stuff. And I've seen the pendulum swinging in terms of what people are demanding and what people actually want to watch. I think as far as your question about is there a place for it? I mean, I feel like the genie's already out of the bottle. Is like, I feel like it's one of those scenarios where there's no putting the genie back in the bottle. So it's up to us to figure out how to work with it, I guess, as a tool. But as far as depending on it and using it to bypass humanity and like human creativity, I don't see that being at least for now. I don't know, because the more you use it, the more you train it. As of now, I feel like it's not there, but I hesitate to make any predictions because who knows where things are going to swing. Right. But yeah, just what I said, I think use it as a tool. And also I don't see that genie being put back into that bottle.
Aaron?
I have two things to say. One is, you know, Jarvis did not make the Mark I Tony Stark suit. You know, he didn't make the Mark II either, but he helped Tony get there, right?
Yeah.
But Tony made all the mistakes and he made all the fixes and he was the final decision maker. And I think they made all the difference, right? The second thing I'll say is like, I tell people who are like, I want to use AI for this, I use AI for that. I have like a reverse psychology approach. I was like, use it all, man. Use everything you want, because here's what's going to happen. It will expose you. Every time I've seen AI put out there, it exposes exactly the weaknesses and strengths of that creator, right? Now, every time I've seen someone complete something with AI, I knew right away they were a first-time writer. I knew right away they were a first-time director, right? And the authenticity of their flaws become exposed, you know? So all it will do is it'll get you there faster, but the talent is the same. And that's the thing that really is going to determine if something's good or bad. Right. So I was like, use it all, baby. Every tool you got, pay for every subscription, make every generative thing you want. I don't care. All I'm going to do is look at the final result and I'll judge it the same way that I will a Bill Plimpton drawn on paper sketch. And I'll tell you which one I like or don't like. I don't care how you get there, you know? And I will say that, like, I've seen people who, you know, I have a director friend who was my intern like 25 years ago, and he was showing me how he used AI tools to make a short that he did. It was so good. It was so good. And he was using so many tools in the middle and then the back end and here and there. I could not see it for the life of me. All I saw was a fantastic award-winning ad, right? Because it exposed him. It exposed all of his talents and his abilities. So I'm not afraid of it. You know, I'll go ahead, use as much as you want. I think it will, it'll be the amateur hour for a couple of years. And as soon as, and that, you know, I mean, like Alfredo said, we all know when something sucks, you know, whether it's AI or not. Yeah. So I tell people to keep making, go for it, use it more. How come you're not using it enough? You know, and suddenly they're going to go like, oh, wait, the more I do it, the more like the worse it is. I was like, well, try again, you know?
That's a good point. It really just comes down to the creator, right? Like
it doesn't make the script any better.
Yeah, the person who's guiding the process and how they're using it, if they're using it. At the end of the day, the final result is going to come down to that person's skill and sensibility.
And I've also heard a really good writer friend of mine said, what it does is it drives people to the middle. You know, it's like you can drop an entire screenplay into an AI, a large language model. It'll tell you what it thinks. And it's basically like a crappy development executive. There won't be any big epiphanies, but hey, you're going to see big structural problems. And I'll be transparent. In my surviving animation videos, I script them using AI tools. So I write a long meandering thing I want to talk about. I throw it into AI. It spits it out in an organized set of chapters. And then I fight it. I go, I don't like that part. And I make it rewrite it. And I say, I don't like this part either. And I have these like long, I like to call them Tony Stark kind of conversations with ChatGPT. And I'll be like, okay, it's good. I feel like the opening is a little long. I'd like to shorten it to maybe 10 seconds. And then I'd like to really incorporate more of the transformation of a potential customer, probably someone who's like in their mid-30s, who's looking to do a career pivot. And then I want to make sure that my closing incorporate, and like, I just speak like that for like a full 60 seconds and it'll rewrite it again. So like that's valuable to me. Like I saw structural problems in a speech and it fixed it, but I don't use it exactly as it spits out. Just like I always have make sure my LinkedIn posts have crappy grammar, because authenticity is the last thing that differentiates us in a world of all computerization.
Well, that's a great point. I think, whenever I think about the generative AI, everything, think about Into the Spider-Verse is like the first thing I think about, because they came out and said we use, not specific what AI tools they use, but they use it to do their in-betweens. Right. So it's not like it took somebody's job per se, but as Alfredo was saying, it's somebody that part that people don't really want to do. I don't want to do every single in-between shot. So it did that. And then also what Eric said, like inside the Spider-Verse movies are amazing. Right. So good artists and good writers and everything using that didn't diminish it from how good it was always going to be anyway. And so I guess a tool is in the way I use it, and authenticity is the most important thing. That human connection, it will always be the thing that draws us to art and animation in general. And so good way to end off. And thank you guys for coming. I want to thank Lion Forge Entertainment for helping getting this together. Again, this is, I said this for the last one. This is another amazing conversation. I didn't, one of those things you started this event, I wasn't sure, we had like a board when throwing darts, like who can we get, right? Never imagine this conversation I'm having today. We could go for another hour, right? Let's go. But let's go. But appreciate you guys coming. People watching. Hope you guys took something from this. And you can apply it to your creative dreams, the next thing you want to do in your life, because that's what the point of this is. And thank you for watching Ink and Panels, and check out our next panel. That is, I don't know what it is. The schedule's made.
You can use AI. You can use AI to plug that in later.
I'll plug that in. Plug that in later. But again, thank you guys for watching Ink and Panels and watching this panel. And thank you all for joining and being here and sharing your wisdom and your experience. It has been well worth it. Thank you so much.
It doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
I want to get into the field, and next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively, and it just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection. And my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2. Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Hello, hello. Wow. What an amazing event that we had today.
Woo! What's that number say? Was it 10 hours?
10 hours.
10 hours and 40 minutes.
10 hours and 49 minutes.
And, and we had about a consistent 10 plus viewers the entire time. Wherever you 10 people, you're amazing. I love you.
Oh yes, absolutely. We adore you. We appreciate you. We thank you so much.
Especially if you was here yesterday. If you was here yesterday, I double love you.
Mm-hmm.
Man. Man, oh man. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us these 2 days. This is, we have already almost quadrupled the views that we had last year for our one-day event. And so this year, it's been an amazing experience. We were able to pull in so many amazing people from that last panel. As we say, that's one of my favorite panels because we were pulling executives who work on anime at that scale is amazing. That like to have them in here and talking about the animation industry from their perspective is something you do not get every day. Like I don't know the last time they did a panel. Like so, Eric has his own YouTube channel, Surviving Animation. So I know he talks about it a lot, but to be in that room and talk with that and then be able to share it with you guys was amazing. I was so excited. I did that panel. I didn't know what to say. I was like, I can't wait for people to see this because the knowledge that they're dropping was really important.
I really enjoyed being in chat with you guys all today. I'm sure you saw me in chat, Black and Culture. That was me. You're not missing things. It was so fun being in chat with you guys, answering questions, watching you guys interact, watching you guys answer each other's questions. And I mean, that is such a big part of the ethos of Ink and Panels. This idea that not only are we making this information, bringing these creators together and making that information that they have accessible to all of you, but also just this idea that we can build community together and share all these resources. As Aaron likes to say, a rising tide, a lot of people say it, but I hear you say it a lot, but rising tides raises all ships. And I think it's been really interesting and actually just so amazing, not just in the comment section, of course, but even within the panels like we saw today with the being a working artist. And then yesterday was the creators, they shared knowledge. They're just like, oh, let me put you on. Oh, I didn't know. It's just top tier. I just really enjoy that aspect of this event for sure.
Yeah. It's I mean, man, I'm still reeling from just how many people we were able to bring in, how much we were able to talk about. And and this is and also, thinking about next year, like we were sitting down writing notes and and talking with you guys and just figuring out how can we make this a better experience for you guys moving forward. Well, and because I think this year was amazing. And
yes.
We can pull a lot of people back for next year for even more conversations and even more learning teaching, so we can get more of us in these industries. Because I mean, there's room for us, and
there is,
and so we should continue pushing. And so I'm just excited. I'm so excited. It was so fun. It was so fun. There was so much we talked about. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to rewatch some of these. Like I'm gonna.
Oh, absolutely. Even the panels I was in, I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to have to go back. I'm going to have to rewatch these. Just the knowledge was flowing like water, just this entire process. So I just want to take a quick moment to reflect, and then, we'll do some final wrap up things. If you guys were here for last year's Ink and Panels, we started our first year off with 13 creators, many of whom returned for this year. 13 creators around, I believe we had a little over 20 panels, a couple of demonstrations, and we ran for one day. And in 1 year later, a little bit over a year later, we had 35 panelists. We had I think we had around 30, almost as many panels as we had panelists. We had, we've doubled the amount of demonstrations. We just, this year is truly the definition of bigger and better. Every year we're coming back.
Doubled the amount of hours streamed. Last year was only 9. Red.
Yeah.
19 right now.
19 hours worth of.
We doubled everything,
Everything.
Yeah. And yeah, I'm so proud. I'm so proud. I'm so excited.
Yes.
And it's been amazing. And so for everybody in the chat, if you're looking in chat, I posted some of our links in there. I put our website. Please go check out the website. As we said at the beginning, at the halfway mark, And if you didn't see it, the halfway mark, you know, if you want to support us, and you want us to keep doing these events and doing more events, I'm gonna just quickly pull up our website. We're putting some. We're doing our first time selling things, so we thought we'd start and sell just a couple smaller things, but everything that you guys, if you can, and I need to change this again. If you can, well, this is the website. If you haven't been on the website, you gotta check the website out. I'll be working hard. I got all this will be going by tomorrow.
Yes, actually.
Respectfully, all will be going by tomorrow. But if you scroll down here, you can stop by the OBX shop, and all proceeds go towards creating more community experiences and growing the magazine's offerings. It's really important that for us to be able to continue doing these things and go bigger and get more people and do a lot more things, we need community support. And that's a big thing for us. And as you see, like, we bring in the community. And so we want to continue being able to do this in bigger ways and better ways and stuff like that. So anything you can do, that'd be awesome. You go in here. Right now we're just doing stickers. So and if you don't want to do
or donations,
and if you don't want to do stickers, you can do a donation. We take either, and we really enjoyed it, and I want to do more. There's so much more. We've written so many things you talked about. There's so much more we want to do, but just like any initiative, we need community support as we do this as well. So I mean, I'm not going to belabor the point about that. I hate talking about money anyway, but
it's true. Yeah, money makes your hand. Does it make your hands sweat? Because it always makes my hands sweat. I want to take the moment to talk about our survey. If you enjoyed Ink and Panels yesterday and today, or if you're rewatching this live stream, which shout out to you for making it all the way to the end of the live stream after it's streamed, I wanted to give you guys the opportunity to give us feedback. The only way that we know how to improve, of course, we know where we want to improve on our own, but this event is truly for you, our community, the wider creative community. So we would love to hear from you guys in the corner of the screen, depending on if you are watching this on your TV, which shout out to you for watching it on your TV, or if you're watching it on a computer. In the top, on my side, it's my top left-hand corner, there is a QR code that you can scan that'll take you to our survey. Also, if you are in the chat, there is also links to the survey in chat.
I have to change the link. Give me 1 second. I'll change. I'll fix it.
Okay, we'll fix it. But in the meantime, okay. Yes. In the meantime, while the link is being fixed, did you update it? Did you update
I updated the automated one. I didn't update the one that's based off the command.
Oh, okay. So cool. So yes, the QR code in the top left-hand corner on the screen is still active. So you can use that to link to our survey. That's just give us any of your insight. It's been updated in chat now. So give us any of your insight, whether, things that we can improve on, the things we did good, the things that you think, we were a little rough around the edges on, any creators that you think that you would like to see next year. I like to be transparent. Just because you suggest a creator doesn't mean that we'll be able to bring them on. But there was a lot of creators this year that we weren't sure that we'd be able to bring on, and we did. So definitely leave us your suggestions in the not just in the comments, specifically in the survey. That would help us out a lot. And also just different experiences that you would like to see as well. Is there a specific panel that you're interested in us covering? Is there a specific aspect or topic that we hit on today that you want us to expound upon? Any of that good stuff, let us know in the experience survey. We'd love to hear from you for sure.
Yeah. And if the survey, and if you can't get either one, right? If you can't get on the screen, or you can't get in the chat, the survey is also linked in the description for the live stream, and it will be linked in every panel that we post afterwards. So even if you're watching this later, just let us know what you think. That really matters. That really matters, because we do take opinion into account. We care. I know a lot of people don't. Care.
But we do. Shout out to you. Rev Rogers said that they want a diploma because they believe the information is worth an AA. That's so funny that you mentioned that.
Why does this not? You know what? I'm just gonna post the link to the form. I don't know why. It's playing with me. It's playing with me today.
I don't know why the link is being funny. So sorry, guys. Tech issues is a part of this experience as well.
Okay, that link should work. Try to use that link. Use that link. I'll do that.
Cool.
I'll post it twice and with one with the descriptor.
Also, while the survey link is being handled, I'm also going to pop that survey back up in the corner. I just want to inform you guys. My goodness, what I just had it on my mind. My brain just went flat. That's because we've been here dropping gems for the last almost 11 hours. My brain is frying as we speak.
Thank you. Hey, thank you for taking a look at it and hopefully finishing up the survey. Thank you, man.
Yes, supporting Off Black. Outside of the stickers in the shop that we mentioned and the donations on our website, of course, the good old free way is also just an amazing way for you to support us. Please be sure to follow us on our socials. That's Off Black on all socials. We also have the events page. That's Off Black Events on Instagram. That's the best way that you can basically keep up with us on social media, keep up with all of our updates. As far as and that was the key thing, as far as this event is concerned, if you're wondering how am I gonna you see I said that this information is going to be available later. How do I have access to this after the event? Between this weekend and hopefully no later than next week, these live streams will be time stamped so you can kind of skip through them, as well as all the information of the creators will be put in the description. And then over the next 2 weeks, the individual panels will be uploaded to our Off Black YouTube channel, so you can go back and watch the individual panels and demonstrations that you like. And they'll be in a playlist for you.
So please subscribe, and if you're still here, press that like button. Hit that like button, guys.
Hit the like button. Subscribe.
Press the bell.
Hit the bell icon so you never miss a thing.
Do all the things, okay?
All the things.
I'm posting more on our YouTube. If you see, recently posted an interview with Jayan Lopez of Black Girl Gamers, and we're going to be posting even more stuff on here for news, gaming, culture, all that kind of stuff throughout the rest of the year. Yeah, we're trying to really bolster this up and get you guys again more content. And these is not the last time you'll see those creators this year, and it's not the last time. Well, some of you won't see in person, but other ones you'll see. Other ones you'll see sporadically throughout, because we're gonna be working with them to get some more content on here, some more stuff to learn and teach and reach and do what we have to. So yeah, this isn't a goodbye. This is a see you later.
This is truly a see you later. Before we go, we want to do one last introduction, just in case you're just catching the very end of the live stream. Aaron, you want to go first? Because you know or do you want to go last? What do you prefer?
I'll go last. I like going last.
Oh, okay.
I'll go last.
Hi, my name is Ty, or I should say Tyana Watts. I am the Chief Creative Officer and lead event coordinator here at Off Black Magazine. I'm the one responsible for most of the aesthetic of the event, as well as just a lot of the coordination. It was large part for all my emails that events like this happen, but also I do other crazy stuff at Off Black, like write articles occasionally, because I'm also a journalist. So if you want to check out some of my writing, please be sure to head over to Off Black Mag. Also a little plug, I also make content not with Off Black, as Black and Culture, as you can see in the chat, so you could go check out all my stuff. I won't talk too much about me, but I do other stuff online as well.
She do be doing things. She do be doing things.
I be doing things.
My name is Aaron Lee, and I'm the CEO and editor-in-chief of Off Black Magazine. And I want to quickly thank all our sponsors and people who helped us, Lion Forge Entertainment with all 4 of their panels, which were amazing. The one-on-one with Wero Coupe, the adapting Iyanu into a comic, and letting other side of creativity and intro to script writing that featured Brandon. And then last, but certainly not least, working in the animation industry. Thank you so much for Lion Forge Entertainment. Concrete Comics. We actually would be able to do this.
We would not be.
Concrete Comics.
Thank you, Concrete Comics.
Thank you, Concrete Comics.
This event literally could
Lonzo Star.
Lonzo Star. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lonzo.
Black Girls Anime for giving emotional support and a lot of other support. And then pages
shout
and
out
panels.
to pages and panels. Seth.
We love journalism. They do good journalism, just like we do good journalism. And so we got to give props to them. Enlight, we sadly weren't able to get Cristiano Malik Terry from Enlight, but next year we definitely will. And anybody?
Saturday AM. Thank you so much.
Saturday AM.
From Saturday
AM. I missed.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's why Fred's.
I'm glad Fred's not watching this right now, so it's okay.
Exactly why I'm Fred's favorite.
And thank you for sure to Saturday AM for not only being very close partners and friends with the magazine and us, but for coming on here. We had White do a panel and do a demonstration. We had Fred do 3 panels. We had Jay Oden do a panel. We had Morgan do 2 panels. And just so y'all know, almost every Saturday AM book is worth the read, and a lot of them are pretty good. You should check them out. So Saturday AM, Lion Forge, Pages and Panels, Concrete, Black Girls Anime, and Light. Thank you guys so much for making this happen and helping us put this together.
Absolutely. And I think that's pretty much it. Are you ready to let it go? Are you ready to let everyone go?
Sad to see it go.
But all
panels only happens once a year.
Once a year.
Once a year. But excited for the future. Excited for the future.
Truly, all good things do unfortunately come to an end. But again, this is not a goodbye. This is a see you later. So be sure to support us on all of our socials. We'll be running a couple of little banners here so you can get that information. And I guess we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
It doesn't overwhelm the reader. It doesn't do too much. And it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
I want to get into the field. And next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively. And that just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection. And my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2. Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.